evening. It is Friday, April the 8th, 2022. It is episode 80 of this variant of the live stream. I think it's over 100 if I count like the impromptu and the other stuff. But yeah, 80 of these variants. So I was like, oh, that's pretty good. Like that, getting closer to 100. Probably have that before the end of the year. That'd be kind of cool. So first of all, let me
If
grab
you
the
go back to doing Fridays and Sundays, you'll lickety split.
Well, that was the thing. Friday and Sunday worked great because at the time there was enough. Like you do stuff on Friday and then they do something else. I'd be like, okay, well, fine, okay. Well,
Right.
there was enough content to fill both nights, but it is what it is.
Things were moving fast then, so
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good evening, Josh. Absolutely. But yeah, it was kind of interesting. But we were just chatting a little bit beforehand about a couple of things. But one of the last things that we were talking about there made me think about that. Good old being one of the fun things about being in the working situation with a lot of these companies is sometimes you get voluntold. You're like, oh, it'd be a good idea. When you hear this, like, hey, it'd be a really good idea. It's like, yeah, okay. So what is it you want me to do?
yeah, exactly.
So I got the hey, it would be a really good idea. So apparently, I think Tuesday or Wednesday next week, they're like, hey, you should go check out the office. It's like, you want me to get you want me to get the pass, don't you? It's like, well, yeah. It was like, if you go, okay, I got it. So now it's like, okay, so what time do you want me to be there? It's like, good.
A lot of that's going on out there right now.
There
They're
is.
trying to force their employees back to work or come back because you've had it too good at home.
What's funny is that like our specific department is very much on an as needed basis. But technically, if they did say, "Oh, we want to have like a whiteboarding meeting with the specific team," I don't have a pass to get in the building anyway. I have never been in the building, so
Fair
like
enough, right?
yeah, so it's like my manager's not even going. So the logic behind it is like, oh well, you go because you need a pass to get in. It's like, oh thanks, bro, appreciate you, bro.
Get it over and done with.
Yeah, that's basically the thought process behind it. It's like, and while you're there, you can have some FaceTime and say hi to some of the folks that you work with. And I'm like, of course, sure.
Oh well, you knew it was coming.
I know it was going to be eventually. I was like, oh, can we nod and say I did?
Yeah.
It's a good evening name, absolutely. But yeah, it was. I just looked at it. I was like, oh, I knew this day would come, and I was waiting. And I was like, we could hold it off to May, June, July, next year.
Next month, yeah.
Yeah, sooner or later, yeah. But anyway, it is what it is. So I'll at least have one day where I'll commute again. The good news is that I have plenty on the Presto card, so I don't have to reload the card or anything. It's not going to cost me any more out of pocket. The only thing that's tricky is it's like I'm not going to bother making a lunch, so it's going to cost me that. It's like, oh come on.
There might be a good place to eat there.
Oh well, downtown there's plenty of places to eat. That part's never an issue.
Well, close.
It does
in
get
your
expensive.
vicinity though. Oh yeah,
where they are, I think we're fine. I think they've got a lot of options over there. They're not in the downtown core. They're just a little bit north of it, but not like crazy north. It's actually not too bad because I used to have to work over in North York, which
Yeah,
would
you
take a
tell
really
me,
long
yeah.
time. Yeah, I've worked in basically two spots downtown. I've worked all the way up in North York, or all the way in the financial sector, in the
Okay.
core. And both of those are really easy to deal with because in those spots you got it. But I'm going to be somewhere in
Around
between.
Eglinton. St.
It's going to be Blur. So
Oh, Blue. Okay.
yeah,
great.
yeah.
Well,
It's-
that's
yeah,
where
it's not a big
kinda
deal.
It all starts, right?
Yeah, not a big deal. So I think it's going to be completely fine.
Yeah, lots to do around there.
Oh,
There's
yeah.
there's a nice library right there. That's what I used to go for research. So in the basement they have this, all the microfiche and everything. It's amazing.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Beautiful.
Yeah, my card budget decreased. Absolutely. Well, I did make it clear to my manager. Like, I hope you all don't get used to this idea because I kind of like it the way it is. It's like if you need the only pitch they had that I couldn't fight against was that I don't have a pass, which is true. And I was like, damn it, I can't talk my way out of this one. It is facts. Facts are facts. But anyway, so nothing too crazy as far as like big newsy items this week. Nobody, King Golden still didn't set himself on fire, much to my disappointment. It's very shameful. But I did, playing off the last couple of weeks, I did have a little bit of fun with a couple of potential video ideas. I decided to do one tonight. I actually uploaded it just before the live stream. So you guys who were really paying attention literally would have seen a video come up maybe about 20 minutes before the live stream started. That's how quick I got it turned around. And it was just keeping an eye on one of the things that I mentioned where that WB Prism has come out. And so we're starting to get some of the completed sales. There is some shenanigans going on, but there are also some cars that legitimately are going for higher than there's any justification doing. Even the ones that are more legitimate, that actually are selling for the appropriate price.
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense. And I actually did a side-by-side comparison in the video quickly just to show same character, same, one is out of 10, the other one's out of 10. One is Topps Chrome and one is the new Prism, and you see the discrepancy in the price. In that particular case, I call shenanigans, and I open up the bidding history just so we can look at it together in the video. It's only about 7 or 8 minutes. It's nothing crazy. It's just me doing a quick explanation side by side. And I'll expand on it a little bit more in a video I'm going to do this weekend. I'll record that and probably have it up on Sunday. But one of the things, though, that I want to make clear is that there are some legitimate sales that the feedback of the people seems appropriate, but it's still unjustifiably high because the two are Prism and the Topps Chrome product are not that far apart. And between one product and another, there's no justification for having that big of a price gap between the two, other than people who are getting swept up in the brand. And that's really the only thing that's happening with that, because the Prism thing,
right?
It is, but that's the point. Where it goes back to my reoccurring theme of the hobby isn't getting smarter, and it never has been. And it's just good to reiterate. But my big underlying point, and I'll give the basis of the thesis here, is that a lot of folks are underestimating the casual and transient side of the hobby. And that is people that do not watch YouTube videos, people that are not on message boards, people that do not post on Instagram, people that maybe buy a couple of blaster boxes once in a while, open a couple of packs here or there. And if they see that something looks like it's hot, they just roll with it. Or they go on eBay and they see the price, oh, this must be the better one. And they don't really know any better, but they're also not really in the circles. They're not actively engaged in the hobby, but they're still participating to it from a periphery degree. And that is a much larger group of people than the people who are actively engaged. And we always talk amongst the actively engaged and argue and debate for these folks. So it's like, you do realize the majority is actually very silent because they're just, oh, yeah, I'll buy a couple of cards here on eBay once in a while. I'll open up a blaster, open up some packs, and then just throw in the binder, and then I'll come back to it in a couple of weeks or a couple of months. They're not ever there every day. But there's more of them than there are of us.
Well, that's what I was going to actually pose the question is like, what is the percentage for people who really do the online opposed to people who don't at all?
I think it's substantially skewed towards, it's not even the online thing. I think it's the people who are actively engaged versus people who are just more casual.
That's another question, but yeah. Okay.
Yeah. I would say the people that are casual is probably 60, 70, 80%. Like it's a huge number.
I would say 60, 70%, sure.
Mm-hmm. So, but that is a large sum of people potentially. So like you have to think that's a very large group of people that like you don't hear from. They're not the ones complaining on YouTube videos and doing all this, that, and the other because they're not involved. To them, it's like, no, I just want to collect some cards. I want to throw them in a binder once in a while. It's not a big deal to me.
You can classify them in a group of smaller end purchasers, I would say. Not that they're not large purchasers, but I'm just saying.
Yeah. In aggregate, they have some factor because obviously there's enough of them, but they're not like, they're not going to move markets necessarily in and of themselves. And they're not acting as one cohesive whole. But sometimes when everybody's doing their analysis, they're forgetting these people. It's like, well, they're not nothing. They actually are a factor, even if they're not the biggest factor. They should at least be considered once in a while. Because then they say like, oh, well, I don't understand. Why do people do this? Or why do people do that? It's like, because most people are kind of casual. And even the people that participate a little bit, so I give you the big group that really has nothing to do with this business. Then I give you the group that listens to a podcast or two, watches a YouTube channel or two. Like, still kind of casual, not completely disconnected, but mostly disconnected. So for them, it's whatever they pick up, that's what they're going to go with as gospel because that's all they're paying attention to.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people who come in to look at videos, they might get hooked up with the wrong one. You know, they might watch Joff and don't like what he has to say. Yeah. So then they kind of go, I don't like the videos. But hey, there's certain other ones you should watch because there is some good stuff out there. Starting with this podcast, of course. But I mean, of course. There's so many out there that you have to, it was hit and miss. And this is good for Eric too. Remember, you said you were looking and all of a sudden you found the right ones. You know, you were looking at different ones and then you go, and then you finally find a few that are up your alley and go, hey, okay, I get it. And it works for you.
Yeah. But that's kind of the thing. But that kind of plays into that. So the Jeff Wilson example is the truth, is that some people are like, well, I don't understand. Why would anybody watch this? Because there are a lot of folks that are pretty casual. Yeah. And that's kind of the underlying theme of that video is going to be like, guys, you're underestimating how many people are really casual. They don't care that much. It's not a big deal to them. So they're not sitting there watching the minutia being argued back and forth and all these other things.
So you say that, you know, Jeff's show is mostly casuals?
Oh, yes.
Oh, yeah.
And the thing is, that's what it's for. But it's meant to be digestible. It's got nice production values. Like the video looks nice. It's clean. It's very sterile. But like it's good for somebody that just wants to get in, watch a couple videos, and then get out. Like it's straightforward enough. The more complicated discussion of thing, like I'm not that interested, I'm not that engaged. So to me, it's like I don't need that. And that's a larger segment than a lot of the people who want to argue forget about. And they forget those people. So actually, there's more than a few of those people. So be aware of them. So good evening, Jeff. Yep, Baronet could use real, totally. Did you see the big 4 signed cards that sold Leela in auction? Ruth, Gehrig, DiMaggio, and Jackie Robinson. Combined 350. But great quality cards and autos. Very nice. I did not see that, but that's pretty good. It's a pretty good outcome for those 4. Not too bad.
I lost out in a box today, and it went off. It's the 1948 Leaf boxing. Those cards are gorgeous. I never knew. You see the box; it's rather simplistic and not that overly interesting. So I saw one on finish on. I don't know if it was Leland's or not, because I think the top went for like $200. It was just a box top. The bottom was missing. Bottom's irrelevant. But this one, I figured, okay, I'll go 250. And I went to 390, and I went, damn. But even for a 38 box, I think that's still low. For a display box. You have to understand a Bobby Orr box is an empty display box from '66 is US $8,000.
Okay.
Wow.
Empty.
$8,000.
Empty. Yeah. Oh yeah. 50 anything, whatever. You can just name your price. So I figured in comparison, pretty low. A good product too, but not a lot of boxing collectors. I get it.
Yeah, it's more of a niche as far as that's concerned, especially nowadays. The golden age of boxing has come and gone. Do you think WrestleMania just having creates an artificial bump? Yeah. For the Prism product, the timing on it was very intentional to capitalize on the momentum riding off the WrestleMania weekend, because a lot of people understand that WrestleMania is happening, but a lot of other wrestling organizations also set up shows in and around the WrestleMania area. They'll do it in Texas because they know that a lot of wrestling fans are paying attention. And if they're in the area and they can't make it out to the WWE thing, which are going to be more expensive, some of these other companies are running shows right at the same time. So basically it becomes like a little wrestling mecca wherever WrestleMania happens to be that year. In this year it was Dallas. But in that situation, you've got a bunch of promotions running shows all through that weekend. So they've got a lot of momentum. And then Prism comes out, Panini comes out with this wrestling card product right in the same weekend. All that builds momentum. But the point that I'm seeing, and part of the reason I brought it up, is that I see the P. Ryan collection and a few other folks that I watch on Instagram, and they're doing the comparison, and they're coming to the obvious conclusion. They're like, but the Prism box, so now I'm talking boxes, not the individual cards, but the Prism box are selling for almost $1,000, but the last Topps Chrome is like $200. And they're like, it's the same company, it's the same general type of product, the same type of things that come out of the boxes. Obviously, the Prism brand has some equity for folks. So this is the boxes. This is not the individual cards where you do the shilling and stuff. It's just the boxes themselves in the secondary market. There's a big discrepancy. It's like Prism is not 5 times better than Topps Chrome. And now Topps is going to be coming back because Fanatics is taking the license back as soon as Panini's done with it.
Right.
Assuming they don't grab it first. So the discrepancy is not justifiable. And that's why I say, like, a lot of people aren't paying attention to the inner details. They just see, oh, Prism. Okay.
Do you, Carlos, have copies of both yet to show us and compare the two, or do you know?
Oh, the cards? I could bring up pictures of them, but I don't have any of the Prism. I have plenty of the Chrome. I've got a bunch in the box for different stuff I picked up, but not the Prism. Right now I can't justify the price because I'm looking at it from the perspective is like it's not worth that. I'm sorry, it's.
But I didn't know if you got a hands on something that was opened and at the local card shop, and it was commons and stuff. So I didn't know if you had a chance to grab some.
I wish I had a local card shop. Haven't had one in years. What would be fun if I could get my hands on it, would be if they had, if we could get Prism retail. That would be like, that would work. That would at least make sense, because if you can get it from retail, that'd be great. But funny enough, because I had been paying attention to the exact same thing they're talking about, Walmart has WB Chrome still available. Sorry, Finest. Finest is the last product they did. But they had WB Finest blaster boxes for retail. So I was like, okay, I'll take a couple of those. Sure. I haven't opened up anything else. I'll grab them. Sure. Why not? So it's like, but if you can buy it at retail price, that's fair. That's perfectly fine. But don't pay a premium. Don't do that. That's just silly. Good evening, Baz. Oh, here we go. Eric, if you would get a wrestling card graded, would you use Beckett or PSA? Asking for a friend. Actually, I got a little Beckett. I got a quick Beckett story that maybe will lead you into your rant. Do you want to respond to Josh first?
No, I don't want
to. All right, we'll come back to it in a second because I actually have a good one that is relevant. I actually got a good one that's relevant here. So I'll come back to it in a second. See, the centering issues have not improved much with WWE product. Nah, not so much. I got a 48 Ray Robinson. Nice, Albert. Well
Good
done.
sugar. There's the original sugar, right?
There you go. Merle World Cards Canada. Stockpile those Braun Breaker Prism Rookies. Yeah, well, Braun Breaker's the big draw in those ones. That is true. And good evening. Have you seen AEW retail in Canada? No. I've been looking, Josh. I still haven't seen it. This is maybe a situation to be like, Billy, get on with it, man.
We have A&W.
Yeah, exactly. But it's like, no, it's like I would like to get a couple of blasters of the AEW thing. If I could just buy a couple of I don't need a lot, but it's like I'd love to get 2 or 3 of them and open them up. I'd have some fun with that. But can I have them now? Like, how long do I have to wait? We've got EPAC, great. The EPAC though, like EPAC basically matches up with like the secondary market price because the EPAC box is $200 US, and I'm like, I don't need that. No, thank you. I'll pass on that. There's no point in that. But at least if we could get the retail one for retail price, that would be nice. Heaven forbid. But we'll see. I'm keeping an eye on it though, Josh. That's something I'm waiting for. That's why I figured I'd get at least the WE ones in the meantime to tide me over. But we'll see. We'll see. So the thing that I watched, and what I'll do is now that the stream has started, after the stream's over, I'll link it in the description. So if any of you catch it on the replay, you will see it in the description. DCI Grading actually was captured one of the panels from the Mint Collective, and specifically the graded one. So it was the 4 grading company guys. So Peter from SGC, the one grader they got from CSG. I think it's the gentleman guy from PSA. The name escapes me. I think it's Kevin Linane. I think that's the one.
Yes.
And then Eric's personal friend Jeremy from Beckett. So his personal friend, yes. But you'll be pleased to know he spoke words.
Words.
But not only words.
Word.
They were words that amused me.
Wow.
I may have cackled many times during it. Every time he opened his mouth, he made me laugh. It was wonderful. One of the things he said is that he came from a customer service background and that he thinks that communication with the customer is paramount. I'm paraphrasing, but effectively that's what he said. And I just sat there going like,
really? What? Hey? Okay. And this is the first word we'd heard from you since when?
That's literally my point. I was just sitting there like,
hello.
Are you aware where you are, sir? Are you aware this is being recorded? Do you know there are cameras, right? It's like, you're making this too easy. Like, I don't even need to try anymore. That's the problem I have right now, Bobby, as a life troll and man who likes to mock these things. They're actually making it too easy. Like, y'all are taking the sport out of this. This is fish in a barrel, and you put the fish in the barrel. It's like, come on, man. Back in the old days, I used to have to hunt for my food a little bit. I used to have to work for it a little. Yeah,
exactly. I did watch the interview with who was there? I think it was Cage, Layton, Jeremy was there, and who else? Who was the third guy? Oh,
Eric
Myers.
This is the Cardboard Millionaires one, right?
Yeah. You know, the information side, whatever. There wasn't really much there, but
it was generic. It was pretty much generic stuff.
What was more interesting is actually the true stories that they told. Mm-hmm. And I thought that was kind of interesting because, you know, I know Layton's story a little bit more than most, but, you know, hearing the other personal, because they kind of weaved a few personal stories in there. What was the biggest deal, you know, and all those things. I found that was very interesting. The information about what you got to do, you know, comfortable shoes wasn't mentioned, but most of everything else was, which is fine. But I found the personal stories were great.
$700 a ticket, baby.
Yeah.
That's right. That's right. Listen, we're getting full mileage and full value,
well,
you know?
You know why I watched the video, right?
No doubt. No doubt. Just taking care of a little bit here on the back end.
How many videos of the panels, or how many panels were there? And
well, there were a whole list of them. The number escapes me, but I can say that I've only seen a handful that have made it out into the out. That's why I say like it was DCI Grading, which I've heard of, but it was surprising to me that they're the ones that happen to have video of the panel. It was good video, by the way. It was like,
to see.
Yeah. I'm gonna, like I said, I'm gonna include a link in the description for everybody else. I'll send you the link as well.
So they set up a camera.
There was a camera, and by the way, the
tumbling and
nope, it was on a tripod. It was solidly placed. It was actually placed right up the aisle, facing them all, looking right at it, and the audio was clean. So I was like, good, okay, I could hear everything. It was perfectly fine. I was like,
that one was actually not bad, except they fumbled with it for 7 minutes of the first.
No, this one actually looked like somebody who had two brain cells to rub together actually pointed at the correct thing, and the audio was on point. So
yeah,
wow.
So it was good.
I came this close to selling a kidney to get the money to go out to that, so I could sit on the panel that Jeremy, the Beckett CEO, right?
Oh.
That's his name, Jeremy, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, we do well. We do well with all Jeremys in the hobby.
I know. So I was like, it's
GoFundMe.
worth the plane ticket, the hotel stay, and the $700 ticket to go out there and just berate him publicly.
You could have bought something because I heard some things are really cheap.
I heard, that's the rumor. Get a lot of good deals out there on the card show. That's what I heard.
Saving thousands.
A lot of good deals to be had
on certain cards.
Yeah. Well, only if the dealer is a rank amateur. if they're a pro, this isn't an issue.
Wouldn't be. It shouldn't be.
Should be. Yeah. No,
you walked into it, Eric. Sorry.
It was too good.
I couldn't resist.
So for the record, any of you who didn't catch last week's live stream, I'm particularly proud of it. Frankly, I think it was some of our best work.
Was a good one.
It was a good one because it covered there were 3 separate areas of good topic and debate. I thought it was, and I'll say this.
Most of it came later, though. Funny enough.
No, but there were some good segments in the middle as well. There was a couple of pieces in there, but I will say as well. And 2 of them actually came up pertinently after as well, because the last segment where we did have the debate, the key piece, and this is going to be part of a video that I'll do later. Part of the reason that I like doing the channel the way that I do it is that, yes, of course I had my fun, poking fun, but we still managed to get a good conversation out of it. And there were 6 people on the screen who all got to make points. Everybody got to talk and add a piece to it, which I was very happy with. And the conversation was good enough that even the Dave and Steve, and they carried it over and did a segment on their own show where they took it from their own angle, and Bob came on and gave his 2 cents again as well. So it's one of those things there was enough meat on that bone that they could then take their stab at it from their perspective. So I was like, that's exactly what you want. You want to have it so that there is a discussion debate. Just making fun, that's easy. And I like doing it. But I was like, no, we can actually have a discussion and debate. Once we got into so as a buyer, this is what you got, basically Eric taking the position of the buyer and looking at it from that perspective and what he would think and how he would do it, in contrast to everybody else in the chat, actually left room for a good discussion. That's why I think it actually had a little more value beyond it. And then they were able to carry it over, and those guys took a stab at it, which I thought was really good.
Yeah, it actually went down a path of less traveled, really, because we don't talk that much about that type of thing. It's actually, it's not so unique, but it is a unique circumstance, which really kind of opens the door to interesting new content. And I think that's why it was somewhat enjoyable to that degree. Yeah,
that's why I think I'll probably clip that one out, because I'll be honest, it was a really good segment and it went for a while. I think that one is worth clipping out and bringing it as its own standalone video, because for some folks, they might not have caught it because it was towards the end of a long live stream. I go, no, I want you to hear this piece, the whole bit, and then get that whole bit in there. Here you go. As a standalone piece, check it out.
I'm still very angry about the entire thing on the grounds of, I told you I wanted to be done at 1 a.m. and that's when we started that conversation. And
how'd you wake up the next morning?
It sucked. It sucked. That ride came early. That 8 o'clock ride came early, man.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, what I lack in compassion, I make up for lack of compassion.
Yes, you do.
I really do. Yep, I really do.
Yeah. That's like redundancy. It works.
Yeah.
It really does, yes. So Friedman, good evening. Friday night Debonair, I assume it's Debonair that he's going for, has arrived. Let's talk cardboard, wrestling, harassing Eric, as we do.
Donair is that East Coast kind of shawarma, isn't it?
What's that?
Didn't you say Donair? A Donair is like a shawarma, but mostly in Nova Scotia. They call it a Donair. It's different.
Well, I will leave it to Friedman to clarify, but there was actually a wrestling reference that was Debonair. So I'm not sure if that's what he's going with. Yeah, there was actually a wrestling segment.
That's a hell of a misspell.
Could be. You never know. You can clarify.
Hey, let's go.
You can clarify, Friedman. You can clarify.
Friday night subs. I don't know. Whatever.
Yep. There you go.
Just saying.
Yeah, I would agree. The Cage is obnoxious. I listened to it. It's very. He tries to be funny. He tries to be very funny.
He is kind of funny in a way. Funny to listen to.
More like laughing at him, not with him.
Yes.
Okay, so there you go, Bobby. You got the right reference. You got it.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
We're so worldly here, aren't we?
Hey, well, at least we had options. So that's why I say Friedman got to clarify. We knew which one it was.
I actually reread it and I thought it was wrong because I went, yeah.
That's all right. So evening all, scored a 1928 Walt Disney Oswald Lucky Rabbit. Don't know what that is, but it sounds reasonable. Charlie Chaplin over
Tricks for kids.
Yeah, I don't know. The auction will last. Yeah, the
cereal.
auction the auction of the last two will cover the other 150 cards I bought. Okay, sounds good. DR, fair enough. Yep, the Jordan deals on Instagram. Please to return the card. Yes. Boston Kid. Hope all and well. Happiness to all. Mandel left cards for the last 40 years. Good to know. Sounds good. So yeah, that was a good one. And then the other piece that I like, funny enough, I was actually really annoyed because I did, Dakota asked me to do to do an impromptu live stream earlier in the week. He has put it back up on the channel. We did it live first, and then he had a couple of videos, and then he put it back so that it was back on the channel. And we ended up having a conversation about, we had a continuation of kind of the discussion that we had with Chris's Instagram post that he was doing. He did the first set of, we discussed that. That was another one that actually was pretty fun to do. But then he doubled down later, and I was like, oh, now I'm irritated because it's like, you actually went further, and I could have had so much more material the first time if you had gone that way the first time. So we ended up getting a discussion on it the second time. He decided to go a different path, though. It was very interesting. Long story short, after the initial set of posts, which were like, you're pushing your luck a little bit, you got to chill out. No, he didn't chill out. No, he decided to double down. And then on the crossover, he decided to keep going. And he basically he was trying to take basically a pot shot at Jeff. He really wanted to, basically what he wanted to do is he wanted to be like, Jeff's content sucks, don't watch it. Is basically what he was trying to do. But because he can't say Jeff or, he gets struck down by lightning or something, in order to try to avoid it, he basically had to be like, the people that are representative of the leading of the hobby. He kept trying to work his way around it. But by the time it was all done, he basically had cast the brush so wide, he basically hit on every content creator in the space, and then said that anybody who's not loyal to the hobby, because now he's the determiner of who's loyal to the hobby, we should all unsubscribe from their channels. And then on top of everything else, the only people that are producing the proper scholarly content are him and him and Josh. And he did that one on the crossover. I was like, you're making this real easy for me, bro. You're making this so easy. Oh. So for goodness sake, Eric, we need serious people in the hobby to pay attention to us. So we need some hashtag scholarship. Give us some scholarship.
Please. Regale us with some
okay.
I know he's not officially your boy. For the sake of this conversation, come get your boy. Get him out of here. He's had too much. Cut him off. Cut him off.
I haven't talked to Chris in probably like 2 weeks or so because I've been so busy. But
have you considered an intervention?
If I were to have a conversation with him, I would probably encourage him to maybe put some water on that fire.
He just kept going. It was Bobby. He just kept digging. And he was like, I'm not making the hole big enough, fast enough. Can you get me a backhoe? Can you get me a whole squadron of backhoes? How many you got? And he just keeps going. I was like, I was flabbergasted that I was like, okay, look, you're digging yourself deeper and deeper and deeper. And it keeps going. And then you're like, I am unsatisfied. Can we get some dynamite? There's some bedrock here. I think we can go deeper. Let's go deeper. And I was just, here's the thing. And I said it on Dakota's live stream because we had fun. Once we got into it, I was like, oh, please let me mock this man. I needed it because in between until the next show comes on, I was like, oh, I need my fix of mocking this. Yeah, I need my fix of mocking this. We had some fun with it because look, here's the thing. I know where he was trying to direct it, but he misfired and hit everything else in sight. And I was like, look, man, you gotta chill out on it. Again, you are working for collectors. You're working for a conglomerate. It's like, we kind of point out the obvious. It's like, you do realize that Nat goes on Sports Card Investors sometimes to do interviews. You do realize that your buddy Josh Luber goes on Sports Card Investors. So when you call it clown content, because he called it clown content, and it was clown content. But the problem is he went so wide, it's all clown content, Bobby. So how do you feel about being part of the clown show?
I gotta watch.
We're part of the clown show here.
Wow.
Well, hold on. This is a clown show. I mean,
but we have our clown.
First day you invited me on it, the show went right in the gutter. So
we embrace the clownage. He's trying to do it in a derogatory manner.
Oh, okay.
And we will not have that, sir.
No.
There'll be none of that.
No.
Yeah, Rick, we like to punch down.
Yeah.
It's easier.
Awful. Just awful.
Well, I think have the mighty have fallen.
It was one of those things, though. It goes back to what I said earlier. I can't give Chris a pass because he is smart enough that he should be able to know better. So he doesn't get a pass because it's like, no, you can't play stupid. That's not going to work for you. Your whole brain is that you're a smart guy. So if you're going to be a smart guy and you put your foot in your mouth and you keep pushing it deeper and deeper into your mouth, it's like, okay.
Rule unto Caesar what is Caesar's. So there you go.
It's, hashtag scholarship. All right. Yeah. Josh guy is so easy to dislike. Yep. Heard in the lands of Probstein. Yes. There will be a Probstein interview coming up this weekend. It's like, I'm going to continue my embargo of just, I'm not watching this shit, but the mockery is easy, bros. The mockery is easy. I almost feel like
it's the best content going right now.
It really is. It's actually genuinely incredible.
I don't even know what to say about it, to be honest. I'm really
just because you're friends.
Can we just agree? Can we just agree it's not smart? Can we agree it's not a good look?
It's not a good look.
I think we can agree on that. I think we're all on the same page.
And I don't have any defense to it. It's not something I agree with. I have said on this show that I won't purchase anything from this guy since the moment he had Mastro on, and it was clear that they would do business together. I think Mastro kind of let it slip during that interview some months back that they're working together. And I have bought stuff from Probstein in the past off eBay many times. He has a lot of great hockey stuff. His prices I thought were always fair. I never felt like I was being shilled.
Well, you got to remember though, at the same time, he's a consigner. So like a lot of the product he gets is people will send it into him because he's got a big enough.
He's like, presence. I saw something the other day that he's in the top 5. I think he's in the top 5 eBayers.
He's one of the larger ones, yeah. He's one of the larger ones, yeah.
So,
after PWCC, I think he was the next in the sports card community, yeah.
Well, I know that Burbank has a lot of listings, and I know ComC still has a ton of listings.
I meant for
listings.
open auction listings.
Well, ComC can do the consignment too. They do have regular auctions as well, and you can trigger them straight from the ComC platform. Yeah.
Well, I think if you had a big card, you were going to consign somebody. It was PWCC, and then it was Probstein. I get it. It got thinner as it went down.
I think they're the bigger names. I would say. I think they're the bigger names in the space.
ComC is above him, but I think he's just behind ComC.
Yeah. Either way, he's up there. No matter how you want to slice it, he's right up there.
He's in the top 5, no question.
Yeah.
I just since that interview, I've been very strict with myself that I will not even think about bidding on an item, no matter how much I like it or how fair I think the price is.
Why eliminate that from you? So why burn that bridge? I don't understand, Eric. The sense of morals and acquiring cards in your collection have no two things to do with.
If you remember, also we kind of covered the whole shilling thing. If you're concerned about it, just bid at the last possible second and mitigate as much as you can. That's the only thing you can do.
Done. Simple.
Yeah. Just make your life easy.
You're not going to put them out of business by taking.
I've won stuff by Probstein. I know what I'm getting into. I'm going in with my eyes open. The fact is, I'm not going to deny myself something that is useful for part of my checklist because it's like, look, man, it is. It goes back to what I said last week and what I've said. I've been very consistent on this. If we're trying to avoid shady people in the hobby, go lock yourself up in the Bastille because that's your only hope, and then lock it so that it can't be locked in from the outside. That you can't open it from the outside because you're not going to be able to avoid it. There's too many dirty hands in this hobby, and it's like if that's what you're worried about, man, that's going to be a tough life.
Yeah.
Well, and gentlemen, I always respect.
Don't have to talk nice about them. That's all.
I respect your opinions as always.
When people start with that, it's like downhill.
Listen,
I respect your opinion.
No,
however,
I all I'm saying is
I want the however.
I hope it's mutual. I am who I am. I behave the way I behave. I make decisions the way I make decisions, and that's just who I am. I'm not going to change. I have a very clear idea of, in my opinion, of what right and wrong is, and I make a stand, and that's the way I don't budge. So if I don't think this guy's a straight businessman, and I don't like the company that he keeps, this guy's the most notorious criminal in hobby history.
Well, that's debatable, but yes.
No, he's talking about Mastro.
Yeah,
that's debatable. I said.
Well.
True. That's true. There might be some worse ones that have been caught.
I didn't. No, hold on.
There's some stories. Trust me.
You are 100% correct. This guy got caught. We know what he did. It's all out there. And he went to prison for it, as he should have. There's millions of others that should follow in his footsteps. But what I say is he's the most notorious, most infamous, because he did get caught. He had such a huge platform. He made some of the biggest deals in hobby history. And, he got what was coming to him. And now that I know that Probstein is partnering up with him, I don't want anything to do with him. And that's a decision I make. And I sleep fine at night, even if I miss out on a well-priced Gretzky card. I don't care. And
I don't think
I'm
he's
okay
on your
with that.
Bruins card, so don't worry.
And I'm totally okay with that. And that's just the way I am. I stuck by what I believed last week. And that was the minority opinion, and I'm okay with that. And I stand by this comment, and that's minority opinion, and I'm okay with that too.
I don't think it's a minority opinion. It's just, you lose what you don't have options of purchasing. If you don't want to purchase, that's fine. It's not like you're chasing down rare wax or anything like that. You're a common Bruins collector, and most of the things can be found across the board.
Yeah. We can come back. We can come back to this. We can come back to this in a minute.
Sure.
I want to read a couple of these comments.
Yeah,
Bottom line, you can buy or not buy for anybody for any reason you want. The only point we're making is that just be aware that most people, it's not going to be as obvious that they're dirty, but most of them are.
Oh, well, listen, I'm not, I'm not some delicate flower. I mean, you guys know what I've done for a living. I've worked with some hardened people. I'm well aware of what life is all about.
We'll come back to Eric's hard life after I read a couple of these comments. We'll come back to Eric's hard life after I read these comments.
Not a delicate flower.
So you suggesting the Card Lad crew is being kind of different opinions?
Ooh.
Perhaps.
Oh.
Good evening, C. Scholarship. Buzzy, you have to if they're not here, we make fun of people that are not here, that we know are not here. You got to take it easy on it. Chill out. Any information when PSA is possibly going to lower their grades lower than 100? They already have. If you're talking about outside of the lottery system, then yes, it's going to require the backlog to be further along. I would expect that in the next couple of months, because right now at the rate they're going with their backlog, the 50 will probably become open, will probably become fully available, and then most likely there will be a level below 50 that will become available by lottery, by that similar system they're doing now. And then eventually, when the backlog is further along, I think they're tracking for the fall. By that point, then the 50 will be fully open, probably a level below that. Anything below that will probably be strictly controlled because they'll want to make sure they gauge their number. But are they going to lower the grade fees lower than 100? They already have, technically.
They have to.
Yeah, and truthfully, to be honest, yes, there are these lotteries and things, but a lot of the bulk submitters have a certain allocation. Just saying they do. So you're not really restricted unless you want to submit directly. Then you got to play by whatever game PSA decides to play that day. Mm-hmm. So hopefully that kind of clarifies that piece. Yep, special Saturday nights, night and time. Agreed. Probstein is howdy doody. Love it. 4 Sharp Corners. Yes, they do have a fairly large consignment business as well. Very true.
Out of Massachusetts here.
They do. Always stay real. Don't become a corporate sellout. Well, I could become a corporate sellout for the right price, but I get your general point. Like that guy, unless Fanatics cuts you a check. Exactly. I'm glad you included the qualifier. That's important. If Fanatics cuts a big enough check, we're in. Probstein Public has stated his eBay revenue was 60 million from memory. It may have been over 100 million. It's a lot. Definitely a lot. So Dave here backs Eric. Saying you have interacted with dirty hands means it's not really a hobby. It hasn't been a hobby in a long time unless you want it to be. Sorry. I'm sorry if I burst somebody's bubble. If you're worried about the cleanliness and the purity of the hobby, you are about 80 years late.
I understand that most people buy things at a considerable discount for the most part.
True.
It's not like they're going through a wholesaler retailer. Most of the stuff is bought for nickels and dimes and sold for dollars. So
yeah, I think one of the things is, and by the way, I'm not trying to be mean to you, Dave. My only point that I'm making is that a lot of folks have this pure view of the hobby, and again, I'll qualify by saying, perhaps jaded from a long time of I've seen enough. It's not clean. It hasn't been. It wasn't clean when I started. It wasn't clean before I started. It wasn't clean 30 years before I started. So good luck to you.
Yeah, there's clean dealers out there.
They exist. But I'm suggesting that there is more than a few. And sometimes some of the same material gets exchanged from hands, and you can buy a bad card from a clean dealer who maybe just missed something. It can be a completely legitimate mistake. And that happens. In the vintage realm, there's a bunch of stuff that it's like, if it looks really nice, there's a good chance it's trimmed. It just depends on the item. It depends on the price point. Because if there was an incentive, somebody could have taken a shot at it to make it look a little nicer.
Yeah, I think my friend who does all my shipments, he did a show up in St. Louis there, and he said, I think I got taken on a Lemieux rookie. He traded a couple of cards of Jordan and something else. And he said, I got this card. What do you think about it? And I looked and I went, oh. I said, how do you get taken on that? How do you get taken? Here's a guy who's been doing this for 28 years, 30 years, collecting all his whole life. But I mean, it just doesn't make sense. And people get taken so easily, so innocently. And here's a guy who should know better, but he doesn't. So just because you have tenure in the hobby doesn't mean you're smart enough to figure it out.
Unless you're hobby goat. If you're a hobby goat,
well, then it's different. Yeah, then you get a pass.
Everything's good. So, yeah, that's fine. So this one's for you, Eric. How do you decide who you're going to buy cards from a stranger at a show? So if you have no background and nothing specific to go off of, what do you base it on?
Well, you got to figure that these dealers are going to, be the same dealers, at most of the local shows over and over again. So you start seeing the same faces. You start doing business with them open-mindedly, and through being at the shows on a regular basis, interacting with the dealers individually and seeing how they're interacting with others, you start getting an idea of who you do and do not want to do business with. And there are definitely dealers that I see every Saturday and Sunday that I just walk right by their tables. And then there's others that I go right to. And there are some...
What's the example of why you would walk by? Because of shady dealings?
They're
rumored bad cards.
No, I've never really had at a show.
So it's sociological here.
Some of it is just your prices are too high. Could be that I think you're out just to.
Like guys like Len.
I'm not getting into that again.
Here we go.
I'll see him. I'm going to see him tomorrow.
Well, I was actually, it was funny because Friedman here mentions PSA Canada. We can also accept checks from PSA Canada. We're cool with them. They're cool. We're cool with them.
But with Brad, don't worry.
Yeah, it's fine. But it was actually funny since you brought up Len. I was scanning because I know Brad is out at the Western show. He's at one out in BC that they're doing right now. I messaged him the other day and we were chatting about it. Yep, good old Platinum Promotions. That's right. But you know what's funny? If you send to PSA Canada, you send over to Brad and the team over there. But what happens is if you send it by courier, it's actually Len that gets it. I actually scanned it and I actually asked, was like, Brad, is this out of date? Like, is this the old one? It was like, and he goes, oh no, for the couriers, Len picks that up. And I go, oh, okay, gotcha.
Well, you got to get some Trump tape or something. That'd be awesome.
Yeah, it's like he'll throw it away. He'll throw it in the trash.
Speaking of the West show, here we go.
Yeah. Oh, hey, look at that.
Yeah.
Now this was 2009.
Yeah, I was gonna say. So that's when they called it Summit. Still, that's right.
Yeah, they called it
because I think it's under. I think it's Bosa. Bosa Promotions is doing it, or Bosa, or whatever.
No, Bosa is. He's out of BC.
Okay, but that's the one I'm talking about this weekend. That's the one that's happening this weekend.
This weekend, and the next weekend is not the Summit. Actually, it's the Sports.
Yeah, the next one is the one they're branding the Expo. They're branding the Expo one. But there's one this weekend that's the Bosa one. That's the BC one.
That's the Bosa one.
That's the one they're doing. Yeah.
So then they're
going to be at both of those. They're going to be both.
It was just a simple folder, and it was just a simple write up of people. And 2009, Bobby Burrell. Anyways.
Oh. I saw. Oh, I saw that you had some goalies on that picture there.
Oh yeah.
Huh.
Moog, Fuhrer.
Yeah.
And Bill Ranford.
I hear that Grant Fuhrer guys, is all right.
Yeah, it's very white.
Nah, I think he deals with some shady people. If Grant Fuhrer was a dealer in the hobby, I'd shun.
Moving on with him.
I know. That's why I'd shun. That's why I'd shun.
From what I hear, he
deals with some shady characters. He deals with shady characters.
I have heard that he's gone out to dinner recently with some pretty shady guys from Boston.
That's what I'm trying to get at. I have concerns.
Yeah. Definitely was hanging out with some shady characters last Saturday.
Who paid? I'd like to know.
You know who paid.
Bitch.
All right, moving on here.
It wasn't me, and it wasn't Grant Fuhrer.
I know.
Anytime a kid walked in a card show, especially in the 80s, not even in cash in his pocket, hundreds of fat middle-aged men looked to take it by whatever was necessary. Yeah, there was a lot. There was definitely a lot of that. Eric was a juvie, probably. Facts.
Oh.
Okay, so hockey.
That record has been sealed, and I will not discuss it.
Oh, is that what you claim? It's been sealed, huh? All right, we'll see.
Mm-hmm.
So AA Sports pointed out Card Ladder having shield comps and market movers removed that sale. Yep, people need to look in the mirror before dissing their competitors. So this last portion of it, I do agree, and I'm familiar with what you're talking about. We'll have to see what happens with that. Now, remember, I did say, just to be clear, Card Ladder, despite their best efforts, does not have any special insight into the hobby. Their analysis of these transactions is one of two things. You either ask around to find out if anybody you know bought it, to make sure they paid it, or two, you analyze the bid history. Those are your two options. That's it. In the video I did that is on the channel that I published just before the live stream, what I did is I went in and I showed the bid history of it to show that there's a ton of really low feedback bidders that bid the thing up well past. And the higher bid ones were at a more rate that would make more sense to me. I gave that analysis as part of the video. But even in an analysis where I'm saying I am fairly confident that there are shenanigans here, funny enough, despite that, on the video where I'm showing you the bid history, I said there is a high probability it's shield bidding, but it's not definitive. I can't prove that. Yes, there's a good chance. The likelihood is high given the sequencing of bids and that we're looking at, and the fact that I have a comparable card that went for a fraction, and the fact that I have comparable autograph versions of the card that would theoretically be more attractive, that can be had at a buy it now for a fraction. All these things lead me to conclude there's a good chance there's some shenanigans. You notice I put all the pieces together, and still I won't say with 100% certainty because I can't.
No.
And if I can't do that, then it's disingenuous to say like, oh, for sure it's shield bid. Look, it's 99.999%. Pretty darn sure. But there's always a 1 in 10,000 chance. You never know. Maybe somebody lost their mind and had somebody join them on the ride.
Well, sometimes you can see comparatively through the feedback, the numbers. You can track the numbers. And it's hard to do that in such a big hobby. But we used to, in a smaller wax collecting group, we used to watch for who's coming in, who's
you can
not.
You can see anomalies. What you're looking for is patterns. And if you see certain patterns, you can be reasonably sure. Like you really can. You can be reasonably sure. But I can't guarantee it. Like, you just don't know. However, you can look at things and go, that seems way out of whack with what I see right beside it. If I see something right beside it that makes no sense, then I can be real suspicious. But that's as far as it goes.
We used to watch guys buy wrapper lots, and then we'd see packs for sale in about a month and a half afterwards. It's like, oh, you bought 79 wrappers. Now you got 79 packs. Surprised. How does that work? We know how it works. But that was back in the days more when things could get by people. Now, not so much. Obviously, Pokemon cases admitted. But I mean,
G.I. Joe. It could have been anything else, Bobby.
Could have been anything.
Could have been anything else.
G.I. Joe? G.I. Joe?
It's so wonderful. It's glorious.
Yeah.
I always get sniped on purpose in the final moments. I smell fish, and it's not because I live in Nova Scotia. I understand what you're saying.
Ooh.
Yeah, Carlos with the jaded realist perspective, aka honest viewpoints. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I'm not here to make people happy.
Oh, thank God.
Yeah, I'm really not.
Bobby and I were worried.
Yeah, it was important. It's important. See, disclosure is critical. Disclosure. The people might have been confused about my intentions. It is clear here now that I'm not here to make people happy.
Bobby and I were trying to decide which one of us were going to tell you that you weren't succeeding. But now that we know that you weren't,
that was in no way, shape, or form my intention.
Whew. Bobby, we don't have to have that intervention now.
We're a lot closer to the opposite of that. You can save the intervention for Chris.
Oh, thank God.
Yeah. Eric's good at interventions. So.
Yeah, I know what I'm doing here. Don't worry. I know exactly what I'm doing here. So anyway, Dave here says, it's not clean, but it's not all dirty, so stick with the clean dealers. It's very difficult to determine what that is. Like I said, I understand your general point, Dave, but it's very difficult to understand, really. And almost all the dealers that eventually get caught were all clean at one point, or were perceived to be clean. Yeah, and some folks got very far up the chain. Some folks got very far up the chain before they were caught with things. That's all I'm going to say.
It's a hobby that's open and rife for that. It just the way it works. Unfortunately, there's nothing we can really do about it, and you don't really know what's going on until it's before you. So it's really a tough thing. But for the most part, I've survived many years without any issues. You see some things going by. For the most part, everything's pretty good.
Yeah.
But the shadiness lurks for sure.
I learned the hard way back in the early '90s when I purchased in my girlfriend, now wife, purchased for me autographs back in the early '90s, and they were all fake.
Yeah.
And that's still a concern, and you still have to be very careful about that stuff. And which is why these authentication services on some level are good, but a lot of people have been taken over the years because of scumbags in the hobby, just grabbing an 8x10 and a pen and writing someone's name on it and then selling it for $300.
Yeah.
I think that was the largest hobby scam, was the autograph one that they had. There was two.
Yeah, I think it's Operation Fastball. Operation Fastball was one of them.
But prior to that, there was the other guy who was authenticating documents from the turn of the century and all this other stuff. Who was that guy? Do you remember that big story? I think
I do remember it vaguely. I don't remember what it was called.
He was huge. He was forging stuff from the Vatican from the 1700s. He was just doing everything. But this other guy in the sports, he actually did a video about it.
Yeah, I think the biggest one with the sports one, because I think it was called Operation Fastball. You guys can correct me, but I think that's right.
That's familiar.
Yeah, and basically what they discovered, and to this day it's a problem, most of the Mickey Mantle autographs that exist are fake. Most of them. Yeah. And he signed a lot of stuff, which should tell you like how ridiculous it is. Tough, he did sign a lot of stuff, like legitimately he signed a lot of things before he passed away. And even still, the majority that exist are fake.
Did I have it? And I can save it till later if you want, but I got a great, heartwarming Mickey Mantle autograph story.
Okay. So remind us in a little bit here. I'll get through a couple of these comments here and we'll get caught up. Scrolling through here. Albert says, I'm dealing with 2 different bad deals purchases at the moment. Sorry to hear that.
ATM.
Where's PSA Canada tonight? I know that Brad mentioned he might be in the chat. We'll have to see. I'll take a look. I'll ping him in a little bit. I know he was very tired. So obviously, and they were flying out, but I did wish him well, and hopefully they're doing well on that. And I let him know if he wants to pop on for a couple minutes and say hi, he can. If he wants to hang out in the chat, that's cool too. So we'll find out. And yeah, he did have 24 Gretzky rookies that he shared on Instagram as PSA Canada. You can see 24 of them. They're going to get sent in for grading, all in one shot from one collector, because because Gretzky rookies are rare.
Oh God, I learned one thing when I went to Canada to see you guys. That is not a short printed card.
No, not at all. Look, my favorite, like we had this during the whole Drake thing. It was, for some folks, I laughed because I listened to a hobby podcast. I won't call them out because they try their best, but they always talk about how they're longtime hobbyists and they like shake their finger at people that don't know what they're talking about. But as part of the conversation, they talked about that thing and they said, "Oh, it's kind of suspicious that they pulled 3 Jordan rookies." And I'm like, it's a 132 card set. With the amount of cards per pack, 3 Jordan rookies would be standard.
Yeah.
That is perfectly normal. If he had way more than that, I'd be suspicious. And if he had 1 Jordan rookie, I'd be extremely suspicious. With the amount of cards in that box, he should pull about 3 Jordan rookies. On a good box, about 4. So they did well. And then the 3 stickers, the 3 stickers is a little bit ahead of schedule, but for the most part, they were pretty much bang on what it should have been.
Plus, he wasn't a star, a super GOAT star at that point. Basketball cards had just come back after not even being printed for a couple of years because nobody cared.
Yeah.
10 years.
I mean, they totally flooded that stuff, and they didn't care.
Yeah.
And Jordan cards are not short printed. You can find one real quick if you got the money.
Yeah, we had a conversation with in that live stream piece, and I'll see if I can borrow some clips from it later on. I'll talk to Dakota about borrowing a couple of clips, but we were talking about what would be a potential grail in basketball, and I said there are a lot of folks that like the Jordan rookie, and I would say even if you're interested in a Jordan rookie, the proposal I gave is a real Jordan star rookie. To me, that is a little bit of a tougher card to come by, and there's so many fakes that getting one that is legitimate, that we're comfortable is good, actually is a tougher task. So to me, I would elevate that as a more interesting card. If you're a collector who has the means to choose either, I would prefer the star one just because it's a little bit more interesting to me, and it's tougher to come by compared to the 86 Fleer, which is fairly common, and it was fairly common for years.
Yeah, the Gretzky rookies on the tables, actually prior to you coming or even prior to COVID, there was so many on the tables at that time.
There were stacks of. I one of the Gretzky rookies that I had at one point, and I sold it before the big run up. Damn my timing. I had 2 of them at one point, and one of them I think I paid like $200 for it, and it came out like a 3 or 4, which would have been good.
For about that, yeah. 2 or 3s were going for like that, yeah.
I paid $50 for my Topps Gretzky.
Yeah, well, like they were not expensive and they were not difficult to come by. Like none of the above. They were easy to come, and the guy had like 15 of them on the table. You could choose which one you wanted to purchase.
Yeah.
Plenty of options. Wax of the Future. Good evening.
Is that Martin's? Martin's had a whole bunch.
Oh,
Two
yeah,
display
for
cases,
sure.
yeah.
For sure. Yeah.
I was sitting there going 2 display cases just prior to all this shooting up, and I was sitting there going, man, you're just sitting there. You could grab a couple more, add a couple more to your collection. The low grade wouldn't have hurt you. It wouldn't hurt the budget.
100%. So when it flax my because I'm Carlos Prescott just next weekend. Hold on, dude, buddy. You should have reminded me ahead of time because I knew he was going to the Edmonton Expo. You should have reminded me ahead of time, Paul. I would have shipped you out a couple of the stickers. You could use that you could have tried using that as your press pass, giving it a go. Mm-hmm. Any chance MLB ends their TV blackout? No chance. I remember growing up as a kid in Chicago, and the Blackhawks were blacked out because they had so many fans. Baseball blackouts are dumb. I do agree with that.
Really?
Yeah, they had a lot of blackouts. Now I would say the only blackout that I've got here on this end is the Blue Jays are now blacked out. They didn't used to do that. They used to include the Blue Jays part of the TV package. But we've got it on Sportsnet, and I have it on the streaming anyway, so I can watch it on my screens. I think I've got everybody else. I don't think anybody else is blacked out here. Stateside, though, you guys have a bunch of blackout regions, different teams that are not available to you. MLB makes too much money. They got greedy because, like I said, we used to be like, you could actually watch the Jays right on that one, right on the same MLB package. And at some point, I guess they got it in their head. They're like, oh, we should black it out. I'm like, what's the point, guys? That's stupid.
Well, they actually blacked out the Leafs in the 60s. They would black out the first period and a half, and you wouldn't be able to tune in until about 9 o'clock.
Okay.
And this was a reason that it's kind of interesting. You could go to the movie theater and watch your teams back in the 60s. Baseball, football, whatever it was going on at that time period, Canada and the United States. So you could go in and watch your game, and there was no blackouts. And a lot of people would do that. And the theater would make money because they'd be selling popcorn and whatever else too. All the concessions were on top of that.
Absolutely.
So that did go on.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Are you suggesting shadiness? Awful. Just awful.
It was a machine called Edifor. It was a thing that would transmit anyways.
Yep.
Sorry.
So here's Baz's conspiracy. I like conspiracies of this type. Card ladder omits potential shill bids. They eliminate all shilling, and then eventually become the main hobby insider shiller who confirms their data.
Oh my gosh.
That's layers on layers, buddy. That's layers on layers.
Who confirms their data? Jeff does.
Ooh.
Oh, wow.
So Jeff will confirm their data, and then they confirm his data.
Yeah.
And then Ken Golden is the final arbiter
shilling?
of all
Are you
things.
shilling? Yes. Done. So easy.
Well, look, it'll be fine. Unless we have to go to the Supreme Court, that's Don West. Moving on.
Yeah.
Is he still alive?
Yes.
I think
Good.
so, yeah.
We need him back.
I think you should hang out with Golden again. They were a dream team back in the day. I noticed Ken Golden was on the Raging Librarian Patrick Bet-David show. Didn't watch it yet. No, hadn't heard that. Mind you, he does a ton of interviews, so I wouldn't be surprised.
Really? I didn't see that one.
No, I hadn't caught it. I was really surprised that card ladder guys lacked a significant knowledge base of baseball. They don't know very much about any sport other than basketball. Basketball, they know. They can talk about basketball for quite a period of time, but the other sports they don't really have too much knowledge on.
What was the name of his thing? Of LeBron didn't he have a thing? A site?
Are you talking about Cardboard Chronicles?
No, I was thinking
House of Jordans?
House of Jordans.
Yeah. So House of Jordans is Chris and Cardboard Chronicles is Josh. But it's all basketball heavy.
It's all basketball.
Yeah, if it's basketball, they're fine. But the other sports, nah. Like I said, it's not meant to just pick on them. But I said the whole idea when they went to their whole marketing campaign where they basically came up with the nicest version of an eBay completed auction, a sale confirmer. And by the way, it works well. To be clear, it works well. I like it for what it is. I need those profiles though, because I would like to have some more of the Sotos so that I can compare them to each other more easily. Like it makes my life easier to be able to then do that comparison for my purposes. Like, no, I need you to build those profiles properly, fully. If I just want to see completed auctions, well, I can do that. That's easy for me. Like I didn't need you for that. Obviously. Make yourself useful. And they've been able to talk their way into acquisition. I think collectors' main objective with that is that the underlying technology and being able to scrape the data is actually quite useful. That information will actually be good for them to enhance their current offerings where they're going to do it into the existing apps. That's where I think they're going to get some value out of it. As far as the knowledge base of the founders, that's not really that important. It's just the underlying, as long as the underlying technology can be transferred over to these various things easily, which I think it can, they'll be fine. I like that Baz suggests the Don't Worry, Be Happy song as a potential theme. I like that.
There you go.
It's a good one. My Carlos Sr. had a little plaque that had a fish on it that would sing that song.
Oh, I know.
Because that's kind of annoying nickname. Yeah, 100%. He totally had that in the garage. Yeah, Carlotta don't know much
we
about
all had
sports.
one.
Yeah, Carlotta don't know much about sports. Jeff Wilson doesn't know much sports either, but at least he's aware of what's going on multiple sources. Yeah, he does his job.
Well,
They don't have to know about sports to run those companies. It's
and
not
I
necessary.
know that one doesn't automatically equal the other, but his sister, Jeff's sister,
Works in sports.
is a known sportscaster in
Yeah.
Florida, I believe, like
Yep.
well-known sportscaster in Florida.
Yeah, so funny enough, Jeff
And she
Wilson's
works with
sister
him.
probably has the
No,
most sports
more.
knowledge out of all of them.
Yeah.
He's calling up, hey sis.
Well,
What do you know about-
she does work with him. She's been on the show and does segments for him and commercials and things like that with him. So she is involved in this whole company of his, this aspect of this particular company of his.
She's pretty, isn't she?
I think she is. Yeah.
I would argue yes. Yeah, I think it's reasonable to suggest such a thing.
I do not find her difficult to look
That
at.
was a very complicated way of just saying yes.
Yes. Pretty
Moving
much.
on.
Yeah.
Dealer in New Jersey sold in the 80s, sold thousands of fake manuals. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, 100%.
That's what the guy was in New Jersey. Yeah.
Yeah, many were clean and went downhill. Yep, that's fair enough, Dave. I think it was Operation Bullpen. Yes, you might be right.
Bullpen,
You might be
bullpen.
right. Thank you. Yeah, and
I know it was
confirmation.
some stupid baseball analogy.
Always.
Love the baseball. Remember in old Tough Stuff, they claimed that 5% of Jordan autos at National were legit. That could very well be. Like I said, the
Really?
autographs was very pervasive. It was really bad. For
now
quite a
there's
while,
a-
it was really bad.
There's a good old magazine. This Tough Stuff. They were sort of the
They did a good job.
second drop down from Beckett, but I used to really enjoy it because they did all this in one magazine, which was nice.
There were time periods, like I never subscribed to any of them because I just didn't want to commit the cost. But at the same time, I would go to the newsstand and
pick
I would
up
grab a Tough Stuff,
once
grab
a
a
year.
Beckett. Yeah, and even grab the Canadian Sports Card magazine, the one you
That was actually good.
Yeah, so I try to grab different ones where I could here and there. Not every month necessarily because it wasn't necessary, but I try to grab them. And some of them, like I said, to your point, had really good articles. Like there was some good information in there sometimes. And
There's
was
another
worthwhile.
one too. I forget.
Sports Collectors Digest, where
No,
they actually
no.
wrote articles.
This was out of BC. It was a Canadian publication. It didn't last long. It lasted about a year. I don't know if can't remember the name, but it'll come to me
Would
eventually.
this have been in the early 90s or late 80s?
No, it was in late 90s.
Oh, late 90s. Okay.
Early 2000s, sorry.
Okay.
Early
I grabbed anything I could because
2007?
before the internet or the early beginnings of the internet, there was no other information really available to you
Yeah.
other than Tough Stuff, Beckett, and other types of magazines like that. And
Yeah.
So
SCD was good, always good, but
I would grab anything I could get my hands on, whether it was a subscription or I walked by it in the aisle of the store. Anything, it was great.
World was another one, another magazine. It was sort of bipartisan of the hockey news, sort of ish.
Okay.
Big newspaper. It came out to the late 80s, mid 90s to the 99, 2000.
Okay.
Then they had their own price guide and everything. In the
I have
back.
to think about it because I'm sure I ran across it, but it doesn't ring a bell. I'm sure I ran across it because I tried to get whatever I could that fell into that category because it was what I was looking for. I've shared before that Uncle's Printing Company, Toronto area, printed all the 79 to 8 O-Pee-Chee cards. We used to throw darts at full sheets, as you should. Deservedly so.
No, it was out of London. The name of the company was. That's a good one.
So put in the company that you're thinking about, Bass, and then Bobby can corroborate with what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Okay. So Josh here says, you mean to tell me that if you started the hobby in 2020 doesn't make you a veteran hobbyist if you have a YouTube channel? Afraid not. 2020 is hobby goat status. That is a fact. Did I miss an Eric rant about baseball blackouts? Oh, he's very passionate about this.
I mean,
Was
the epic.
Oh,
rant
hold
was-
on. Tell him about that. Go.
It was
Anyway, moving on. Sometimes these kids make it easy for me. They really do. Did you have anything else you wanted to add?
I hate baseball.
There you go.
It hates you too. It hates you too. Don't worry. So Bob here gives an update on Don West. West announced that he had diagnosed with a brain lymphoma. That's unfortunate.
Oh,
that's very
wow.
sad.
That's
very
I don't
sad.
Like that.
That's very
I don't
sad.
like to hear that.
Not cool. Don't like that. We like to have fun with Don West. We're not. You can tell when I'm being mean. No, we like to have fun with Don West. We enjoy Don West's shtick.
I think he brought a lot of attention to the hobby, and if people who didn't even have a clue about card collecting or any interest, this guy became cult status, and people, what is this guy screaming about, and why is he so excited? And I don't know. I think he was a lot of fun at his height, and I think he was good for the hobby. I don't particularly liked everything he was selling.
Yeah,
whatever. But
he was QVC. Like at the end of the day, he was a carnival barker. He was the modern day carnival barker. His job was to get you to pay attention, keep watching, and hopefully buy something.
And
that was his job.
The hell out of me.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like
never bought a thing.
It was shtick. Some people would tune in just to watch the shtick.
Yep.
And like that's kind of why. So maybe actually after I read a couple more of these comments, I want to get back to like a general theme that maybe will become my theme over the next couple of videos that I want to keep underlining over and over again, along with the jadedness. The hobby's not that serious. Have some fun. This stuff's supposed to be fun. Like, I can make fun of all this junk. It's like, I don't care. I don't lose any sleep over it. Just have fun, guys. It's supposed to be fun. It's not that serious. It never was. If Will Smith gets a 10-year ban, how can you go about getting some content creators banned? Well, according to Chris, we can unsubscribe to all of them. So that's the start.
Or slap them.
There you go. We can slap them. That's true. Happy the old Yanks spank Eric's Red Sox today in the late opener. There you go.
I don't care.
Yep. Sounds like market movers are the first to scanning a label to bring up sales history. Yeah, they did incorporate that into the app a little bit, which is a neat feature. It's good for them. So Bob here's talking about the intro song, the little bit at the beginning. I don't know what it's called. If that's the case, then great. It's basically one of the ones that YouTube provides because they've got some royalty-free music. Yes. I tried to pick one that I thought would be fun to include in the countdown. So yeah, if there's some lyrics, I'm not familiar with them, but I'll take Bob's word for it. Is Bobby talking about the Hobby Insider magazine? I don't think it's that one, right? That was with the forum. I don't think that's the one you're referring to. They did have a magazine, I think, for a bit. I just don't remember. It's been a while.
I think it was. It was. Oh, I'm drawing a blank. All
right.
Was that out of BC? I have to ask him.
Well, I don't remember who it was. It was whoever owned the forum before.
The guy.
Yeah, it was whoever owned the forum before Jeremy bought it. So I don't remember where it would have been based out of.
I remember that guy. I remember. Yeah. He was the guy, and then he started out doing something after that. And I think that's the. Was it Hobby Insider? It doesn't. That rings a bell.
There you go. Looks like it was called Insider's Edge.
There it is. Insider's Edge.
So I think was the Hobby Insider one. That was the Hobby Insider one.
That lasted a year.
Yeah. It was based off of forums, so I'm impressed it even lasted that long. Yeah,
because he wanted me to write for him there, and I just said,
the Hockey News one, yeah.
That was 2009, was it not?
Possibly rings a bell. I do remember it. But
it was 2009 because I was finished writing with Beckett or CSC.
Okay,
maybe 2010.
Gotcha. All right, so think investigation foul ball led to Operation Bullpen. Yeah, I gotcha. Okay, that probably sounds about right.
Well, the foul ball ends up in the bullpen.
Yeah, exactly. So what are your thoughts on the big sales and singles for WWE Prism release? What a coincidence. I might have made a video that got published just before this live stream. But I'll give you the short version. I think some of them I think there's shenanigans on some of them. I think some of them are going really high, though. Like, you got to take a look. My suggestion, and I did it in the video. If you check out the video afterwards or whatever, check it out. Because I actually go into one, and I specifically open up the bid history, and I tell you exactly what I'm looking at. Like, it's right on the screen, but I also pointed out directly what it is. If you're seeing a lot of low feedback bidders doing a lot of suspicious activity and you see a ton of bids because of that, be very suspicious of the comp. Super suspicious of the comp. However, on some buy it now best offers, I'm seeing some big numbers. A buy about now best offer, you can't really mess with it the same way. So those ones I'm probably more inclined to give more legitimacy to. And there are some big numbers that are falling out of whack. And in the video, my main point is falling out of whack with equivalent Topps Chrome ones from the year before, which makes no sense. The difference is not as big as those discrepancies are showing. So those are kind of my general thoughts on that.
It's hard to tell in the investment world more so than it was before this all happened. It's a little easier to track and see.
Yeah.
See it noted.
But the point of a video like that is not to like be the definitive final word, but it's to give an education. It's like, this is what I'm looking at. This is what I'm looking for. That's why I say with the shilling, I try to give actionable things. With this thing, yeah, it's another kind of similar situation, but I'm showing you exactly what I'm looking at. I'm talking you through what I'm looking at. And I'm giving you, these are the concerns I have. These are the red flags. Keep an eye on that. And hopefully that's helpful.
Lessons are learned here.
Yeah. Hopefully that's helpful. # scholarship. You got to keep the scholarship folks happy. The Jays managed to come back and take the lead over the Ranger, being down 6-0. Nice. Hopefully, you have to let me know if Vladdy's homering. I got to keep an eye on that guy. I still got a lot of Vladdy juniors.
the first game's not even done. How's Vladdy doing?
Hey, Soto already homered in the first game. We're good.
How's Vladdy doing? I got cards here. I don't know.
I have extra ones that I still need to move, Bobby. I want a hot start. Give me. Listen. I am a couple of Vladdy homers away from paying for that air conditioner.
Mortgage.
Like we're getting closer. We're getting closer. Every single successful look, I already sold
home run will get you that much.
I already sold one of the Vladdies for over 700. Like and I paid less than 100 all told in that I had into it. So it's like, guys, I just need a hot start, Vladdy. Let's go.
Yeah, hot start is good.
Absolutely. So new bar graphics in GTA area. So there you go. Does that ring a bell? Any of that?
No.
I'm not familiar with it.
It's like a common name like Nicholson or some kind of name like that. I just can't remember their name now. So many companies. But yeah, they use the one out of London. I can almost go. I'm going to look up. I think I wrote it in an article on a Peachy I did.
All right. Sounds good.
I'll look that up.
So the
if there was only a website, if someone created one that you could go to look up these types of questions.
Oh, you know what? Actually, Eric, thank you for letting me know. Thank you for reminding me. Okay. Bobby was letting me know. So everyone, ignore this part. So Eric, I think he's going to have it early 2023, possibly 2024. For everybody else, probably by default. But for Eric, 2023, 2024-ish. That's what we're looking at.
Oh, God. All right.
But,
I'll be patient.
To be honest, September 1st is when we're going to release it, be it ready or not. We had to push it because we're adding all the pictures. You know, I started going through all the pictures of, if you just take the stamps from the 70s alone, like the Eddie Sargent, the Esso, and the, what's the other one? Lipton, sorry, not the Lipton soup, the Loblaws. Okay. It's like 396... 280, 3 years of 300. Oh my gosh! You know how many scans that is? Mm-hmm. And then you got to scan it, and then you have to save it that as the name, and then you have to go back and straighten out the scan because it has to be perfect, and then you have to go back in and crop it because all their different programs. So multiply that times 4, just what I said, just to get a few stamp sets out there. Add all the other cards in later and everything else. So it's like. I've been working on that and all the panels that they came in. All the panels have to be there. Mm-hmm. Oh man, I was just sitting here going, what happened?
I have all but one. I have all the 70 Sergeant stamps. I have every panel still intact in the cellophane except for the Bobby Orr one, which I can't find.
I know it's been elusive, yeah.
But I've only seen it up for sale once, and I got outbid.
It used to be around so much, and I guess since the height in the marketplace, I guess it's taken a lot of the Bobby Orrs and obviously Wayne Gretzky's out of the picture for a lot of people. Stuff that's in the original package or something like that,
Well, if there's a limited supply, there's plenty of incentive to take it out of circulation and steadily push up the price indirectly. The longer it's out of the market, the higher you can push the price when one does decide to crop up.
And
it's a standard tactic.
You never know. And then sometimes it's it's flood. Like there's one guy lists a set, then the other guy lists a set because the last one went for a lot, and then they all come out, and then there's nothing for like 8 months or a year, and then you go, it's like the bobbleheads. There's a bobblehead, it's kind of a Gordie Howe face. It came out in '67 or '69, and they generally I booked them for $1,200. So my friend's watching this really nice one. He goes, well, I got a crummy one. I'm going to upgrade. And I said, okay, great. He goes, what's it go for? I said, about $1,200 US. He goes, okay, no problem. It ended up going for $3,500 US. Now, what I've been noticing in the last year, just this last year, that bobbleheads are hot again. So all the bobblehead prices have been topping out at like the top prices, even beyond what I put prices on.
Okay.
So, and this is the way the road goes with, bobbleheads come and go like every year or two. They're hot as heck. They go crazy. But this $3,500 just for that bobblehead, I just went, wow. And see what happens when something doesn't come up for a long period of time. And how can you gear? I think it had to be shielded.
Ooh. Bring it full circle. Instead of content creator basketball games, cage matches. I like it, Friedman.
Ooh.
I always thought Don could have made a fortune selling stocks, probably.
That's the finest one.
Yep.
Yeah. Hold on.
And the finest.
Hold on.
And the finest.
Hold on.
And the finest.
Hold on.
And the finest one.
Do you think I have enough?
Well, can you go back to the second one?
You know, the funny part, there's two versions. There's the Canadian Eddie Sargent one that doesn't have the finest logo, and he doesn't have that one.
No, not yet.
Right.
But he has 5 of the others.
Yep. And I have, like I said, I have all the panels except for it just goes on and on. I got all of them.
Yep. So DAW Fulcher, good evening. I remember reading the first Beckett price guide, late 80s, early 90s, and thinking all the stuff was mint. The lessons learned. Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, for sure.
Our content creators trying to will and increase in HTC card value. Some of them are trying real hard. And you're going to see that. You're going to see themes, these cycles. But just think of this. And this is maybe a good, and we've kind of elaborated on this before, but I want to reiterate it. There's nothing inherently wrong with having a pecking order in these grades. To me, it creates an opportunity. You don't actually want them to level out. If an SGC 10 was the same as a PSA 10, was the same as a BGS 9.5, where's the win in that? There's an opportunity in arbitrage. There's an opportunity to get a superior card for a discount potentially. This is a good thing. This is not a bad thing. If you're a collector, why would you want parity? That would wreck the whole thing for you. If down the road it happens to go the other way and the SGC becomes more valuable, that's great. But like, I have no incentive in wanting that. If PSA is the one that's considered the market standard and most people like it, again, pointing out what I said earlier tonight, most of the people in the hobby are casual. They just accept it for what it is. You tell them PSA is the best, they roll with it. There's no objectivity to that, but guess what? That's advantageous for the collector who is knowledgeable, because then you can find an SGC 10 that is a nicer card. And as a collector, if that's what you want, you can get a nicer card, less expensive. Why is this bad? It is not to me. Sounds great. Sounds wonderful. So to me, it's an opportunity. Content creators that are trying to do that have their own agenda, which is fine. You're like, whatever. But I'm saying, like, no. Listen, I'm here to hold SGC down. It's like, you stay down there. Because that's an opportunity for us that are willing to look at that as an opportunity. I wouldn't hesitate to have an SGC card and buy one for my collection. Would I send it into them? Not at the current price point. They'd have to bring the price down for it to be more interesting for me. Or if I was doing some pre-war, certain specific types of cards, where it makes more sense, different conversation. It's card by card specific.
And you know why there's so many stamps out there in so few years there? Like 69, the O-Pee-Chee had the stamps on the back, and the tops too as well. The insert stamps. And, we had the SO and all the other ones. It's stamp collecting. See, that's the era of when really things started to explode. Like I said, my files were biggest in 70 and 71. That's when everything started to explode. And I think a lot of people from the stamp collecting mentality, or their parents might have bought those albums going, well, hey, they're stamps, right? So, hey, they're kind of like new stamps, like the old stamp collector, so this was sort of a new thing. And they were so popular, it was unbelievable. More popular than cards, even at that time. The stamp booklets, people were coming to, it was hot. Trust me. Everybody up in Canada, unfortunately, you guys didn't have the ESO. But after that, the Eddie Sargents did get some popularity, I guess, at some time. But anyways, it was just that timing. And stamps kind of faded out, and booklets and our hockey stamps came in. Kind of worked out well.
Thank you for the update, Josh. It's a good start. Why not? That's not too bad. So let me read this one here. Don't knock us, you see. It's not Beckett. We love Beckett, though. Love. Do I think CSG registry competition will draw any interest? It's going to be tough. PSA kind of has a lockdown on it. There's a lot of cards already in those holders. It's late. If you needed to start with that day one and hope for the best. Hope you get a lot of stuff in. You needed to be ready. Honestly, SGC, I think people forget, SGC at one point had a registry.
They did.
Early on, and then it went away, and then I guess it kind of came back. But they did have it, because I remember I had some T206 cards, and I put it in the registry temporarily just to scan the barcode. But they missed out on an opportunity. They should have kept it.
And that's a long time ago, too.
It was, I know, but that's what I mean is if they had kept it, there would be some really nice
laughing
T206 sets. There'd be some nice T206 sets, some caramel cards. A lot of vintage would have been in those holders, and they would have been able to contain and maintain that segment of the market for themselves by having the registry. The registry does a lot for PSA. That's the reason why the question earlier tonight is, was there an incentive? Will PSA drop the price below 100? Yes, of course. And they will offer, I almost guarantee, this is no insider information, just common sense. They will offer a PSA set registry, either specials or certain opportunities that are directly pertaining to the registry that will be very nice. Very nice for those that like to finish their set registry sets. They will make that. But it'll be tied directly to the registry. It's not going to be your brand new Prism basketball cards. It's like, no. Registry cards, yes. Quarterly specials, possibly, like the old days. Yes. Yeah. Very specific things where they can control what comes in. It's going to be based on that.
Well, I guess CSG came in because they just released a new header. So I think they're kind of going, well, if we're going to start going forward, people are going to send their stuff back in. Let's go forward with that. And it's kind of a good way to group them both together. Yeah. You got to start at some place. Like zeros, inertia is everything. And I think they'll have a very slow start. But at least if they're looking 5-10 years down the road, they'll be good. Like SGC would have been great. Like today, they'd be like, there'd be competition somewhat to a degree with PSA. Yeah. But they I don't know. They started and I don't know what happened. Yeah, I do remember that though.
Yeah, the good news for CSG is that they have graded, I think, 700,000 cards so far, which is not terrible for not being around that long. Like they got started not that long ago. They've actually graded a decent amount of cards. That's pretty good. Yeah, their capacity is not bad. All things considered, their capacity is not half bad. They're just going to have to continue to be consistent. Those modifications they made are nice. The fact they scan all the cards is nice. There's a lot of little things they're doing well. They still have a fairly affordable bulk service still.
They could catch up to Beckett, I believe.
They could do, yeah. They could position themselves right now. In my opinion, there is a good market to be had by being a strong, solid number 2 right now. There is nothing wrong with that. In this space, there's plenty of business to be had if you're a strong, solid number 2.
Well, I think SGC is going to be 2. Is the 2
probably
between them and Beckett? But Beckett's faltering and flowing.
That's what I mean. So like, there's an opportunity to you.
CSG can come up over in the next 5 years past them.
There's an opportunity. Like, I keep chugging away at it.
One of the things that Beckett said at the collective is exactly what I have been saying they need to do. Yeah, it sounds as if they're going to blow everything up and they're going to make major changes. They're adding things to the service. They are going to revamp their website. We'll see, because I don't trust anything they have to say.
They have problem with their holders and problem with the
it's just the whole company's garbage, and it sounds as if they're realizing that, and they're going to try to do something about it. But I don't trust anything they have to say, and the proof is in the pudding, and we'll have to wait and see. But that's what he spoke about at the Mint. Jeremy did, and talked about all of it. He acknowledged the website needs to be redone, and the holders need to be fixed, and this needs to change. And then we're going to have a vault, and we're going to have all this stuff, and
they're putting too many things forward without fixing the things in the past, which is not a good move for them.
No,
and I think people can see the writing on the wall for that. And they had kept quiet for how long, Carlos? Like it was 6 months at least that they really never said anything.
More, they didn't even give updates on the forged holders.
I know, yeah.
Like that was like a major issue for them at that moment.
Today.
There's like, it's like, do you want to talk about the forged holders? Absolutely not.
No.
Okay.
And now they're coming in. We got to have a registry.
Yep.
We're going to have this. Yep. We're going to. Well, what about the other stuff?
Yeah. So I see your question here, DR. I'm going to come back to it in 2 seconds. I think it's a good topic of discussion. I just want to finish a couple of these comments and a couple of these thoughts here. So do content creators pump and dump graded companies? 100%. There's certain ones that like it. Now, mind you, it's not necessarily just pump and dump. Don't forget, there's also ones where like some of them their brand basically is to bash PSA. So they'll support almost any other one. And if they show them any love, they give them any insight, anything, it's like all of a sudden we're friends for life until the next deal comes along. So there is an element of that too. It's not even just pump and dump. It's just like PSA bashing was a very popular genre in the space for quite a while. And we always tried to kind of do the balance. Like, yeah, it's not good. But like, I understand why they ended up in that spot. I also understand they changed management. I also understand they've done a bunch of things. I guarantee you their processes were antiquated.
Yep.
I guarantee it. So if you're going to fix it, you got a lot of work to do. It's probably more than people think in order to fix the problems that they probably had. closing the door sooner would have been good. Absolutely. I think in retrospect, they would agree with you. But at the same time, it's like, I understand that once you didn't, you created this problem. Now you have to work your way out of it.
Yes.
I have a
They are completely at fault at that.
Absolutely.
I have to. I,
100%, 100%. I agree. I have a question about PSA and what you think about this theory, of course, and it goes back to the whole July 1st thing.
Okay.
So
forward.
PSA,
Good evening, Tom.
from what I understand, having never ever once sent any card in to get graded. I purchase graded cards.
Mhm.
I don't send them in. Never have to any company. So from what I understand, no one really had a problem with PSA's prices, their returns, their grading. Well, everyone complains about the grades when they get them, of course.
Yeah,
it's not
if they don't
a
like
10, if it's not a 10, everyone's pissed. But as a rule, COVID hit, the onslaught began, everything went through the roof. When it comes back down and things go back to close to normal or just a little bit above, I think PSA is going to be like, why did we just open up different sites and purchase new buildings and expand our employment? And I think they're going to be in trouble. I think in the next couple of years, they're going to be like, oh yeah, all those millions of dollars we just spent expanding really isn't necessary. We were 100% fine pre-COVID and before the explosion. The explosion happened, we got screwed. We expanded because of it. Everything comes back to, we'll say, normal. They don't need everything that they're putting into place, and I think they're going to be in financial trouble.
Oh, they only have a 2-year lease from the building. They can see from space, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's important that you can see from space. It's crucial.
It is. Yeah.
Yeah.
And the hundreds and hundreds of people that they've hired since the explosion, they're all going to be out of work. They're all going to get laid off.
Yeah, that's the way it works with minimum wage workers, right?
So
supply and demand.
I just if I was running PSA, I guess I wouldn't have hit the accelerator so quick and tried to look ahead in the future.
Oh dear God! With a 14, 15 million card backlog, you wouldn't hire. You sit there like, we'll figure it out. Bob, I need you to grade faster.
No. You had to hire.
Luber.
You had to hire to get through this.
Mm-hmm.
I'm talking about opening up an East Coast office, a huge building, and buying equipment, buying office space, furniture, with everything else, and then hire employees on the East Coast. I think they're gonna regret that in the future.
You know that the East Coast operation is probably cheaper to run than the West Coast one. If they needed to save money, they could just close the West Coast one.
Huge.
But
Actually,
and just run it out of the East Coast.
And that's what they may end up doing. But is it?
Or go to Vegas.
If everything was if everything was fine before,
Vegas.
What is going to happen?
I'll talk to Brad. We'll get a nice big house, like a nice with like a big pool and like a whole thing. It'll be awesome.
All these people who expanded their business, I ComC, PSA, I think they're going to be in trouble in the future, in the short future. In the next 1 to 2 years, they're going to be like, oh, where did all that money go that was coming in that we expected to pay for all the expansion? And
they're making it on the cards. Don't worry.
Also, just a quick side note, they received recently like another $100 million in direct investment, based on a $4 billion valuation for a company they bought for $800 million. On paper, they've actually 5x their investment already.
And they have to. When they added the upcharge, that is one of the greatest. I think it's the biggest ripoff, but it's one of the greatest things they've ever done.
Yeah.
That made them more money than they've ever made any other time, because grading at $12 a card wasn't getting it, wasn't cutting it. As soon as they added that value-added extra amount service, they catapulted themselves through the roof, and they grew too fast. I think a little too fast. They got a little greedy there, and that's what happened with taking too many parcels in, and they should have shut the doors weeks before, months before. But that's fine. So they have this money that they're making hand over fist at this point in time, why do they care?
Yeah. I think I should also point out that collectors, not PSA, collectors
Mm-hmm.
is more pieces than PSA.
Right.
We none of us have spent any time really looking at what PCGS and some of the other components are doing because they've been running this whole time. They're
Yeah.
doing their thing. So so remember, when you're a more diversified portfolio,
Mm-hmm.
you can operate in the space and do a whole bunch of other stuff. So for them, it's like, okay, so let's say Eric's thing plays out. It's like, oh, but why haven't you shut down the offices? We're still making money on this,
But then
and this.
you're stealing from Peter to pay Paul, and
Collectors is one big company. As long as collectors makes money, then you refine and tweak inside. But it doesn't, you're not de-incentivized. It's much easier in that scenario you're outlining to then crush one of the small guys. Take their market share and just boom. Okay, or slow down. Okay, so now you no longer exist, SGC. Goodbye.
Yeah, it's not the
Let's get rid
baby
of you.
gap, not the baby gaps that make money in the outskirts of town. It's all fed off of the main baby gap.
But you can, if they wanted to throw the hammer at it, they can throw a money hammer and just crush their opposition that way. And then basically, they don't have to create a monopoly. They can leave a couple alive and then just be like, we own 90% of the market. And then whatever market there is, we own 90% of it. And that is enough to self-sustain. And the rest of the pieces can do their own thing. It's just a matter of how they want to play it. Now, based on that, this question here from DR, I wanted to make sure I included it. So if we gave Eric $500,000 and he has to start a sports card related business, it would probably be a sports card bomb shelter. Does that sound about right?
oh yeah, absolutely.
Bobby, 500,000. You could finish your site like 2 weeks earlier.
Maybe I'd have to hire 4,700. Yeah, I could do it.
Yeah, 500,000. Is there any business if you had 500,000 in capital to start a sports card related business venture, any category, any segment you want? Is there anything that would strike you?
Not business wise. I think I'd open a shop and just have some fun.
Well, the shop would be a
Buy a
business.
building.
The shop would be a business.
Business, live upstairs, life's good.
All
Write
right.
articles, do whatever. Yeah, that's about it. Just to be humble in that aspect of things. I'm not 20 years old. I'm not looking to, run like these young kids are running hard, trying to figure out what they wanted to do in this hobby. I've kind of done my stuff for the hobby. I'm just kind of at the tail end where I'm relaxing, enjoying. I've seen so many things over the years, so I'm good with that. I'm at the retirement stage, so to speak, but I'm still keeping up with stuff, so no big deal.
I think a lot of the good ideas that you could do with 500,000 have passed. If we were earlier on for 500,000, I probably would have angled for setting up some things related to some of the the penny sleeves, the top loaders and things. Now everybody and their brother's done it.
Oh yeah.
So, but earlier, if you had 500,000, you were going to start a hobby related business. I would be focusing on top loaders, semi-rigids. Like if you could have nice ones that people like and were useful, you could actually do very well on that. Because for a little while, those accessories were gold. One touches and the like.
And even before, like all the new accessories that are coming out, and look at Slab Strong, we can talk about Tim and what have you. All these new things and products that have come in of late are great, but we lacked them so many years ago. It's just like going back to the days before we had 9-pocket pages. I had mine in a bag. You saw my picture in 1970. I'm holding my cards. Yeah. They got banged and dung around. Yeah, pretty good.
But I think there was a moment in time there where we were really short and a lot of supplies. A supply related business could have done very well if you timed it well.
Would you be talking about Canadian made or American made?
It would just depend what was available at the time because plastic was challenged to get, but it's not like nobody could because a bunch of folks did start up businesses like that one after another. So it's timing. At this very moment in time, it would be really tricky. I would almost be inclined to take the 500,000 and be like, let me apply what I do know about the market to make some very smart purchases.
I don't consider cards.
Exactly. But I don't consider that to be a business venture as much as arbitrage. That's good old fashioned, just make some smart buys and then flip it. It'd be a flipping business, but it's not really. 500,000 is a lot of liquidity to be very creative. It gives you a chance to play short term and long term. You can play.
It takes money to make money. Yes, correct. Exactly. You can make money in the small end of things, but you're flipping things that up to 2, 3, 4 grand maybe. But when you get into the 40, 50 grand, those guys are making triple. Triple of 4,000 is nothing compared to triple of 50,000, right?
Yeah.
So
even if you're being fairly modest and not trying to be overly aggressive with your margins, if you're making 20, 30, 40% per deal, consistently.
Yeah.
500,000 gets you you can make that $1 million very quickly in very short order with some wise purchases. You really could.
But to answer your question, if I had to invest in a business other than a personal sports card shop, no, there's no business venture I could see myself getting into.
Yeah.
I don't think there's anything that needs to be sort of new that I can think of.
Yeah. It would be really
Going
tricky.
forward.
It would be really boring stuff, would be kind of my answer. And then Eric's got his bomb shelter. So,
You know,
I think we're
maybe an NFT holder or something.
ooh,
Yes.
NFT holder. That'd be good.
I
Yeah.
don't know.
Yeah.
Something
That's
like
not
that.
bad. That's not bad. You could
In a
get Tim on.
wallet.
We need a slab strong NFT holder.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah.
By
and
the
clear.
way,
It's clear.
I'll be with that.
Getting one of those silly ass hats?
Yes.
I will be with that Providence meathead tomorrow.
And get your silly ass hat?
No, I will not get a silly ass hat. I have
Oh, yeah.
asked, as his fiance have asked for hats similar to this, kind of the soft top that you could bend the brim, not one of these straight up flat brims, and not that big thing. None of that. His fiance and I both want hats, like this that we could wear.
Well, you have a hat.
I have lots of hats. I have way too many.
Oh, you want a slab strong hat.
Yeah, I want one that says Slabstrong on it so I can go to shows and promote his product for him. But I'm not wearing that. Darn
Think of how
helmet.
well you could promote it
baseballs.
with a hat you can borderline see from space.
No,
I'll
No.
get you a VHC one soon. It'll be similar to that.
There you go.
absolutely.
You're going to get the big one, Bobby.
Yeah.
You can make Eric wear it. Just get one and put it on your table.
I am too old to rock that hat. I'll tell you.
Hey, I'll tell you this. If
Well, you're thinking about this the wrong way. A lot of times when you're older, it's like, I don't care. It's like, you can,
I
it's
do
like
care. I'm sorry. I'm not that old.
so you're still in the vanity portion of the
I'm
guy.
25 here. You know.
Okay,
I'm
gotcha.
not-
It's like
I'm not-
Bobby's too cool for the silly ass hat. yet.
yeah, come on. We're not
I
going
will wear that all through Toronto shows for
that might
you
be worth the investment.
if I could get in on Wednesday
Uh-huh.
and not have to pay admittance fee and get the VIP package and the deal that the dealers who get tables and stuff, and I will be your
You'll
billboard.
get the VIP.
I have a question. Like, so
I will
when
be
did
your
Eric think this was a
billboard.
negotiation? When did Eric think this was a negotiation?
As soon as
He should be so honored to wear the silly ass Burrell hat.
I would. And we don't get these deals. Like, you get 2 free passes plus your booth. Like, each booth gets 2 passes. So you got 2 people, you get
Right.
2 passes. You can buy an extra pass for other additional help. But
Is it full price, or do you get a
VIP
discount?
No, you pay the full
For the extra one?
It's $25.
Oh, okay, that's not too bad. It's not
Hey,
bad.
So it's
just-
for the weekend, but it
Yeah.
might be more now because it used to be 3 days. Now it's kind
4.
of 4 technically.
Yeah.
I
So
guess
it
I
might be
thought
more,
you carried
I
more
know.
weight.
I carry enough weight. Trust me. brother.
Wow.
And unfortunately, we don't. You don't get any benefits. I get a few little personal benefit perks, but I mean nothing beyond getting deals on VIP packages. Like
Well, I guess
Nobody
you're gonna have
does.
to come out of your pocket then.
oh yeah, sure. Just to see you wear that, and the hat cost me 150, was it?
I don't remember. Like, I know it was like a flat rate for the hat, and then for the embroidering or whatever, there's an
About
added cost.
150, 200 bucks.
It's got to be something like that. Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
We'll have to get it into the slab strong budget. Maybe we'll see if we can borrow it from Geoff.
Yeah.
And I'll make it in pink, and then you'll wear it.
Whatever you want, man.
I like
I
that.
don't care.
Or
Yep.
rainbow,
I'm in a whole nother country. No, what do I care?
a whole nother country.
A whole other country, and all of a sudden, local Massachusetts television, local man, where's this silly ass hat in Toronto? International incident is forthcoming.
Yeah.
Yes.
Gets his ass kicked by a bunch of Canucks.
Deservedly so.
Yeah.
All right, there are 1,000 collective collection of
They all
10,000.
look like
100,000.
Yannick.
He's like all of a sudden.
Gene eater.
That's right. That's right.
The bikers are here.
Yeah. There are 1,000 collectors, a collection of 10,000, 100,000 cards, many with 10,000 cards worth 75 to 500 if in PSA 10. When and how could one ever get the size mass graded? I think those days have passed. I
Yeah.
do think bulk grading will be available again. I don't think I'd want to grade those many cards unless you had a really good reason for it. That would just be my opinion on that, Bez. At this point, I think you will eventually have the opportunity. That's why I said I'm looking at the set registry, because there will be folks that want to grade a bunch to fill in their set registry sets. That's why I totally see that being viable for them. For them, maybe that $10 option will be available again, and that could work for those guys.
And what I see for larger people who do, if they do that Carlos, I think that a lot of guys will join a registry just so they can send in the mass
Yeah,
cards.
and I don't think PSA cares as long as it follows. Like basically, they're putting a condition. Can you find clever ways around it? Yes, but you got to do the extra work, and most people won't. So that's really
No,
important.
most won't, yes. But the
Yes.
bigger ones will. They'll go, hey, all we have to do is sustain a set. We can keep that on, no problem.
It just
And we'll
means
keep
that it also
hammering
means
it.
though that it also means though the PSA will just have to make sure to carefully cultivate and call the registry. They'll have to
I think
control
they'll
what
limit.
falls in.
I think they'll limit the cards that can be submitted.
Correct.
You know, I collect Nolan Ryan. Well, so why am I sending in 10,000 Nolan Ryan rookies? Like,
That's right. That's what I mean. They'll have little ways. They'll have caveats in there. Like they're not going to let people get away with murder on that.
no.
So there you go. Yankees won. Hope springs eternal. I remember it was PSA versus ASA. There you go.
ASA. Oh my God.
Yeah. SGC gave back at the razor's edge, and PSA followed with a Hogan leg drop. Like it. CSG is eventually going to be number 2. They've got a chance. It took me a little while to
I
get
don't
to
know.
it.
I don't know if CSG is going to pass SGC.
It'd be really tough, yeah.
I believe it's the
SGC, I
number
think, is in a
3.
really good spot. SGC is in a good spot. Like, I feel like they're right now in position A to hold that number 2 spot comfortably. But again, there's room. There's enough space, honestly. If you get into that top 2 or 3, you're probably all right. You'll be
Well, I
fine.
still wouldn't rule out Beckett. I still think they're kind of number 2.
They've still got
SGC
brand
is like-
equity.
it's
They've
like-
still got brand equity. They've hurt themselves, but they've still got brand equity.
Yeah.
Can I get in? I'll think about it. Good luck, Justin. Correct statement. Since many new collectors are too behind the PSA start registry and PSA pricing so high currently, I don't think the PSA registry honestly has really grown much. No, it hasn't grown, but I think there's folks that are going to still want. They were already invested. If they're already invested in it, they're basically waiting right now. They're trying to be patient, right? So they're trying their best to wait for the moment. So we'll see what happens with it. Again, I got to see what happens when they decide to do it. So we'll go with it. Carlos used to be a man of the people. Debatable. Truly debatable. Do you remember listening to the part where I refer to people as peasants, right? The peasants speech? Do I have to explain the peasant speech again? Think about that carefully. Does this happen after July 1st? That's important. And you're not even buying Eric's July 1st BS and you want to be brought on? That's tough. This is exactly why PSA will have 12 to 15 services again. 4-set registry. I don't think general. I feel like 20 is going to be the number. I feel like 20 will end up being the number eventually for like regular kind of bulk submission. And then maybe like a 25, 30 if you want it slightly quicker. We're going to have to see what they do with it, but I wouldn't be surprised if that's the number. 15 will probably be with maybe group submitters and really large orders, like 10,000 plus cards, something like crazy like that. Let's see here. If only Brad had takes with the passion of Carlos and Eric. Brad had lots of hobby experience. He works for a company that works with PSA. I get obsesses about this, but he keeps forgetting that Brad literally works in a business that joins up with PSA. So commenting on the other graders makes no sense. I don't work with any of them, so I don't care. That's the difference. Big difference.
If I worked for one of the grading companies, I would not poke the bear or insult other companies that try to remain professional.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. All you got to do is look at Peter from SGC when he does his stuff. He's like, we know he's from SGC, but people ask him about PSA. They ask him about his competitors. What does he do? He basically says, they're doing their thing. We're doing our thing. His job at that point is to promote SGC. It's not to knock his competitors because that is not what's going to work for him in the long run. He's way better off being like, I can't comment on it, or if I am going to comment on it, it's going to be really sanitized. You're not getting, even if he hates one of them, you're never going to hear it from him ever.
Well, look what Nat Turner says. How many times in interviews have you heard him say, I have a lot of my collection and Beckett slabs, SGC slabs. He will show cards that, it's sometimes that he has that are worth lots of money that aren't in PSA slabs. I think that's the smart thing to do. I think if you just continue to hammer, your competition like that, you kind of look like I don't know what's the word I want to look for. I don't know, poor sport. I don't know what you want to call it, but I just think it's unprofessional, and you're stoking a fire that doesn't need to exist, especially if you're number one.
Well, yeah, but the other piece of it also is that I know most people don't get this when they're watching out for it, but most of those folks, people forget The hobby folks run in the same circles. They go to the same dinners. They don't have an antagonistic relationship with each other. They probably like, yep. They basically like they're facing the same challenges in a lot of cases. You know, they each have collectors that don't like them for whatever reason or knock them or whatever. They probably have more in common than they have apart because they're operating in the same space. So they probably get along more famously than a lot of people think about because they're like, no, we exchange notes, talk shop, like, hey, how are things going with you, whatever. And they're chatting with it. When I do include that link, you'll get a little bit of a taste of it because Peter was trying to like from time to time he would ask a couple of questions of the same guys in the panel just to I guess oh so that's how many graders you have, oh that's kind of interesting, okay. So like he's absorbing the information, he's learning from what they're saying and then taking that information and then giving his answer. His job is to promote SGC. Kevin Linne's job is to promote PSA. Jeremy's job is to antagonize Eric. They all have their place.
He does an awesome job.
They all understand exactly what they're trying to do. So that's their job and that's their goal. And that's just how it's played out. So the Zero Cool Jackass boxes closed at 101. Yep. They were never going to be as high as V-Friends. Two completely different things. Also, don't forget, they were printed 10 times as many. And Jackass is also kind of an old property. So like all these things together, I'm not shocked that it came out at a much lower rate. They printed 10 times as much. Literally 10 times. 1,000 boxes for the first one, 10,000 for the second one.
Did you see? And I don't know if it was. I think it was card porn, but they put up the different prices of the same Z-Friend cards.
Yeah.
You know, from last month, it was like $10,000.
Yeah, the show bidding one versus more normal. Yeah,
and then the one from this month was like $640.
Yeah.
The prices are falling through the roof.
Well, because the first set were shill bid. We're fairly confident they're pretty shill bid. So you could have made the first set 100,000 and you could make the second set $100 and it wouldn't shock me. The reality is there was no reason when they're $2,000 a box, even a $2,000 box with the amount of cards in it, there was no reason for it to be more than the price of a box.
Mm-hmm.
So like, again, you got to use a little bit of common sense in this. Like do a little math. That's why I gave that analogy with like, you can literally hit a buy it now on this for a fraction of this, and they're very close to each other. They're fairly equivalent. That's why I showed like apples to apples. Show them beside each other and be like, guys, do I have to explain this really? If I have to explain it, we got a problem. So let me check it out here. Brian Kingsley, good evening. Brian, it's been a bit. What's up? Cards still worth money? Some of them, maybe some of the other ones. Is the hobby still treading water? The thing is, some stuff is treading water, other stuff's going up. Other stuff's going down. Like it's always been. I think people spend their time fixating on a couple of items and then they're like, oh, everything's going down. No, it's not. I got shit that went up. I got stuff that I sold for more than I bought it for. Some of it I bought earlier. Some of it I bought later. It's not that difficult. It depends on the item. Depends on the situation. Depends on what you bought it for. All of that matters. Collectors goes public within the next 24 months, and those are the top cash in because they'll not be left holding the bag. They could. If they really wanted to, they could. Going public again is kind of it's not like flipping a switch. Going private and then going public is not as easy as it sounds, because then you'd have to do an IPO. Because in your theory, if there's an issue where they're left holding the bag, then the IPO would fail. It actually wouldn't work. It'd be the opposite. An IPO is not a magic elixir that suddenly brings up value. They have to have value at the time they're going with an IPO. Dustin and Brad were predicting around $200 a box. Yes, I do remember something like that, yeah. It's a shot in the dark. They actually weren't that far off. $200 box, $100 per box. So $100 per box meant they made, what is it? $1 million bucks? $1 million bucks?
How many cards in a pack there?
So it is 5 cards per pack, 10 packs per box, and 10,000 boxes produced.
Well, that's not bad. See, yeah. I like low production runs. I think they're more important to sustain the hobby.
Yeah.
Because then you know what's been printed and you know the rarities to a degree.
Yeah. Well, the whole point of the Zero Cool thing is that they disclose the print runs. The whole point is they make very clear, this is how many boxes we got. This is how many we're going to release. This is what, and then the people can choose their price that they're happy with. Also, to be fair, Jackass, again, is kind of an old property. Like Jackass would have been really popular years ago. Like now it's like,
well, they just put out a new movie.
Yeah,
I know,
it's
but
all
like
now.
I think a lot of the air has gone.
And
on
they
those
all
tires.
have gray hair and
Yeah,
everything.
like,
It's like
I think a lot
all
of the
these
air-
old guys doing dumb shit.
Yeah, they're really Johnny Knoxville was also at WrestleMania, and he was like a D-list celebrity. Like they were trying to, we're stretching celebrity here really
He
hard.
was never an A-list. Trust
Yeah.
me.
I have for those in the chat. Is there anyone in the chat that would pay money for a card with one of the guys from Jackass bent over, butt naked, with a firecracker in his ass?
That was one of the best ones.
I mean,
Well, he's asking because he wants to know if he can get it without shilling. He wants to know he can get it without shilling because he needs to frame it behind him.
yeah, I do. That would be nice. I'll
Got it.
blow it up too. But
And you can make an NFT out of it.
there you go. I
Yeah.
just I
Got a
don't
hole
get
in
it.
it, but a
It's
real
this is another thing
firecracker?
I don't get. But you know, to each their own. Jackass has
Yeah.
made millions and millions and millions of dollars. They've had multiple movies, TV shows that went on for a decade. It made everybody in the show famous as a household name. But
They won't live long, but yeah.
I don't understand it. I don't want a card with naked men with bottle rockets in their butts. I just no thanks.
But
I'm
women's
good.
mountain biking, yes.
Yeah. Yes.
I'm just saying, if Zero Cool decides to get out of the not sport thing, they're like, so women's mountain biking thing, 10,000 boxes. Can I buy all 10,000? Eric
Yes,
is like,
please.
he's like, I will bid whatever you want.
I'll sell my house. I need some Yolanda Neff cards.
There you go. I don't know who
Kate
that is,
Courtney.
but moving on.
I need Kate Courtney cards.
How long before eBay offers grading service? They're kind of borderline with it with the CSG connection, with the whole authentication thing. We'll have to see. I think they're getting dangerously into that territory. We'll have to see what happens with that one. 1,000 top loaders went up to 220. Yeah, there was a moment in time where the business would have been very lucrative. $500,000 question: live stream grading service. Ooh. You can't grade anything
We
well.
already
on
had
live
that.
stream. Yeah,
They
I
already
think
did that.
the-
What
you had
happened with
you
that company?
yeah you had the one where you did it by sourcing. What's it? Crowdsourcing. It was crowdsourced grading.
What happened? with that
500
company?
G into VFriends. Yes, that's
Let's
right.
have a look at that company. Where are they now?
I don't remember what their name is. Do you remember what their name is? If you guys remember the one we're talking about, it was the crowdsourcing grading thing where they had the little units and that thing. I know what you're talking about, but I don't remember the name of it.
Grade safe grade.
No, that one's out of business like next month. That one, trade safe trade, whatever. That's different.
I said grade.
I don't think their grades are safe either. Let me know if we can get it on. It'll be fun. So you claim. After hearing everyone complain about sore feet at the National, I would set up a comfy slipper booth. Hey, now you're
I
thinking.
like it. Like the big ones, like the hat, but we put them on the feet. Fog hoppers.
Could you actually, Bobby? You just gave me an idea. Could you imagine if Tim's next thing is that he has a gigantic version of the hat that is a couch?
Oh,
The brim is the couch,
yes.
just the big hat. It's amazing, Tim. That's for free. You're welcome, bro.
I'll pass it on to him tomorrow.
You should. That's a great idea.
All the new kids are wearing those slippers anyway, so why not have the big Mickey Mouse type kind of booty slippers with the slab strung on it and clop around the? Hey,
Bobby, if they were Yeezy slippers, we could sell them for like 10 times what they were
know.
bought for.
with the
Yeezy
foam
slippers.
in core, yeah.
Whatever, doesn't matter. The dumber they look, the better. If it has Yeezy branding on it, looking stupid is on brand.
That's Tim's next business. He has to go
Looking
somewhere.
stupid? Oh no, he's got that all wrapped up.
Tim, the dream lives on. Dream lives on.
There you go.
Let's see here. Love that you guys are into hockey. What do you guys think of Cole Hallfield and Trevor Zargas? So, Eric, as the person who watches hockey more regularly, how you feeling?
I will not comment on any Montreal Canadiens because I hate them.
Are they both Montreal Canadiens? I know Cole is. What about
Yeah,
the other
Cole
guy, Trevor
Caulfield
Zargas?
is- No, I don't believe Zegras is. I think you're looking at two of the future stars. Crosby and Ovechkin cannot play forever. You have, the guy from Toronto. It's real good. The American that just slipping my name.
Austin Matthews.
Thank you. He's in the middle of his career. And he's getting towards his middle. He's been in the league a couple of years. These kids are right behind him. So I think you're looking at really good future of the NHL with these kids.
There you go. Yeah, to be fair, thank you for the question. To be fair, part of the reason why I kind of defer to Eric on this is that I'm not watching games regularly anymore. I pretty much stopped watching regularly. Although, Bobby, you should be watching. Friggin', I know Austin Matthews broke the league record for goals. That was impressive.
Beat
was pretty good.
Vive
56,
finally.
actually. Vive had 54, so he matched that, and then he got 2 goals in the last game, which was 55 to beat the record and 56 to add cherry on top, I guess.
It's been a very he's got a shot at 60. He's played really well.
That's all well and good, guys. At the end of the day, we have to look at the Leafs and how they're doing as a team. And
No, if it's the Leafs, we don't do that. take small victories. It's impressive. It's an impressive accomplishment for the season.
Yeah.
Either way,
he's a little narcissistic in his way after he gets a goal and how he does his things. And he's not my favorite player by any means. He's got great hands otherwise. But for most of the game, unless there's a goal scored, you don't hear his name. And I'd like to see the Leafs as a team go forward, opposed to him. Oh, he set all these records. Well, we don't care. We'd like a Stanley Cup. It's been 50. How many years? Yeah, a lot.
I don't think you're going to get one with or without him.
Well, I hate.
It doesn't make a difference whether he's there or not.
No, I think he's primed for trading. I would have picked so many guys.
Okay.
Great defense.
It would be a bold move to trade the guy when he's pushing 60 goals. It would be a move. That would be a strong move.
A great move. It'd be the greatest move you can make.
Who do you want from Boston? You can have him.
Eric will take the 60 goals.
I would have taken Chara back in the time. I would even take Lundqvist. Is that who? No, not Lundqvist. Was it?
Lundqvist is a goaltender.
Yeah, but
no, I know.
He was Rangers.
We need goaltending and defense, right?
You can have whatever you want. I'll take the 60 goals.
Who just had a chance? Who was the big goalie who just got moved on? I can't remember his name now.
Tuca?
Not Tuca. It wasn't. What did he just get traded?
No. You're talking about the flower. Denny.
No, I don't think so. Whoever it was, somebody came up and they let him go or something. I don't know. He's in the last part of his career, very last couple of years.
I'm talking about the goaltender.
Yeah, he was
Marc-Andre Fleury.
Fleury, yeah, sorry.
Yeah,
Fleury.
that's they nickname him.
him.
They nickname him the Flower. That's why that's where it came from.
Fleury flower makes a lot of sense. Sure.
Yeah. So that's what they go with.
So I would have picked him up just to get somebody in our nets.
He's still he won the Vezina last year. He's still good. he's still good.
Why the Leafs would pass on him is beyond me. They need defense and goaltending more than anything, and we're just outscoring our opponents is what we're doing and leaving the other behind. At that point, we'd have a team. And I think that's where we need to go. I think it's kind of obvious, but obviously I know nothing because the Leaf Corporation is surely running the boat and not doing a very good job for the last 50 years.
I like Bobby's hot take. I'll be honest. The reason why I was kind of like, no, let it run. I'm kind of interested in where he's going with this. This is kind of intriguing. Okay, so moving on here. CSU on brand recognition. So I'm going to read through a couple of these quick guys because I'm 16 minutes behind. So I'm going to try to get caught up on these comments here. Well, brand recognition over time being eBay's authentication service. Agreed. CSG grading through eBay gets them to 2. Maybe. I think SGC is still in a good spot. They've got a lot of goodwill. A ton of goodwill.
In how many years, though?
Yeah, they got a lot of goodwill. I think SGC's in a good spot right now.
Yes.
So here, Hockey's talking about Brad's thing. Brad has commented on a lot of different things. I know you're not satisfied with the comments, but actually he's had some good opinions on some takes and
I
things.
think Brad's pretty open.
Yeah, he very, if it's not a graded related thing, he talks about it. It might not be to your satisfaction, but he's got his opinions, he's got his takes, and he does deliver them. I think the viewers want me on. I'm going to need to see the grassroots campaign. Bring on Justin just to boot him. Is that what you're looking for, Justin? Because I can do that.
That's too easy.
Yeah, like if that's what you want, I can do. No Jackass. Is it a 1 of 1? Not that one, probably not. No for me on the Jackass front. It never appealed to me. Yeah, I don't think it works that much. It's an upside down one touch. That is a factor. That's a fair.
Doesn't deserve one.
That's that $500,000 that'll do.
Yeah, that's why I'm getting caught up. This is related to the Jackass question. Card score. That might be it. Is it card score? That might be the one. The one where they did the scanning and the crowdsourcing.
Maybe, yeah.
That sounds about right.
Yeah, they put the
have to see where
machines
they are
in the
today.
card shops.
I'm thinking that's
Saw
right.
my first one on Tuesday.
Yeah. In a shop?
Yes, and I meant to go over and take a closer look at it, and I will in the future if given the opportunity again.
Okay.
But that's the first and only one I've ever seen in a shop.
So what
and
is
no
it?
one went anywhere near it.
Okay, so nobody used it?
So you
Not
can go
one person
put your
went
card
near
on
it.
it, get that crowdsource grade.
Yeah.
For a nominal fee, right? Isn't it?
Yeah, you put your
So
credit
they're
card
still,
in
they're
it.
still in business, obviously, but how well they're doing is another question.
It was the first time I've actually ever seen a machine, and I really wish I didn't get distracted because I wanted to go check it out.
Yeah, that'd be good to check out next time.
It would have been
I'll-
interesting. It would have been interesting if
Try
they
the
had.
service.
It would have been
Why
interesting
don't you
if they just to try it just for the hell of it, just to see what it looked like. It would have been kind of interesting.
Yeah,
We'll give you the money for it.
if given the opportunity, I'll do it for research purposes.
Yeah,
What's
as
the
long as it's a
$10?
nominal fee, like I wouldn't pay anything crazy, but if it's a couple
Right.
bucks, whatever, sure.
All right,
$10 maybe.
all
Yeah.
right. I'll look into it as a
Do it for
a
science. Do it for
a
science.
a scientific experiment.
Hashtag scholarship. That's right. Does anyone else think Eric has a closet converted? You think it's in the closet? He's open about it. His closet full of firecrackers and Jackass DVDs. Also true.
Wow.
Zegris is a duck. Thank you, Paul. Let's see here. You're right. The Leafs are trouble with their goalies into the team end, so he agrees with your take on the Leafs.
So Eric, is it Z grass or Z grass? Because you guys say Z instead of Z, right? Just saying. Move on.
Okay.
Moving on. All right, so
Back to
Bob here. He was talking about the
Debonair
Metallica
dinner.
cover of the song "So
Oh.
What Would Work" for Carlos' general sentiment towards a lot of things in the hobby.
No, I'm a Metallica fan. We are not playing that. No.
Well, he covered previously that the lyrical content doesn't work. He's talking about the instrumental, basically.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
But you can't. YouTube will throw you off.
Oh, I'm aware of that. Listen, I got thrown off for Southern Hogan. All right. To this day, that live stream is not available because of Southern Hogan.
No, this thing's about goats in that song, and you can't have that on YouTube. that's a
We
crazy
could do
ass
a
song.
reaction to it.
Yeah,
Oh, it's yeah.
Yeah, that works.
If there's
That works.
Metallica fans in the chat, you know exactly what I'm talking about, and you cannot play that song.
Yep. Mail Day, Bossy autograph, and Raiden promo. Nice.
Oh, hey, hold on, look at this. Picked
Hold it.
this up yesterday, $20, and it's very sad what's going on with Mike Bossy.
I was gonna say
But-
he's also sick now as well.
I think it's only a matter of probably days that he probably passes. But this is my very first Mike Bossy autograph, and
Oh, really?
I had an
Okay.
opportunity, and I've wanted one for a while, and I'm glad I got the opportunity. I only paid $20 for it, and I regret not getting things in the past from him. I've had the opportunity, and I'm like, next time. Although I don't want to pay that much, and it's foolish. I should have been buying Bossy stuff all along. He's just such an incredible player.
Yeah,
And
guys, if you're out there and you're at a show, get to meet these guys when you can. It's kind of a nice thing. 10 years down the road, you go, at least I met him, shook his hand. You don't have to get an autograph. It's just always nice to introduce yourself, and they appreciate it. Most of them do.
But it's sad that he's in such bad shape, and he's probably going to pass very shortly. And he's a young guy, and it's just sad.
Mm-hmm.
Fair enough. Who's making the Jackass products? So Fanatics indirectly through their Zero Cool sub brand. That's the answer to that question. LA Pats, good evening. Absolutely. Where in Massachusetts is your shop? Also, will you be at Shriners this weekend?
Oh, it's the Shriners this weekend, eh? All right.
Yes. Yep. We're looking forward to it, and
Say hey to Gabe for me if he's there.
and I will be meeting this gentleman.
Phil Esposito?
He will be in town tomorrow. I'm getting the base signed for this and a Hall of Fame puck signed to add to my collection of McFarland's and Hall of Fame pucks that go together. So he'll be added to the collection tomorrow.
I like McFarland's if they're signed. Otherwise, no.
Can I? Well, you guys saw my Instagram, so you saw the one that Fear did for me. It came out really nice.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah, that was good. It's nice to have a few nice ones there. They take up a lot of space.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, that's the one thing. That's why I didn't get into collecting them too much. I did grab a couple, but like I'm gonna be very picky with that stuff.
But
It's
the only
signed
ones
ones,
I have out are the
Carlos?
ones that are on.
I never got around to it. I've got the two Favres. I got a Rogers. Those are not signed. The Medano one would be kind of fun. I wouldn't mind
That'd be
having the
good.
base of the Medano fun because I've got that one there, and it would be kind of cool to have it
I
signed
got
as well.
the Eddie Shack one, and then I got the guy. He did a custom one of Eddie Shack with his cowboy hat on. I don't know if you saw it. Did I show it?
No,
I don't
haven't
recall
seen
that one. Yeah,
I'd love to
that
see
is interesting though. I like
I'll
that.
go get it.
Sounds good. So this one is a clarification on the Metallica thing
Yeah.
there, just to clarify.
Okay.
I think that's fair.
Yeah.
Mike Bossy's brother passed the other year, bought some stuff from him before. Fair enough, Albert. Thank you for sharing. Bossy was one of his first autographs that started a 30-year obsession with autographs. Ink, paper, wax collector. Thank you for that. Card score fees, $10 for 5 to 7 days. Okay, so you can get it for as little as $10. That's not too bad. That's okay. So yeah, it would be crowdsourced in about a week. So okay.
So card score fees $10, for 5 to 7 days.
Yeah.
So the machine doesn't pump out a score right away.
Well, what happens is it does the scan. So the original concept was that the machine is basically a glorified scanner. The purpose
Right.
of the scanner is to put it in the system, and it's not the machine doing the grading; it's people.
And people will look at the scan.
Yeah,
Like they'll source that out to people, and I guess
Okay.
whoever's out there or whoever wants to
Yeah.
chime in on it,
Yeah.
will chime in on it. So they get 100.
yeah. So like, kind of
Okay.
Bob is saying it in kind of a funny way, but it's true. My thing with the card score thing was, it's like basically you're soliciting opinions from the masses, and I'm like, you're paying for the privilege. I'm like, why? Y'all are stupid.
Right.
What? It's like, I need to pay for the privilege. Are you idiots making a bad judgment call?
I think there was some pre-qualification for.
In some cases, yes, but my point was, I was like, look, man, I don't see why I would value your generic opinion on this. Thank you for
enough
that.
opinions in. I guess
That's the theory, is that if you get
7,
enough, you could
8.
throw out the top, you could throw out the bottom if there's a huge discrepancy, and most likely you'll wind up somewhere in the vicinity of reasonable. But that's a tough one.
And it's for what? For how much? For
That's what I mean.
Like,
Even well, the prices,
I'm
the
gonna
prices are
send it
here.
into.
Yeah, the prices are here, but it's like.
Yeah.
Like even at $10, that's not far away from some of the bulk rates that we used to have, and you can actually get encapsulation. I don't see
Right.
and it's not binding. Oh man, the card score guys said this is a 7. I don't care.
Right.
Yeah, tell that to PSA.
Well,
exactly.
if I get a chance, like I said, I'll try to do it first for science and
Have a good
see
one,
what
Dave.
happens.
Take it easy. Thank you for your questions and contributions. So thank you for that, Josh. Jay's win 10-8. Appreciate that. BCCG. No, BCCG is
No.
far more scientific. Far more scientific. Small hotel card show this weekend in Syracuse. Last show for 2 months. All right. Well, enjoy. Hopefully you have some fun. How many here have looked at a scan on eBay only for the card to be not as great when you get it in hand? Yeah, that's fair. Absolutely perfect. All right. We caught up. Yes.
Good. Okay, here we go. Shaq we have. So here it is here.
All right. Yep. All you.
It's
Nice.
signed.
Looks good.
very nice.
And
I like that
there-
they put a nice square. It's got a square base, which is nice. That's actually helpful for that.
There we go.
With the
Very
mustache and the
nice. Look at
hat.
that.
Well played.
That's custom. That looks like him really well too.
Yeah. You can. The hat I think is a nice touch and as a custom. And I like the uniform. I like they used that one. That's a good one for him.
Yeah.
Pretty sweet. Very nice.
Because McFarlane didn't put out a Shaq, did they?
No.
No. Okay.
No, he wouldn't. He wouldn't have been a guy. They did have some legends and stuff, but it's very
logo.
particular. Yeah.
Yeah, so this cost me $80 Canadian.
Yeah.
And it came with the signed base. So
Yeah.
I missed Shaq for signing a base.
Oh,
I got him to
nice.
sign a book for me, but so I got the signed base and I said that's got to be worth something. And then it took him forever. He had to find a wrestling guy for the hat.
Of course.
So
Yeah.
he's looking. It took him about a year and a half to do this. In finding everything, finding the hat was the hardest part. It had to
Oh,
be
yeah.
the right hat.
Well,
So
that is. I really like that, Bobby. That's pretty cool.
it was unique enough, and $80 for his time doing painting and the finite.
Oh, I'd
mustache.
pay-
He did a great
I'd-
job on the.
It's
face.
it's some good. Some of the custom guys do really good work, and it's one of those things where if it's something that I catches my eye, like I'll patronize it. It's like it's not work that I would do. It definitely takes a little bit.
No.
It definitely takes skill and patience.
Well, I wanted to do the. I wanted my sister to do the hockey heads from Colgate. If you paint those like they're all white, they're generic.
Yeah.
If you paint them up, which somebody did a whole set one time, I should have bought them on eBay. It was like $300. They looked so real. Like Dryden looked great, and the ore looked great. Everybody's face popped because those were done with real molds on their face. They were, because I spoke to the guy who actually did that promotion.
Yeah.
I got to meet him, and he said, "Yeah, they're all real." I said, "You got any of the molds?" And he goes, "No, everything's gone." So if you could paint those up, I think you get a lot of money per set. But the time involved in, like he says, sometimes I have to use a brush with a single thing just to get in there, and I'm going, I don't have the patience for that. No, I'm not a painter.
It's like the guys who make the ships in the glass bottles. It's like how do you have the patience for that? That's insane.
Did anybody do that anymore?
There's a guy.
Left.
There's a guy, yeah.
Yeah, there's a guy.
That's
There's
where I
a
put
guy.
the 500 grand into.
No, the ones I always appreciated, and I remember flipping through because I like going to the hobby section of the bookstore, and I'd go and I'd grab the magazines sometimes from some random hobbies in there. Because they used to have magazines that did for like the model painters, and you just look at it like, how much time do you have on your hand? It's impressive though. You'd look at it and be like, how much detail did you get in on that? Like, what the heck?
I went into this hobby shop. It was out in Pickering there, and I was looking on the outside, and he has all these little men, army men, or whatever.
Warhammer would be my guess because those were very
That's what it
popular.
was.
They were very popular. Yeah.
And it was right there beside Burgers on Fleet. Anyways,
Sure.
it was right beside each other. It was. They
Okay.
were. So I was waiting to get in there, and so I went, man, and he goes, yeah, they're all hand painted. I went,
yeah,
really?
No, they're hardcore, man.
Hundreds in little collections.
Wow.
They're hardcore.
Wow.
And here's the thing, and not for me, but I'm extremely impressed. Like, I'm extremely impressed. I can appreciate that someone like that's not easy work. These are tiny. Like, it's a lot of work to do it, and it looks good. And some of them were really detailed.
Oh, they got the big lights with the magnifying glasses that sit on their desk, and they got to work underneath it, and they got jeweler glasses. I mean, it's crazy what they do. How could you not be impressed by that stuff?
And I think it's a healthy thing, sort of like collecting. It's healthy for your life to be looking forward to something, to keeping your mind busy. It's very good going forward in your life. You're not sitting out at the bars drinking with the boys. You're kind of sitting at home doing your own thing. You're in your own little group, which is great. And people appreciate that. And I think it's a great way to spend your life involved in any hobby that you're in. And I think it's better than not having anybody.
Yeah, I think for a lot of those guys, it's probably like almost a form of meditation because they get into their zone, they're doing the thing, and they're taking their time doing it. Again, not for me, but can I appreciate it and be extremely impressed? Absolutely. I can be like, very impressive.
Some of those guys are really good too. Like,
that's what I mean. Like, I've seen some of them. It's like, this is not sloppy work. This is very clearly somebody took the time and really did their work. Do it for the scholarship, not the science. This is fair, Josh.
Okay.
Did it for O'Neill, yep. Yeah, Bob, he got 2 cards there. The damage look nothing like it scans. Actually, it's funny. I'll share it in a second, actually. I'll pull it up. I have purchased my first ever card that will go through the eBay authentication process.
Jackass.
No.
Oh.
There I live the dream, but no.
Zero cool, nothing like that.
No. Look, I do it for I do it for positive porcupine, but not for Jackass. As it says, Esposito canceled the show, so you have to look into that, Eric.
Oh shoot, yeah, I heard about that.
Yeah, do you know who they painted over for the original? Did they have an indication who was the original base before the Shack?
Sometimes he adds a new hat. No. See, I don't know that part of it. He probably told me, but I can't remember because he starts talking like I know all these figures, and I'm going, yeah. I just want the Shack. Can you do the Shack? That's it. Well, here's my booklet of all the different ones I've done. Yeah. Do you do Shack? I like the Shack. Yeah, do the Shack. Here's $80. Thanks. Bye.
In that situation, Bobby's an easy man. Please just give him a Shack.
And sometimes he uses the Colgate hockey heads.
Gotcha.
Really?
The fake. Oh yeah. He cuts them off. He trims them off, and he glues them on. And he says, and their face is actually Bobby Orr, and it looks exactly like it. He does it. Tim Horton. I forget. He says, who does that look like? I forget who it is. Maybe Unger, or I can't remember who the hockey head, which one it was. Anyways.
All right. Gotcha.
Oh, he even put a label on the front. I didn't even see that. Right across the front there.
Yeah, for the Shack. Yeah, absolutely.
I didn't see it. Right across here.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Right on the edge there. Yeah.
Yeah. Boy. Leaf logo. Wow.
Some good work. Look, the man's earning his money. He's putting in some work.
Painted the stick with the
little details.
Stick too, the Victoria Bills, huh?
Yeah, little details, man. It's the little details that make the difference. That's the important part.
Yeah. Anyways,
had us from Bob Orton. Could be Cowboy Bob Orton. Who knows?
Yeah, maybe.
Do you guys think I would better be from one of the LJNs? That'd be my guess because they had a lot of accessories, those LJNs, and probably would fit that kind of thing. Do you guys think we'll see a rise in custom ticket artists? Ticket artists.
I don't get that.
So I know that there is a market where folks are looking into different tickets. But when you're saying custom ticket artists, I'm curious what you're referring to there. If you could clarify on that, that'd be good. I know someone that ended up with a job at a gaming company as an art director saw their army at Games Workshop. Yeah, because they used to have their little Games Workshop store. And that's where you'd see a lot of those Warhammer figures. And like I said, some of them did a lot of work on it. Very impressive.
I know the tickets are really hot now. Like tickets from whenever anybody scored.
Yeah.
Like Gretzky game goal. Anything related to, Lanny McDonald's first game opening goal. Like those, $40-$50. Really?
Apparently.
And that goes for everybody across the board. So tickets are through the roof right now. They're actually the new big collectible, and getting them graded. It's huge.
Yeah. But there are also a lot of folks, in fairness to everything, there are a lot of folks that are trying to push it and promote it, that they have an agenda, like anything else, Whenever something gets a lot of extra promotion, it's like, oh, it's the next hot thing. Yes, we know Darren Ravel. Thank you.
But I believe it is because there's a lot of personal collectors, people who collect these smaller guys or regular guys or bigger guys, and they want their tickets and they want those, the first game. Somebody's tracking the Wayne Gretzky goal the whole season where he got 77 or whatever.
Yeah.
And they're paying for every ticket and they're going to.
No, I believe that. I believe, though, that some of the record prices, though, have been because some folks have been trying to prop it up. Because the thing is, those tickets have always been available. Even with the grading, like it's been a possibility for a couple of years. They didn't start grading tickets just like last year. No. It's one of those things where if you had wanted that, it's like you could have bought it 2 or 3 years ago and it would have been a fraction of a fraction.
But it went up in the last year, and maybe
exactly.
there is some, but I think the hype is there because there's a lot of people I do know who want to get that ticket.
No, I get it. For some folks, it is just knowing it's there and like, oh, I didn't even think about that. That's probably that's a little bit of a different angle.
Sittler's 10 goal, Turbo's 5 goals. He got 5 goals in a game. Like even Bobby Orr never got 5 goals in a game. Hell yeah!
Was that against the Bruins too?
I don't think that was against the Bruins. No. I know the other one was.
yeah, I know.
Yeah. Anyway, so this is the one that's going to go through the eBay authentication thing. Apparently, it's already been sent off to it. So this is the rookie year Soto. It's the green variant. This is the numbered to 50. So I went and looked at it. We'll see. I'm kind of curious to see what the process is, how long it'll take them, and see what they come up with. It's one of those things where when I get it in hand, it'll be easier for me to comment on it. But in the meantime, we'll have to see.
So you took the money from one and put it in the other.
That one actually, I had money from the other card. I've sold probably like a half dozen, but
yeah, we're not tracking you completely. Card ladder is, but
card ladder's tracking me. Yeah.
I know.
Yeah, but that one is so that one I had the amount set aside because I was looking to purchase that one. I had a shot at one a little while ago because I know that some of the other variants have started to they've basically dried up because there are a handful of guys that I know are hoarding them. And they've started to brag about it on Instagram, and they'll hold like a whole stack of them.
Oh, well, there's the sign, right?
Yeah, but what happens is as soon as you see like 5 or 6, they may that has a print run of 50. When like 2 or 3 guys have like 30 of them, then you kind of know like, okay, they're not cropping up all the time anymore.
Well, so that's why they kind of dangle it in front of them and be like, "Who's got the biggest number to throw at me?"
What number out of 50 did you get, Carlos?
This one is 11.
Anything relevant to 11? No.
It's half of his jersey number. eBay 101.
That's okay.
eBay 101.
Well, 1 or 50 or his jersey number or
half of his jersey number.
Yeah. Half his jersey number. Okay, that works.
There you go. That's why I said eBay 1 of 1. That's the famous eBay 1 of 1, where you can come up with any criteria as an eBay 1 of 1.
Well, it was a 1 of 1, 11, right? 11's 1 of 1.
Yep. So it's one of those things where like I wasn't interested in doing that, but again, once it gets triggered, you don't have a choice. Like they have to send it to eBay and do whatever. So I'll see how long it takes for this process to go. So at least I'll get a chance to find out firsthand, and I'll get my fancy little box, my eBay guarantee box.
Oh, you'd be the first one to have it here.
I guess, yeah. So we'll see. Whatever. I wish it had just fallen under the threshold. It's like, could you drop it a couple of bucks and drop it under the threshold? Just send it to me directly.
Oh, it was a couple bucks.
No, it was
free.
no.
It's free though, right?
Oh, the authentication is free. Yeah.
Okay.
We don't get charged on that. The thing is, the authentication doesn't kick in until the card is $500. If it had been under $500, it wouldn't have triggered it.
Oh, got you.
Yeah. Okay. So it's like you could have made it $4.99, bro. $4.99. Just.
Yeah. If they drop the price much, boy, that's gonna really throw.
I think they're gonna drop it to $250. I think that's gonna happen in the next couple of months.
And that's almost silly at that point.
It is. I agree.
And the back. Can you imagine the backlog?
And they're going to charge you once it gets to $250.
Eventually, yeah, for sure. Yeah.
You know it's coming at that time. Well, we dropped it to $250, and it'll be, whatever. Because that extra shipping charge, did you have to pay that? Like,
Nope.
So the straight. So
my shipping cost was $4.75.
So eBay is paying for the shipping thereof to them, while you're paying for the guy to ship it to him, and then
to ship it to eBay.
To ship it to eBay, and then eBay has to ship it to you. So there's 2 shippings involved.
Yes.
So there's that cost that they're taking, plus whatever their CSG is charging them for that service. Yep. So free. Interesting.
That's why I say for right now, if I'm going to get stuck having to deal with one of these, now would be the time, because I'm not paying any extra on the front end or the back end on my end. So for that, fine. But going forward in the future, it's something we're going to have to monitor and keep an eye on. for stuff like
Well,
that.
if you consider the cost of how many cards are sold, let's say 100,000 a week on eBay that they're sending for free to them, are they charging them $1? And the extra shipping charge is what you're talking $1 million a week.
Yeah.
In service fee and shipping collectively,
Yeah.
just that's a ballpark, whatever. So that's a lot of money. So they're coming in and they're going to hit you.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. For eBay's perspective, it's a drop in the bucket, though, because I think their market cap is like 40, 50 billion or something. Like, they just laugh in the face of $1 million. They're like, I think we paid that for lunch yesterday. it's like, next time let's have the good lunch. All right.
Donuts.
Bobby, you know how that is.
Yeah, absolutely.
Being a 3-time author and, everything. And, I mean, come on. You know what it's like to roll around on that kind of money.
It's all about the Benjamins.
Facts. I know some of that ended up in a job. Oh, I did read that one already. Here we go. I got a ticket from the A's Moneyball 20th win. Nice. That's cool.
Actually a good
That's
ticket.
neat. That's neat.
I think that it's not just a matter of people collecting. I think it's more noted in the hobby now. People are starting going, hey, that'd be kind of nice, little different kind of collectible to add to my already detailed collection of whoever, right?
Yeah.
Jordan's ticket for whatever. Now, remember, going forward, there's no more tickets, right? There's no more physical tickets. So
Yeah. The physical ticket has gone the way of the dinosaur in a lot of cases.
Which is why I think these are worth money now.
Yes.
One of the reasons. I think that sparked interest. So, like, somebody one day realized, this is on my phone now. I remember the day when, and then it clicked that, they wish they could have that back, and then it just kind of snowballed. We're getting calls all the time at the shop and emails. Do you have any tickets from this? Do you have any tickets from that? And Phil's been buying them left and right off people because we're getting requests constantly for tickets. Any Celtics tickets from the 80s, any Larry Bird era tickets, any this ticket. I mean, constant.
Yeah, really good. I bought the Leafs ticket 100th anniversary booklet.
Yeah,
the ticket booklet.
I think it'd be kind of I'm in favor of this trend if it does one of two things. One, if it reaches the point where they start finally going into like miscellaneous sports, it's like, so I can get rid of these stupid Grey Cup tickets. Finally, this damn trash.
Good luck with Grey Cup.
Yeah.
But,
I just have to convince them it's an actual sport.
What about WWF tickets? Were they kind of printed on the same thing, or?
Well, it depends. Like if you're talking like a WrestleMania, yeah, especially
those are coming. So hey,
yeah,
hint.
Yeah, that might be a legit thing. Yeah, I would think that would make if it's a big event, because for years the only tickets that really held anything were, I guess, certain World Series tickets that were notable. Super Bowl tickets were nice because a lot of them actually look pretty interesting because those are all replicas, but they're all like printed, especially the later ones, even by the 30s and the late 20s. They were nice tickets. They were actually printed up and actually look kind of good.
World Series from the 20s are in the
those are
big mark, right?
Yeah.
They've been in the six-figure for 15, 20 years.
Yeah, I think the key one is going to be, so here Bob has got a point here. WrestleMania 31 ticket, which is still fairly recent, was just a Ticketmaster ticket. And I think that's been my thing with the tickets. Yeah, I think there's a lot of events that have really lame tickets. Because for many years, I had the ticket somewhere. I've probably lost it years ago. But I had the ticket to the WWF event that I attended in the early 90s, which was a nice event. It was my dad and I went, and we had a good time and everything. It was a good card and everything, but it was a Ticketmaster ticket, and they're all pretty generic. Like, they all look about the same, no matter what the event is. Like, it doesn't make a difference. They all look the same.
It's nice getting the Maple Leaf Gardens with the arena.
If it's actually got a little design on it, it's like, okay, that's cool. But otherwise, if it just looks like a generic ticket, it's like, okay, you want me to get excited about that?
I got my Van Halen ticket here still.
There you go. So let's go here. Do you get the option to get it graded as well? I have not received anything like that. I'll keep an eye on it. I'll let you guys know once I know more.
Oh, that would be smart, wouldn't it?
I think that would be a good feature. I would bet that would become more viable with the vault. With the vault, it might become easier to do something like that and execute it. Because then if you have it in the vault, oh, hey, by the way, if you want, you can push this button and for a nominal fee, we'll encapsulate it for you. That'd be a cool add-on if you're, hint, hint. That's an idea.
Good suggestion, Josh. Yeah. What's that one?
So this is the only ticket I have. It's from the last year of the Boston Garden. And it was also a strike season. So even though it's game number 29, it's not really game 29.
I gotcha.
But this is my ticket stub from when I went to the game in the last year of the Boston Garden.
Yeah. See, that's kind of cool. Like Maple Leaf Garden's the same thing.
I was gonna say, I would think that tickets from last year of Maple Leaf Garden would make sense. That'd be and anything where there is a specific historical tie-in or team-based tie-in. I could totally see that.
The only other big ticket in Canada is the Blue Jays home opener. Has always been a big ticket.
Usually, yeah. But a lot of those have become pretty
77.
generic over the years. Like,
Yeah, but like the
they
home
still
opener
get
at
$100.
Skydome,
I get it.
the first game at Skydome, that'd be pretty
In
big.
'89, that'd be a good one because by that point the team was starting to get good. There were some
Right.
good players and stuff on those teams.
I sold a. It was a Skydome. It was the opening. It was the all the documents for the building and what they had plans for and everything. It was one of those, and I had it was through the commission or something like that. I got $100 for that.
But if
I
you
bought
include,
it,
if
bought
you
it for
got
$10 at a show or something.
if you had gotten the secret one where they said these idiots think that they're only going to pay a couple $100 million for this building, ha! Just laughing.
Oh shoot! I forgot I had this. Huh. So, my friend sent me this. This is Grant Products, which turned in, well, from Parker's, turned into
Right.
Grant Products. My friend sent in a letter. He included these cards with it too. But I'll read the letter to you. It's really kind of interesting, and I'll give you the date when he sent in. He
Was that
asking-
was that a beat up Jacques Plante card?
Yeah, a Parker's Jacques Blanc. Yeah.
There we go.
Yep. Yep. You got a 53 Parkers and the Jacques Blanc. I forget that year off the top of my head.
Yeah, that should be a 50,
It's like a 55,
55 or 56. No, it's 59.
59. Sorry. Okay.
Yeah,
Fair enough.
they all look the same. I know all those
They
things.
they start blurring for me a little bit in that mid late 50s part.
Okay, September 30th, 1974. Mr. Blank Blank. We are very sorry we cannot help you to add to your hockey set. We just don't have any cards. Enclosed are your sample cards, because I guess he enclosed these. So he sent me this letter. He says, "Here, Bobby, here's some, my little history." He was an old time collector for, I don't know, forever.
Right.
He remembers stuff from the 50s, opening up from 55. He told me about the the football cards, the blue, what are they called, the CFL ones. The hell are they called? The blue something. Anyways,
Sorry. What did you say? What are you referring to?
the CFL cards from the 55. I forget what they're called. They're a blue bonnet. Not blue bonnet. The T.
Oh, okay. No idea.
Can't even remember them. Anyways, but he's the one who told me that he remembers opening the pack and it was in the chocolate bar, because I did an article on tea or chocolate for those cards, and I said it was chocolate because people didn't know blue bonnet. Can't even remember the name. Oh, anyways, I did an article on that explained that it was from chocolate bars, not from tea. Where do you get a card from tea package? I don't know. But this is the way the hobby goes, is that we base our history on the lore of what the stories were told before, and going forward, trying to change those things and trying to get things in a little bit, more education. So anyways, that's my little story. I got crossed over here on pulling that out.
Fair enough. So good evening, John. Brian says Dale Earnhardt's last race. Yeah, that'd be more of a historic one.
Ooh,
WrestleMania.
the one he
Oh,
died. Yeah,
Well, it's still notable to a Dale
Yeah.
Earnhnhardt collector. That's still a big deal.
Yeah.
That'd be a huge one.
No, that is. It's just sad
It's
state of
more
affairs.
collectible.
It's a bit morbid, but for the Dale Earnhardt diehard, that's about as like it's an artifact at that point.
How much is the ticket that where Owen Hart died?
Oh boy, that'd be huge.
That would be probably a big deal. Yeah, over the edge, 99. I want to
See,
say.
because when they die, it's not so morbid in the sense of collecting. It's like getting his last ticket.
Well, that ticket was there when they died.
Yes.
That
there, yeah.
that is very rare in sports.
Yeah.
Thankfully,
Yeah.
that is very rare in sports. And to have a ticket that was there the day that a superstar like Dale Earnhardt died,
Yeah.
I can't imagine what that would be.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, mine's Ticketmaster.
Yeah, which is what I figure. A lot of these historical tickets, honestly, are going to be Ticketmaster. I can pretty much guarantee it. It's going to be a lot of very similar looking, pretty generic, because they use it for all kinds of events.
So August 07.
Yeah. So Aaron, good evening. So I have a ticket for Gretzky's last game as an Oiler. Guess it's time to get
that's
authenticated graded. That'd be a good one.
Now, is that regular season or his last game as an Oiler?
Probably be regular season.
Hard to say. You'll have to fill in the blank on that one, Aaron. So here, John, since you're talking about tickets, thoughts on possible value for an unused 1990 Penguins playoff tickets? I found a bunch from season ticket envelopes. Lord knows.
1990? I don't think that much. I don't think we're looking for records or significant.
Well, don't forget
periods.
I want to say if it's 90-91, I think they won the cup that year.
Yeah.
Or was it 91-92?
90.
There were two in a row. They won back to back.
1, 2, and 2, 3.
It was 1, 2, and 2, 3. Yeah. Okay.
Pretty
So
sure.
maybe that was just the year before then.
Well, I know it's not 90.
Yeah. But the problem is when we do hockey is so 90-91 they definitely didn't win. If it's 89-90, also for sure no. Obviously, depending on the year, some of the years would have been better than others. So it just depends on which one you're referring to. I know to a Penguins collector, I'm sure it has some value, but thoughts upon. I still don't understand how the tickets, how people decide to value the tickets. Which historical event or which historical thing they care about more than others. Which player associations they care about more than others. I genuinely have no idea.
90, 91, and 91, 92. Sorry, Montreal.
So it is
99. Yeah.
So it is 90-91.
Yeah, Boston isn't even on this page. Neither is the Leafs, obviously. Who was the coach? Bob Johnson and Scotty Bowman. That's when Scotty Bowman came in 91 too. So Bob Johnson before him.
Yeah, Bob Johnson was their first one.
And one of those Stanley Cups is the reason why we have to deal with Pierre McGuire to this day.
Scotty Bowman's all over these.
That's
pages.
basically how that works. It's like, you won a Stanley Cup. And he actually was I know he was on the coaching staff, but I feel like we're giving him a little too much credit here. I have Tyson versus Holyfield, the ear fight. The tickets are cool, have gold chains and stuff on them. That's a fun one. That's a good one. I like that.
Now, do you see how this is rolling? When you start talking about it and an interest level starts to occur,
Yeah.
we might just start a trend. No, the trend's already started, but see how interesting it would be to pursue tickets. Medano's 500 goal, like that'd be awesome.
It'd be interesting.
Like that.
Yeah. So John here clarifies it was the first cup year. Yeah. So that helps it for sure. But no idea. I have no reference point. Like, unfortunately, right now, I think we're still in a relatively new phase of people getting into this stuff. Like some people,
I've been
like,
tracking them. I've been tracking a lot.
I'll say this. I know Darren. I'm using Darren Ravel as an example because I know he has been heavily promoting this. And the P. Ryan collection is a guy who kind of fights against him. Chris Hoge fights against him because he's fighting with everybody now. So you got the two arguing sides. You got them trying to be like, some of our card collectors are like, well, that's not even collectible. And some of them are like, of course it's collectible. But it might not be interesting to you, but of course it's collectible. The question is, like, how collectible? How big is the audience for it? Obviously, there is an audience for it. But some folks are going to be in for certain specific events, certain specific things. Like the Medano 500 goal line, yeah, I'd be interested in that. That might be interesting. Medano's 50th.
That much.
No, I wouldn't pay crazy money. Medano's 50th goal from the first year in Dallas. That'd be kind of a fun one. That'd be cool.
Or his first goal in the NHL.
Yeah. So there are certain specific ones that might be interesting.
Or
Some of
first
them,
game. So see, you can keep creating.
You can create, but it's got to be like certain milestones, certain specific events. I wouldn't sit there and be like, "Hey, let me collect every ticket from his entire career." No, he played almost 1,500 games. I'd rather not. Let's not say we did.
People are doing that with Gretzky, but not with
Some people who are selling these tickets, and I haven't made up my mind yet. I'd be interested to have a discussion about it.
Yeah.
Are advertising them or promoting them or encouraging the thought process that tickets are game used memorabilia.
Yes, they are.
Well, there was, I don't remember the set. If any of you guys remember it, I remember there was a set, and I want to say it had the word tickets in it. And what they did is they actually did a cut of certain significant tickets and put it on the card.
See,
that was years ago, though. That was in the 90s. I want to say that it was in the 90s or early 2000s. It was because for them it was still a novelty. They could get their hands on the tickets pretty cheaply and be like, but it's still a ticket from said game, whatever. Like, it's very specific. It's to the game. And I remember they would include it as a cut on a card. The name escapes me, though. I want to say it was like maybe Fleer who did it. It was it wasn't something like regular, like, but I remember it was maybe in the 90s. But I remember seeing those cards. It's just been a really long time.
That's interesting.
I'd be interested in what the chat has to say if they think tickets are game used memorabilia.
Sure.
Well, if you buy a program at the game,
same thing. Is that game used? I mean, can that be in the same? It's in the same building. It's for that game, but a player never used it, never touched it. So is it game use? But that's what a lot of these tickets.
Define game used, really. If
Well, that's the thing, and that's what,
whatever.
and that's what a lot of these people that are in the ticket business are trying to push is to advertise it more and give it more flair. Is that these tickets are game used memorabilia because they were in the building or at the racetrack or wherever the situation is at the time of the event.
Let's look at the possessional part of that. You want that ticket because you were there at that game. So that is more significant than just wanting the ticket for having the ticket.
Yeah, but I'm just trying to. But if I take the words, it's not game used. There is no used. It is an item.
It got torn.
Okay, if it's a ticket, like I get it, but it's one of those things like it's directly associated to the game. Like it's directly associated because it had had to be there.
The bottom of this is missing because the ticket taker ripped it off. It's game used. It's not a full ticket.
I think it's semantics, but we're fine with that. And they can push whatever way they want. If they want to get $2 extra for saying game used, it doesn't really matter.
Yep.
I'm sure it pisses off the searchers for game used on eBay and stuff like that.
So I'll leave the question open to the chat, but let's get caught up on it because you guys have been going in the chat again. Thank you for the comments and thoughts on there. As you're going along, if you haven't already, we always appreciate if you hit the like button. So we're 2.5 hours in. I usually only ask you once or twice a night. So this is the first one. Patrick Waugh, Ticketmaster, full ticket from his first win with the Avs. Getting that signed tomorrow. Very cool. Been working on building.
Who's signing it? Patrick Waugh.
Patrick Waugh. Yeah.
That sounds. That's kind of a big deal. I mean, Patrick Waugh doesn't just sit around and sign stuff all the time.
I think that'll be a new trend. I think a lot of people want to get them signed.
Yeah.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. It's as good an item as any because at least it has an association to the player. It makes a lot of sense. There's a connection that you can draw very easily. You don't have to work too hard to get that connection.
I'm going to get Tiny Thompson to sign this one. So that's who that is.
Oh, yeah, that's perfect. And all those tickets are really worth a lot of money because they have the game scenes on it, like the 100th anniversary for the Leafs. They're all like amazingly done, well done, all different themes and what.
I think they did a really nice job with this season. It's just too bad it was strike shortened, and all the tickets got screwed up. Like I did not see the Islanders that year. I don't believe. They
missed much.
They moved them all around to fit the shortened schedule.
I see. Yeah, I think the game used tickets are a great trend. I think they're a great collectible.
You know what? Since we brought it up, what's a good connection to that whole ticket thing that actually plays a little bit into effectively into Billy's world a little bit with the whole celebrity angle. Because this is one that I remember from a while ago, and I quickly went to the Google to pull it up. So you guys know Kristen Bell,
yes.
the actress. Yeah.
I would like to know her more,
very much more.
Thank you, Eric. So basically, let me show you, and I'll quickly explain. So there's a Detroit Tiger ticket that Kristen Bell's on.
Yeah, get her to sign it. That'd be awesome.
Yeah, that's not a Detroit Tiger ticket.
Sorry, a Detroit Red Wing ticket.
Yes,
but this is something that she's been presented with a couple of times to sign, because at the time they did like a fan thing, and she got on this ticket.
And so she loves hockey, so yeah.
Yeah, so what you've got is a combination of celebrity with a sports ticket, and then she becomes a famous actress, and here you go. So you've got a ticket. So you've got a ticket in and of itself, and it's for the Stanley Cup playoffs. That's cool. But it actually has an actress on it who could potentially sign it for you, and then there you go. It's a piece of Hollywood memorabilia as well.
Is this one signed? That's
no. This is just an example from eBay that somebody had the ticket. The point is, this would make logical sense to have signed, and you've got two angles on it. It is a sports ticket, and you've got the Hollywood, celebrity angle as well.
Yeah, you think the silver Sharpie on that one or something. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but she's been presented with that ticket a couple of times before and gotten a chance to give the story on a couple of TV shows and stuff because a lot of people didn't realize. But for whatever reason, she ended up getting onto the ticket there. I think it was like a contest or something. And it just so happens that later on she would then become famous for acting and doing other things. And here you go.
Well, the best part about tickets is they're historic and also they were thrown away a lot of times. Most people didn't keep their tickets.
Yeah.
I didn't keep my first Van Halen ticket. I think I had it for a while, but I didn't care. All the tickets I never just kept.
Yeah.
Damn.
And in this case, since it's specific to one game, it was round one, home game one. Game
That's
two,
why.
it's going to be a different picture probably. So like
Yeah.
it's one specific game. So whatever amount were issued, that was it for the run. So you
I
know
should
that's
get
it.
into tickets, but they're so hard to buy.
There.
Actually, I had a great opportunity to buy a whole bunch of tickets. There was just so many, and there were Leafs and Blue Jays. I just went, I don't want to fight through the Leaf games because there's not much significant unless another team scored while they were being, played against. Otherwise, they don't.
Yep. So Bob here says the cheapest over the edge ticket on eBay is $1,000 right now. No sales. Makes sense.
Over the edge?
Yeah, that was the Owen Hart one. That's the one where Owen Hart died in that
yeah.
WWF event.
Okay.
Yep.
No
I think
bids?
no
Did they
bids
look at
apparently. On it.
Completed.
I'd have to check. I'll see if I can take a look. I have a ticket to Boston Marathon for the year that.
Uta.
Oh, the big
Pippig.
explosion?
No,
Okay.
no. This was another major event in history.
Very major.
Yes, Uta Pippig was a phenomenal runner from Germany that won the marathon a few times, and her most memorable is that halfway through she had these horrible stomach cramps. She was sick, and all of a sudden she just decided to let loose and just blew it out the back door.
I remember.
And then she caught up to the people that were in front of her, passed them, and won the marathon with just drippings down her pants and legs. And now come to find out a couple of years later that Uta Pippig was on performance-enhancing drugs her whole career. And, so her legacy is tarnished not only for this event, but for all her wins that she had.
That's a shitty
She was
way.
another German on performing enhancing drugs. But my question is, the Boston Marathon and marathons in general are so special because you don't need tickets. You just show up and stand on the streets. So I would like.
Well, that's kind of that. To be honest, aside from face palming, I was kind of going like, why would you need a ticket for this?
So that's what I'm asking. Was there a special event at the finish line to be in the stands? At the finish line of the Boston Marathon, there are some stands there, but it's mostly like for VIPs and things. So I'm just curious.
DNA card?
So I don't want a DNA card of Uta Pippig from that one.
Zero cool will make it happen for you. Let me continue. Let me move on. Wonder if I have my 98 Rumble ticket. That'd be kind of neat. Especially from the late 90s, because that would have been Attitude Era. A couple of those Rumbles were pretty notable. Also have 3 programs from Minnesota North Star game when the Pens won the Cup away. North Star front office sent them for us for $0, mint condition. There you go.
Nice.
It probably work well as a set then. Because if you got the tickets and then the corresponding kind of programs for the same Cup run, it might be kind of a cool package. I think it's neat to see the cost of the seats and how much price have went up. Yep. What deems anything valuable? One willing to pay? Yes. Influence, of course. Yeah, but I think part of the reason I'm questioning is that you got to specifically want the thing. And even in the examples I use, the Medana 500 gold ticket, would that be interesting? Sure.
Yep.
If you ask me for like $100 for it, I'd probably say no.
I don't think.
I don't care that much. I don't care that much.
I think that would probably be about a $50 one.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Like it's one of those things where like, would I be interested? Sure. Am I willing to pay more than a nominal amount? No, I'm just not.
What if they put that ticket in a card?
No.
They've been putting a lot of silly things in cards.
I already described a scenario where they put a ticket in a card. I don't care. Like no.
50 goals, 101.
You can let Brian Gray know. Be a Player did it with All-Star Game ticket cards. Yeah, okay, that's probably a good example. That probably would have been the time they did it. Yeah, that makes sense. I got a bunch of Boston Bruins tickets because they feature Nathan Horton on them. Good stuff. There you go. Game used, but not player game used. Yeah, fair enough. So we're talking semantics, but fair enough. Cup has done it for hockey. Be a Player did it for All-Star tickets, so confirmation of the All-Star tickets. Fleer did it across many sports. Okay, so Fleer did do it. Okay, so that's cool. Fleer would have been the earlier one. Here we go. 2002 Fleer Authentics. Yes.
Oh,
they're all the same section row seat. Gotcha. I knew I remembered something like that. Like early 2000s. I know they played around with this concept just because it was different. Something kind of, again, it was a novelty at the time. It's just kind of, this is kind of neat, a little different.
I wonder if any of those are worth any money now.
No idea.
With the uptick.
Yeah, I just remember it was kind of a neat it was kind of a neat gimmick, kind of because nobody really thought to do it. It's like, oh, that's kind of, and again, it's not like tickets were rare for a lot of that stuff. They were using pretty common stuff, but they go, it's something different that you haven't seen. Here you go.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I would say event memorabilia. That's fair. Tickets aren't used in the game; they're game issued. Yeah, I'm with you. I think it's just used, not game used.
I think it's game used and player used. I think that's where this got a little bit out of hand with
a little
game
murky.
used. So I think it should always have been player used opposed to game used.
Yep.
But I think we might end up with a shift there and going into player used.
That's fair.
And that's a little bit more specific. And game used is, I don't know. What did the other person say? I think it was a good one. Tickets are
Event
event memorabilia. No.
Game issued, event issued. I like that.
Game issued, I think, is fair. I think that's accurate because it's specific to a game, and yes, you do have to issue the tickets. I think that's a fair statement that is accurate. I think that's reasonable.
We've coined the phrase on because I'm Carlos, and going forward, we want all residuals coming back.
Well, now if it gets used somewhere else, we'll know you stole it.
Yes,
we'll know because I know that statement hasn't been used anywhere else.
If it's on eBay tomorrow, we know.
We know exactly where it came from.
Yeah.
So good evening, Brad. Perfect. So there's Brad joining us.
You'll be on it.
Probstein. 100% of tickets have historical significance or great importance, should have value. It's cool because it's a thing of the past. In my opinion, this should be graded and traded. Yeah, that's fair.
Yes. Yep.
Yeah, event poster can be worth money too. Yeah, there's a lot of nostalgia associated to certain
event
events.
posters have been forever.
Yeah, a cool poster that has a historical event or something. Like, yeah, for sure.
Woodstock posters go for
exactly.
Oh my God.
Good example. Great example. Great example.
Original, Barnum and Bailey circus posters that they hung around towns to advertise, the circus was in town. Those things.
The old movie posters, like significant movie posters, like those.
Frankenstein, remember?
Yeah.
If they've been preserved, people like them.
Oh yeah.
Old boxing posters for like events that they're going to promote, especially if it's like a big person on there. Like, if you got a Cassius Clay boxing poster, that'd be kind of a big deal. That's the boxing collectors would froth at the mouth. That'd be a pretty big one for them.
Yeah. Oh, they're around.
For sure.
Gardens. I've seen a lot of those.
There you go. Brian was thinking the same thing as me, just right around the same time here.
Alley Farm,
Yeah. It's anything like that would be like, a boxing collector. As niche as it is now, a boxing collector though would love something like that. That's a great piece.
The Thriller in Manila would be big because I don't know how much advertising they did over there.
That's what I mean.
Like for the ones here in Canada and United States, I could see, or even Europe. Obviously concert tour tickets posters are really good. I did see a show where you can send the poster in. It could be in pieces, and they recreate the whole thing again because they have a scan of it. And these artists, I couldn't believe the work that went involved, and they still get great money, even if it's 50% of it's still there. I can't believe how many thousands of dollars some of these rare posters went for.
So that's a situation where it plays into your general theme of scarcity. It's just so hard to come by. They're like, I will take a restored copy. I will take a broken copy. It's because it's paper. It's so weak. Time
this high-end company did, it was just phenomenal. How they had to fill in the colors. It was like two artists going at it for weeks. It's like, how much did they charge? But these posters were, $50,000, $60,000, $70,000. So they must have paid 10, 15.
Absolutely.
Oh man. It's just, I saw the whole video on it. It was really interesting. Probably about 10 years ago. I thought it was, really interesting. I like looking at posters and old historical stuff like that anyway. So we all go down a rabbit hole every once in a while. And the ticket is the rabbit hole. I think it worked out really well for the show today. I think it was a great added.
Yeah, I think especially like I like that sometimes we'll end up on these little paths when we know that there is nothing nothing crazy hobby wise. It's like it actually opens it up to be like, actually, there's a bunch of directions we can go. We don't end up in the usual spots. I was looking up as we were just talking there because with those posters and how some of them are so brittle and so fragile, and the Thrill in Manila thing because of where it is. If it's an original poster from Manila, the likelihood that it was preserved is almost nothing. And I wanted to give you an example because I think I've referenced it before. I've talked about how the world of stamps is very niche now. It's very specific to people. But the most expensive stamp is the British. It's British Ghana. It was a 1 cent stamp. It was a red stamp, and it's the most generic and plain thing that anybody could imagine. And the reason is because it's super rare. Like, look, it's nothing to look at.
Aye.
Yeah, it's almost nothing. You can barely see anything.
That's a stamp.
It's a stamp. Now, not only is it a stamp, two things you need to know. Number one, it was from British Ghana, like an offshoot. It's not like even England proper. It's like, nope, this over there. That's part of the reason.
British Ghana back then.
Yeah, it's part of the reason why it's super rare. I think it's from the mid 1800s, so I think it's 1850s or thereabouts. So like,
Wow.
it shouldn't even exist. And you can see all this stuff here, and they tried to restore it, and you've got this here. Well, the thing you were looking at earlier there, some of the owners, here's your provenance. The owners actually wrote their initials on it. Over the time that stamp has been out there.
That scribble was, yeah.
That was one of the owners put their name on it. And several of the owners over time. So you could actually establish a provenance looking at the stamp and seeing the initials of various owners over time.
And it takes away from it, but it adds to it. It's crazy.
The thing is, it doesn't take a damn thing away from it because every time it's sold for more than last
to
time.
me and you, it does. But I mean,
yeah. But every single time it sells for more than last time.
Yeah.
Because it literally was owned by a king at one point. That was one of the sets of it. Like, and then a bunch of other famous collectors, and it's like, they don't care. The ones that own it basically just want to say they own it. It's just that's what it is. It's a display piece just to like, I've got more money than brains. Here you go. I'll show you.
But I don't see the tickets as being more of a trend. I see it being a healthy hobby investment or direct.
Hashtag invest.
Hashtag investment. Yes.
There you go. So most expensive 2002 Fleer Authentics card is Yao Ming rookie $75. David Carr QB rookie $2.50. There you go. Fair enough.
It's affordable too.
That's the thing. Like I think it's neat, and if you like it, I think they're still fairly reasonable. That it's good to know they're still fairly reasonable. Those are not onerous prices. Those are completely fair. So
like vintage, I paid $50 for a Turnbull 5 goal. Honestly, it's still a record today.
Yeah, be cool.
And that's from 1977. So.
Vintage music gig posters are big money, like an original Nirvana gig flyer from the 90s. Yes, something like that would definitely, that's a big piece. Yep, there you go, Brian. I try occasionally to bring in stuff from other hobbies just to give some context because it's like, no, it's good because people get really myopic about cards. It's like, there's other stuff too. You'll learn things if you are willing to look outside the spectrum a little bit. So let me just close up a couple of these tabs. I had a bunch of stuff going on here. Cool. And we're caught up on the chat again. That's beautiful. So, Brad, I know you popped in earlier. If you're still around, hopefully, let us know how the show's going. No pressure, but you can let us know. I let him know if he wanted to pop on, he could. But otherwise, if you're going to be in the chat, no worries there. Just let us know how it's going so far. I know when I messaged him a little bit earlier, he was just getting off the plane, and they were just setting and they were getting ready to set up there. So hopefully the show works out well. We'll have to see how it goes. We'll know a little bit more later on.
Which show is it? I mean, obviously it's not the Edmonton show. He's in Vancouver, but this is Edmonton shows the sister of the Toronto show.
Yeah.
What's going on in Vancouver?
So this is the Bosa show over in BC. So they're running a show over there. I guess based on the timing though, because the Edmonton one is next week, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so that means probably because I think PSA Canada is setting up with that too. So I'm guessing that it's go to BC and then come back eastward, hit up Alberta, and then continue back further when it's time to come back. I'm guessing
he's flying. I hope.
Yes. Getting your air miles in, taking advantage of them a little bit. It's fair enough. I get it. So that's good. So let me take a look.
Even Leroy Neiman did a Thriller Manila. Joe Fraser signed poster, 10K.
There you go. Josh knows the brand. Waiting for the coin or watch connections. You never know. You just need the right topic, Josh. $1 Million Man. Yeah, but you can't ask for the $1 Million Man and expect him to appear. He comes and goes as he pleases. It's all about timing, my friend. It's all about timing.
So a Thriller Manila poster is probably about 2K.
That's not terrible.
No, I think that's kind of cheap, to be honest, especially if it's in mint condition.
Considering it's a big, that was a huge fight, pretty historic fight in Muhammad Ali's career.
Yep.
For a boxing guy, that would be pretty good. Good.
But it's like the Leaf box. Not a lot of boxing going forward. It kind of takes a little bit off the edge.
Oh, I think once boxing kind of lost its prominence, that was the end of that.
Will it come back? Not with UFC. Not with no.
No, UFC's kicked its ass.
that was the best thing for Holly Holmes to do, was to come into the UFC, because she came from a great boxing career. So, she came in and kicked what's her name's butt. So
Yeah, it was. The thing is that UFC is more dynamic. It's very hard to be like, okay, so you can kick
I
and
can go
punch.
back.
Yeah, and then be like, okay, so all you guys can do is punch. Oh, I see.
Boring.
Yeah.
Kick
And in
them.
reality, for the fighters, it's more dangerous. Boxing's way more dangerous for the fighters because they're taking a beating potentially for 12 rounds and they just keep taking hits.
Yeah, I don't think they're planning on going 12 rounds.
But the thing is, they can. So over the course of a career, that's basically what happened to Muhammad Ali. He fought so many wars and so many fights that went, even the ones he won. He got beat. He basically got beat on and beat on and beat on for years. He delivered a lot of punishment, but he also took a lot of punishment, and it created and it exacerbated a condition and made it worse. And by the time he ended his career, it was
he
done.
had.
Yeah, but he was more susceptible to it because of the damage. He had gotten hurt for many years.
Yeah, of course. I can understand that. I would go with that.
Yeah. So it's one of those things where enough boxers end up with brain damage over time that it's like it's not great.
UFC cauliflower ears. That's about it.
Yeah, but the thing that happens is in UFC, if you get knocked out, the referee just calls it.
Yeah.
He doesn't give you a 10 count and then let you get back up and take more punishment. It's like, no, you're done today. Today's over.
I kind of take a few hits in the head opposed to some ground and pound. I don't know. It just seems.
I don't want. I've been grounded and pounded in
Tell us.
in my youth.
By Len Potty and
Oh yeah. Well,
God! When I see him tomorrow, I'm gonna run like hell.
you guys should buy tickets to that one.
The best part is he won't remember me. He's not.
That's probably for the best for you.
Yeah, no, it is.
he has issues with.
He's not going to remember me, which is fine, because when I go up and go, hey, how you doing? I'm going to pretend I don't even know the guy, and
Wear
I'm
the
going
red
to be
hat
like,
with "Make America Great Again." And
no, I'm going to be like, Joe Biden's awesome, isn't he?
oh yeah.
This is the this is the Shriner show, right?
Yeah.
See, what we need is something.
It's the rich. So you had the Boston collectors show
Okay.
that were going on for many years, and Bobby's been to it, I believe. A handful of years ago, Rich Altman, who passed away a year ago,
Yeah.
started a second show equally as big, and had some connections with like Bill Russell, and started bringing in some bigger names. So you had these two major shows, kind of like a spring and a fall there, where before it was once a year, and now it's kind of like twice a year, because next fall comes, you'll have the Boston sports card collectible people that have been doing it for 20, 30 years.
Okay.
But the Altman show has been around maybe 10, we'll say 10. I don't know.
Are they the
can't
same
say,
time
but-
of year, or twice a month, twice a year for both, or?
No. So you have the Altman show is in the spring now, and then the one that's the original one is in the fall for the Boston sports card collectors, and it's like 500 tables. You've seen it; it's like 500 tables, wouldn't you say?
Yeah,
It's
something like
huge.
that. Yeah, and that's good to have, I think. And then you have the national on top of that. Here in Canada, we have the spring and fall expo, which is real well balanced between for collectors, I think. Yeah, now we have the Edmonton show, and he has the other show down in wherever, New Jersey or whatever it is. So
Strongsville.
Strongsville.
It's in Ohio.
Is it in Ohio? Yeah.
Yeah, Strongville's Ohio. Yeah.
So, anyways, he's got all the shows going on, and it's all tight, and it's going to be tight in the fall too, and it's too close together. I think I'll lose a lot of stuff that will be sold at those shows that won't come to Toronto from those.
We'll have to see. We'll have to see. We'll have to see how it plays out. I'll be curious. Either way, I think the one.
Guarantee you, anybody who's selling there that's coming to Toronto is going to sell their stuff there. It's not going to pick up everything a month before the show coming here. So all that opportunity will be lost for the Toronto buyers. Plus, it's June, so we got the bump from May to June, which is June is summer. It's like a major hockey show. I don't know.
No, I hear you. Why would all the Western dealers who spent all that money packing up, shipping
They're
their
probably
stuff
not
out?
going to come to Toronto.
No, Why would they?
You're going to sell everything there because anybody who's buying, see, all the good stuff usually goes. It doesn't matter what show you go to. It doesn't matter where it is. All the good stuff always goes. And what are you going to bring to the next show? Like, it's really about rarity and opportunity. And that's what the shows are really all about. A lot of the guys who show up like the crack of noon, like Carlos, he's just coming in because chasing Medano down is not like this big. But when the stuff that you're really after, that you really want, you got to be there first.
They're giving Madonna stuff away. I mean,
there's other stuff.
The story, the cards I picked up for him.
I looked at it. I looked at some of this other stuff that you're claiming about. I see it on Instagram. It's like I have a receptacle for it. It looks like a garbage can, but it's a receptacle. You put it in there, and then they take it away. It's to the vault. They take it to the vault.
Or it stays there.
Yeah, but the vault is free. The vault is free over there. They got trucks and everything. It's great.
Wow.
So John here says, something that I'd like to share. Dimitri Young song to reach out to me about selling a bunch of sets, early 70s, early 80s. Very cool stuff. Got approval from Deb. Very nice.
What am I not getting? Who's Dimitri Young?
Dimitri Young is a baseball player. He collects a bunch of stuff. So he actually is a pretty noted collector. At one point, I think, it might have been PSA, it might have been one of the other ones, might have been PSA, actually had like the designation Dimitri Young collection because he's actually put together a pretty good collection, including vintage and stuff. He actually collects quite a bit of stuff.
There's a lot of famous people who are big collectors that you never really knew. Patrick Roy, Steinbrenners, Keith Olbermann, endless.
Yeah. He had some good seasons. He was a decent player, but it's one of those things where if the guys use some of that money, if they use some of that money, it's actually they could build pretty nice collections because he was collecting before, obviously, a lot of the boom and stuff. So you could build some pretty nice sets and things and do pretty well. And so you could have a nice collection that overall comes together. And Paul's just interjecting here that, he did get PSA to put the name on the label. So he's got the Dimitri Young collection. So that exists as a little Provenance thing. There are some slabs out there with it. Yep.
I got to do some my research. I don't really, is he, so he's a former baseball player?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay.
Like I said, not like the great, but he was a good player. He was a good player in his time.
I remember his name. Yeah.
Yeah.
So does he only collect baseball and sell baseball stuff?
That's the stuff I'm familiar with. Okay. It's very possible, though, he collected other stuff. Like, it wouldn't surprise me.
Just curious. I'll have to do my research on him. I'll write his name down. Do my Google search in the future.
More and more baseball guys are going to kind of get into it. Kind of a little prestigious.
Yeah, I think it's good. Like, hobby-wise, it's good that some of these guys are showing interest in the genre and doing some collecting themselves. It's not a bad thing. So that's a situation. Like, honestly, it's better that some of the players start collecting cards than Drake collecting the cards. It's like it's a little. There's a more direct association. It's like actually good. Then you're investing some interest into it. So there you go. So anyway, absolutely, Brian. Have yourself a good evening. Take it easy. 18 holes of golf at Tahoe.
There you go. Wow, very nice.
Look at this guy. Yeah. So Josh here, baseball question. Purchasing Joey Votto. What would you go with? 2007, and he also said he saw some 2002. If you're just interested in Joey Votto, I would just look at the ones that are available and pick the one that speaks to you the most. Because what you're really looking for, Joey Votto is one of those guys that will probably be a Hall of Famer, but he's not like a top tier Hall of Famer. He's been an excellent player for quite a while. So he's a guy who's you're going to do okay. Now, the good thing for Joey Votto is that he's in a time period where there probably is going to be some. I would probably look for maybe one of the more short printed ones. Look at his rookie. Look at a list of rookies they recognize, and maybe see if any of them are autographed. I don't remember his rookie cards off the top of my head, but if he's got any of the autographed rookie autos, that'd be a pretty nice one to have. Like if you're interested for that kind of thing, that would be the direction I'd look.
Again, I hate to sound stupid. It comes so natural to me though. Who's this Joey Votto? What does he do for a living?
Joey Votto plays baseball also.
Okay, what teams does he play for?
So he's played predominantly for the Cincinnati Reds.
And you said that he's probably going to be a Hall of Famer?
Yeah, he's basically right on that borderline right now, where as it is, he's already kind of a borderline case.
Yeah.
So let's kind of.
I don't follow baseball, but I listen to sports, watch sports, listen to sports radio. I've never heard that name before in my life.
Yeah. So he's a former MVP. He has been a Gold Glover, and he's a 6-time All-Star. So it's one of those things. He's one of those guys, like I said, who's a borderline. You're a former MVP. That's usually going to work out well for you. Yeah. He's got a 302 career batting average. That's good. So that'll usually work, especially if you've had a decent length career, and he has. So it's a good position to be in. And he's still playing right now. So right now he still has the opportunity to accumulate some more statistics.
Is he still with the Reds?
Yes. Right now, okay. He's played in the Reds from 2007 to right now. So he's on 16 years. So pretty good.
Yeah. I just don't follow the sport. I actively, and I'm being serious, I'm not trying to be sarcastic. I actively try to avoid it when possible. I don't like it, never have, and I don't pay attention to anything about it. It's like if it's on in the background, something might click or I might pick something up. I hear about Red Sox stuff because of sports radio that I listen to constantly. But yeah, I really do sound a little stupid at times when it comes to current baseball knowledge, because I don't follow any of it and I actively avoid it.
Yep. And the other angle as well for like Josh and others is that he's Canadian, so he does get a little more publicity over here.
Okay.
So as a good Canadian player, a good Canadian player who actually has a shot at a Hall of Fame, that's, you know, that makes him a little bit more notable. He'll get a little extra love on this side of the border for that as well.
Is there a history of good Canadian players? I mean, what
There have been some good ones. It's tough though, because when you're looking at Canadian players, you've got some qualifiers sometimes. So I'm just trying to think. I think if memory serves me, I just want to make sure I get this right so that I don't misquote. Yes. So Ferguson Jenkins is actually Canadian.
I know him.
Yeah.
I know who that is.
Yeah. So he would be probably one of the better Canadian Hall of Famers for sure. Legitimate, great player. And had a great career. So he's probably one of the more famous ones. There have been some other very good players. Joey Votto would be another one who's quite good. So it's one of those things where it's like any one of them that distinguish themselves that way, they're always going to get a little extra love, especially because of that. Because I know Ferguson Jenkins done a lot of signings around here. He had the Ferguson Jenkins Foundation that he set up at the Expo and bring on.
I've never heard anybody call him Ferguson before. Seriously, it's always Fergie.
Yeah, but right here, that Raleigh Fingers 8x10 came from that. So because he invited a lot of other players. Yes, and Baz, Larry Walker as well.
I remember him.
He's more recent. He'd be more recent inductee, but Larry Walker would be another great example.
Larry Walker, who in the All-Star game put his batting helmet on backwards and was having a good time. I remember
it's an All-Star game. You got to have fun.
I remember Larry Walker very well.
Yep. So let me go here. Here. So this is relating to Dimitri Young here. Okay. He had some insane stuff. Pretty sure he had a Wagner. This might be right. As I said, he did collect some nice stuff. Like his collection, he actually built up a pretty nice collection. He didn't grab like average stuff. He was very particular. So that's why it was notable to have a former player, but he actually had a pretty good eye for building a nice collection.
So going back to the comment that started that discussion, has he passed away or gotten to a stage in his life where he wants to get rid of his collection? Because it said that he had purchased it from his son with dad's permission or something. So is he just really old? Is he unhealthy?
No. Well, I don't know about his health, but Dimitri Young is 48. Like he's not super old.
Jeez, I'm 48.
Oh, that's ancient. Dear God. He's on death's door right now. Oh no. This is tragic. So sad.
Yeah.
Now I feel awful.
Yeah. Guess what I was told this week? Because I'm old.
You're on death's door like 3 seconds ago.
I need a complete hip replacement.
Are they going to say? I thought you were going to say a complete personality transplant because I could have told you that.
Oh, they've been working on that for years.
I could have diagnosed that for you. I could have diagnosed that for you very easily.
Not working, but my right hip is completely destroyed.
Victor just went through that.
Yes, that's true. Yeah, I think he's still recovering. By the way,
specialist.
Plug for Victor. He has started an audio podcast.
He has, yeah.
Yeah, so I did actually subscribe to it. I've started listening to it. Good so far. It sounds good. By the way, credit to Victor, whatever microphone he's using, it sounds pretty good, which for podcasts is really important. You want to get a good crisp audio. It's very important to get that right.
What format was it on? It was Spotify and
It can be Spotify, probably Google Play, whatever. I just use I've got my program, which what's the name of it here? Overcast is the one that I use on here, but other podcast things will work for you. But I've got it. I'm going to pull it up here, the exact name of it. I think it's just Victor Rookie Card Specialist, but I want to make sure I get it right.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is. He's going with that.
I saw his Instagram post that was advertising it. That's how I found out about it.
Yeah. So I did download it to support. So yeah, it is the Rookie Card Specialist, Victor, the Rookie Card Specialist. So there you go.
Oh, good.
Yeah. So listen to it. It's a couple of episodes. Sounds pretty good. It's going to be an extension, I think, of his channel. So if you get a chance, check it out. Yeah, Walker also gave a pocket to play baseball. Wise man. His son seems like he's getting into business. Okay, into the business. Approached me a couple of days ago about a bunch of sets from his dad's collection. Dad gave it a thumbs up, waiting on a list and video. So yeah, from what I understand, given that Dimitri Young has built quite a nice collection, it wouldn't surprise me if he has extras. It wouldn't surprise me if it's a situation where if he's got some extras and maybe he wants to sell, his son wants to sell some sets to set up whatever he's working on. Dad's got lots of stuff, so
Yeah.
I wouldn't it wouldn't surprise me if he's willing to move some of it to help his son out, to build up whatever he's trying to do. There you go. So he's watching your channel. That's good. Sweet deal. Thank you, John. Sounds good. So I think that's solid. So we've got quite a couple of paths. We did the stamp cameo. We did the ticket discussion. That was good. Dimitri Young. We got the tickets. Absolutely. We've got quite the range today. Pretty good.
Oh, it was Blue Ribbon. Blue Ribbon football.
Oh, is that the one for the CFL thing?
The CFL. Everybody said it was Blue Ribbon tea, but people don't realize that they made chocolate bars. Actually, I had 2 chocolate bar wrappers from the 50s for Blue Ribbon. So I think it was chocolate bars. So he told me, he says, yeah, I remember going over. It wasn't advertised on the box, but he says, I used to slip the card out. And he says, he went over to a kid's place who his parents owned a variety store, and he says, hey, just push your finger through and you can see the card come out underneath the chocolate bar thing. And he says, oh wow. So I think this is one of the original wrappers, one of the 2. I'm not too sure which one it is, but these are 1955. But Blue Ribbon is known for actually the album says Toronto, it says Blue Ribbon Limited, Toronto, Vancouver, Montreal, so it says exactly the same thing. So if I have the original wrapper, well, I'll watch out. Then we're talking some good bucks. But I did find some tickets. I do have some tickets. This one is 1974 Canada Cup, 1976, Game 1.
Okay, nice.
Wow, nice.
Then I got I don't know when this is from. This is the Leafs 71 tube for the Leafs. And then I got the box, the tickets. The whole set used to come in.
Oh,
so
nice.
Your Leaf tickets, and it would come in all there, and then yeah. So I got a few tickets here. I don't know what happened in this game. Who did they play? Doesn't say who they played, so I'd have to look up the game. April 1st. April 1st. Hey, wow, 1971. Wow, we're talking like 50 years.
Yep.
Woo-hoo.
So this one here, just for reference, kind of what we're talking about. Paul's giving some more information on it as well. But I grabbed this old image from a Beckett article on the online. So right here, so that is Dimitri Young, and that case. So this is from an auction he did a couple of years ago. So there's a Pete Rose rookie there. There's a Hank Aaron rookie, and then I think a bunch of these are all PSA 10. So you got the Roberto Clemente rookie there. He's got a bunch of 10s all over those PSAs. A lot of those are super high grade. Reggie Jackson rookie.
Is that a Yaz rookie?
Off in the
right corner.
So Ernie Banks. Let me see. I'm just looking through. He probably has. I can see that.
Carl Yastrzemski.
Yeah, I've got right here. I can see. So that's Tom Seaver. That's Steve Harleton. That's Lou Brock.
Looks like Yaz.
Can't see them here.
I can't see it. I don't see the Yaz one, but I'm sure he does because I'm looking at it in
the bottom right corner of the picture.
The bottom right. Oh, here. Yeah. Yes. That is Yastrzemski. Yes. And then you got LK line here. So actually, they're just showing predominantly rookies there. Nice ones. Hall of Fame rookies. A lot of good stuff. Very impressive.
I just enlarged my screen. I didn't know it went this large, but it eliminates the chat.
Yeah. But pretty good. I would say even that case right there is showing a lot of quality vintage material. So that's real strong.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, look at that.
Yeah, so he's built himself. That's why I mentioned, like, from what I remembered, it's been a long time since I thought about it, but from what I remembered, he had shown a pretty good eye for really focusing on quality pieces. Like, he focused on really high-end, high-grade in the vintage he was looking at. So that's why I say, like, the collection itself was pretty impressive. So here, just Paul's elaborating on that. Not just good, a lot of 10s. So that's going to be a strong collection when you have it. So he did end up doing, I think, a sale. I don't know if he's obviously based on what John's talking about. He still has stuff, obviously. But
sale.
Yeah. Well, even at the time, like I said, that was a couple of years before. It might've been before the boom. But even then he made like 2.4 million on the sale.
Like triple that in.
Yeah. But by today's standard, it'd probably be more like 5 or 10x.
Yeah, maybe.
For a lot of those cards. Like the Hank Aaron, the Hank Aaron I know is shot through the roof. If the Aaron's a 10, that's $1 million card by itself.
Yeah.
Like those ones are crazy. So just keep that in mind. That's a lot. But either way, I think he did all right on it because he was paying good prices, but then they have since gone up even at the time he was selling. So obviously, and he's still got stuff. Like I said, if he's still selling other pieces, he's got other stuff. So he'll be all right. All right, so I'm just quickly getting rid of some more of these tabs. Looking good. Cool. All right, so guys, what I'll do is it's kind of open-ended. What do you guys want to chat on? If he's still around, I want to see if I can torture Justin some more.
Yeah, it's the end of the show. Come on in.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Well,
Good night, everyone.
well, it was very tempting to take advantage. Somebody suggested doing the poll, and I kind of wanted to be like, okay, here's the link. Go ahead.
Mm-hmm. Not so nice.
I never claimed to be nice.
No.
Yeah. Key is don't ask too many times. If you ask too many times, it's not going to work out the way you want it.
Then it's begging.
Yeah, it really is begging at that stage.
Yeah.
And that's usually just word to the wise. That doesn't work well.
No.
So I opened up, I've said before that I haven't opened up a pack of cards since like 94 or something. So Tim actually opened this one and gave it to me. But I collect these.
Okay.
And so this is 1978 Superman.
Oh, okay.
I saw this movie in the theaters because I am old. And it was some of the cards really still look very, very nice. That was probably the best one. It's a sticker. And then, there's a few others of Christopher Reeve posing.
Yep.
We got the Marlon Brando in here.
Good old Marlon Brando.
So and then of course you got the setup for the second movie with Zod and his other two henchmen there. So
There you go. Well, the centering looks decent on a couple of those.
Yeah,
so it's not too
yeah,
bad.
and I mean they
with a lot of the 70s cards, it's the centering usually that kills the deal a lot of times. So it's kind of tricky to find it in properly centered condition, just because of a lot of off centering. So go ahead, Bobby. You got a poster there or something?
The original ad sheet from Topps
There you go.
very nice.
for Superman.
That is awesome. If make a copy of that or something and send it to
I
me.
don't do reprint shit.
Oh, just throw through the Xerox machine.
eBay is rife with that stuff, and I hate every second of it.
How about this? So Tim opened up these were given to Tim. So Tim opened up this pack next, kept the cards, and I grabbed the wrapper because he didn't want it, and I didn't even know these existed until Tuesday.
Yeah, so there's two Elvises, right? There's the early Elvis from the 50s, and then it's the 78, I think.
Yep,
well.
and that's what this
70.
is.
Yeah.
So this was also 78.
Yeah.
Yep, it says there on the front, 78. I don't have any cards to show, but I grabbed the wrapper because he was going to toss it.
Oh, that's a good thing. I'll be consigning this on Probstein, so if you want to go for it.
Oh, quick.
Get all your zero bidder accounts ready.
It's going to go for thousands
Yep.
if my connections come through.
There you go. Did I discuss WrestleMania at all? No, I haven't touched on it. If there's something specific, Bob, you want to bring up, I'm happy to humor it. No problem.
Vince brought out a 50-something-year-old man to highlight the entire.
No, I do have a couple of
weekend.
thoughts about. Here's the thing. I do have a couple of thoughts about that I'm happy to discuss. Because there were elements of it that were hilariously funny to me. By the way, there are some folks that genuinely like the show. I watched bits and pieces of it. I had no interest whatsoever. I did watch some of it afterwards, but I'm like, this is kind of what I expected. And for me, it kind of sucks. But then I went and watched some people's review, and they're like, oh, it's the best WrestleMania in years. I'm like, how low has our bar dropped?
Yeah.
This blows.
How many
Right.
years?
Okay. The one that they used for comparison was 31, because 31 was actually pretty decent. I remember watching 31. 31 was okay. And 30 I liked, but that's been about 8 years. So like for me, I'm like, if you're invoking 31 was actually a decent show. From top to bottom, I thought it was a good show. This one, they stretched it out over 2 nights. One night was really mediocre. The other night was just standard mediocre. And I'm like, why are we praising this?
And again,
Whatever, fine.
If you have to highlight your biggest event of the year, bring out a 50-something-year-old man
he's almost 60.
Who hasn't wrestled in how many years? 19?
He retired. So Stone Cold Steve Austin retired at WrestleMania 19. This was WrestleMania 38.
31.
No, this is 38.
Yeah, okay.
They were comparing it to 30. They were comparing it to 31, claiming that it was at least as good as 31. I'm like, no chance.
Something is wrong with your business if you have to get a quote 60-year-old man to come out of retirement to save your business and be the star of the show.
Yeah.
Stone Cold will come over and still kick your ass.
There's no question about that.
The issue isn't whether Stone Cold can play the part, because he still can. He was able to, and it was in Texas. He's a Texas guy.
Yeah.
So like it made sense. I got the idea, hey, bring Stone Cold in, we'll play the music, the fans will love it. They did. They loved it. They loved it so much they had to bring him back both days to really maximize the impact of paying money to come in. And they got a match out of him. Because he was there with Kevin Owens, who is a professional. He knows exactly what he's doing, and he was going to be as safe as possible and take care of him as much as he could. And they were able to scrape together, because what they did is they did the crutch of, in professional wrestling, there is still a physicality element because you still have to throw somebody around. What they did is they did a street fight. A street fight means it can be sloppy by design. It means you can get away with a lot of things you couldn't get away with in a technical match. You can't do it. So it's like, okay, so what do we do? Do a street fight. It means you can hit each other with things. You can cheat. You can make it work. And the audience will eat it up. It'll still work. So they did that. They took every shortcut they could. I watched the match. It was passable. But I also didn't think it was necessary. I was like, just Stone Cold being there, the crowd would have been happy. Stone Cold grabbing the microphone and saying some things, the crowd would have been happy. You didn't need to do it. It wasn't required. You did it because you're desperate.
Smash the beer cans, stun
that
somebody,
would have been enough.
Walk out.
Good enough. That's all you needed. And the people would have been happy and everything's good. They did it because they realized the card was weak.
Yeah.
It was an acknowledgement the card was weak.
That's my point exactly.
Yes.
If you have to bring a 60-year-old man who hasn't wrestled in 20 years out of retirement to save your show, you have a bad product.
Yeah. That's pretty good when you get Stone Cold in there. I'd still like to see him.
No, but that was the thing. So this was the argument. A lot of the folks that made this pitch were looking at it with nostalgic glasses saying, oh man, I was so happy to see Stone Cold. I'm sitting there like, this is a crutch. You guys are relying on that nostalgia angle to carry the whole thing because you are not providing a good product otherwise. It's like, it would be like if the Leafs did what they do now, but the team was actually a bottom feeding last place team for the last 10 years in a row. They had no hope whatsoever. They won 0 games the last decade. And okay, so here's what we're going to do. Hey, Daryl Sittler, can you come on the ice and wave at people and like skate around the ice for a shift? Why? Well, because then it'll be cool. No, this team sucks. They're terrible. No, it's you skate around the ice. It'll be great. They'll cheer you. That's not going to work. That doesn't fix the product.
No, it helps.
That's what I mean. Like, it helps mask it. So they're like, but it's like, this is their biggest show. This is wrestling's Super Bowl, so to speak. They've done a spectacle. They go through all this trouble. And the biggest matches they had were a nearly 60-year-old man wrestling. Logan Paul. He had a Pokemon card.
They brought that idiot out?
Yes! He wrestled.
I didn't know that.
He wrestled. They also brought in Johnny Knoxville, speaking of Jackass. He wrestled.
You said that earlier, but I didn't know he wrestled. I thought he kind of just showed up.
They both wrestled. We'll get the celebrities to wrestle because no one cares about the wrestlers we have.
What a
really,
and people paid for this?
Yes.
People paid for this.
You said they didn't sell out or something, Carl.
They didn't come close to selling out. Absolutely not.
Wow.
But what they did, and this is how WWE. This is how WWE, they did it over 2 nights. Yeah. So what they did is they sold probably legitimately, they claimed like 70,000 tickets each night. It was probably more like 50. But you do 50 and 50, that's 100,000 tickets sold. However you slice it, that's a lot of butts and seats.
How much a ticket?
Correct. So they still made money.
It's their
that
Super
was not
Bowl.
an issue.
They can charge whatever they want.
Correct.
Yeah, true.
So it's like, so you still get to kind of cheat. You still get to play the game and do the illusion and be like, hey, it's great. So it's like, okay, guys, So that's basically how they cheated their way out of it. That was their cute little. Yeah, we sold 100,000 tickets over 2 nights.
All right, just tell me Ric Flair didn't show up.
No, he did not show up.
Probably. Come on.
He did not
In the
show up.
background somewhere.
Hogan
go.
didn't come out.
Check it out.
There's Logan Paul.
Now, by the way, he's got a Pokemon card there on his little chain thing. He actually received a Guinness World Record plaque because apparently in a private deal, he paid over $5 million for that specific Pokemon card. That is now the new record for a Pokemon card. $5 million.
And just a YouTube star. Isn't it amazing?
Yep. So, by the way, we talked about how a Pokemon card might get to $1 million. Well, he got it to 5.
Mm-hmm.
He paid for it, but he got it to 5. So now we have $1 million Pokemon card. We actually have a multi-million-dollar Pokemon card.
Just let you know how much this guy is worth.
Yep. For him, it was a drop in the bucket, and he's cool to go.
And some of the top athletes in their field can't even come close to
Yep.
it.
So
I'm officially retiring from this hobby.
Yeah. So I got a question here for you from Aaron. I'm going to touch on that in 2 seconds. Let me read a couple of these. Vince taking a stunner was a highlight. We can call it that. Oh, speaking of which, so first night he does the match with Kevin Owens. Again, it's passable. It's fine. Not great. Not what I would have chosen to do it, but fine. You wanted to do it. The crowd was happy. It was their main event for night 1. Night 2, they brought back Stone Cold Steve Austin out because Vince McMahon was doing Vince McMahon-y things. So, Austin McMahon, guys. Austin McMahon. Sure, it's not 20 years ago, but we'll do it. So they do the thing. So you got a nearly 60-year-old man facing off against the ring with a man who's pushing 80. Vince is like 75, 76 years old.
Wow.
Now, here's the thing. Vince is in pretty good shape for his age because he still works out constantly. He's got big arms and everything. Like, he still is jacked. But here's the thing. He was unathletic in his prime. He was barely an athlete back then. Mm-hmm. But he's basically a bodybuilder with no flexibility or mobility at all. But like if he stands there, he looks imposing. But that's about all it goes. That's about all it is. They did a bit where he took a Stone Cold Stunner. In his prime, he took about the worst stunner you could ever take. Mm-hmm. As it was, Stone Cold did the usual thing. He does a kick to set up the stunner. Well, Vince is so uncoordinated and so old, he actually almost fell over on the kick, bounced off the ropes, and Austin's like standing there waiting for him to like come closer so he can grab him and do the stunner. He's barely able to do it, and Vince is like a stiff board, and he like keels over after the stunner. I was like, that is literally the worst stunner I've ever seen. No one will ever surpass it in your lack of coordination and ability, and you're old. Please never try that again.
But isn't that historic?
We could call it that, I guess.
I call it pathetic.
It was utterly pathetic. So
historic, yes.
So many ninjas, my brother here comments. To tell you this topic is worthy of comment. The bar may rest firmly on the floor at this point. Agreed, many ninjas. Agreed. Okay, so this one is a question. I'm going to get my refill, but this one actually is a question that you can touch on if you want, Eric. So curious what you guys think are undervalued or buy low targets in baseball and or hockey. So you do have a hockey angle on this one if you want. Is there anything you think is undervalued at this point? Hockey is probably easier, to be honest, because it does a lot less movement. So I'll quickly get my refill and I'll come back. But if you want to give that one a go, feel free.
Go, Eric. It's all you. I don't know if we're talking modern or vintage, but
yeah,
I would think honestly, be creative. If you've got to see some things in vintage, it'd be interesting. Use it.
Carlos, we just have the floor for a few minutes.
I have to keep an eye on YouTube because I don't trust that one at the bottom of the screen. We've already seen this.
That's a good point. You can't argue with that.
There you go.
Well, I don't. Again, I don't collect anything modern. I haven't opened up a pack of cards since '94. But I said earlier in the show we were talking about Mike Bossy, and I just think I screwed that up. I really wish I could go back in time and have grabbed more Islanders stuff. They were so dominating. Bossy's, one of the greatest natural goal scorers that's ever put on skates. Trottier and Gillies and Smith, and I mean it goes on and on and on. Goring and all of them. So
Nystrom.
Yeah, it just goes on and on and on. So I wish I grabbed more Bossy stuff, more Trottier stuff along the way when I had opportunities in the past. I mean, I have their rookie cards and things, but with Bossy being sick and probably going to pass within the next week from, he's in hospice care. He doesn't have much time left on this earth, and I just think he is so undervalued. He is just. I mean, even up in Canada. I mean, you saw all the Gretzky stuff. You saw all the Orr stuff, the Howe stuff. I don't remember it being, interested or was something unique with Mike Bossy. I just don't think this great player.
Short career too.
Well, his back gave out, and because back then, I mean, you could beat the hell out of everybody. I think he took probably too many cross checks or something to the lower back, but I mean, he had to leave because his back was bad. But in that period of time, the only person that scored more goals than him, I think, was Wayne Gretzky.
But remember, he's with the Islanders. So
sure, and they were incredible.
As incredible they were, their dynasty is not recognized to much degree. For some reason, I don't know what it is. It's just not. And I don't know if it's because, in collectibles in today's world, if you go back and look at the vintage teams, let's just take it from 1989 back. The least collectibles are Islanders, Winnipeg Jets. There's a few other teams too. Flyers a little bit. Some of them are good, some are bad. But there's certain teams that just don't get the respect. Their items don't sell for. But something will sell for $10 for the Islanders, and the other one will go for 150. Team logo stuff, whatever it is, for some reason it's just one of those teams. It's an anomaly that people don't understand. That why the Islanders don't get respect.
I don't get it. And
Tavares doesn't get respect coming from the Islanders too. Look at his cards; they're not doing
it. And unfortunately, with Bossy and the state he's in, and Gillies, Hall of Famer Gillies passing away a year or so ago, their stuff is going to be a little bit more expensive than. And they
don't go for much to begin with.
Yeah.
I think what hurt Bossy is that he got hurt just before another season or two, and he would have gotten that extra little bit of credit because he was still scoring at will, nearly. Like he was still putting.
He had a 10-year career.
Yeah, but the thing is, one or two more, he's in the 600 and change, and that pushes him just past where he is. Into kind of the Lemieux, Yzerman kind of category, and then tack on the Stanley Cups. It feels different. Like it's a psychological barrier. It's not like it's it's such a narrow line, but it feels different saying, "Oh, you're 600. We put you 600 plus. That list gets real short. 500 goal scorers is a pretty decent list, but it's a bit longer. 600 plus is a much tighter list, and all of a sudden you're sitting there like, okay, well, you're way better than Dino Ciccarelli. Due respect to Ciccarelli, he's more of a longevity guy. So you start looking at the 600 goal scorer longevity guys, and then you compare him to a guy who is a dominant goal scorer for years. That's the reason why I say now, basically Ovechkin is showing us what it would have looked like if a guy like a Bossy had been allowed to keep playing, if he had been given more time, because all of a sudden he's going to get more and more appreciation as time goes on, and the comp would be very impressive.
In TV back then, they really didn't have the coverage for the Islander games. Yes. I don't remember seeing very many at all, and I think that hurt them too.
They were in the pre-era.
Gretzky, Edmonton, like everywhere, right?
Yeah, they were a victim of being a dynasty at the wrong time. They were in the dynasty just before. Maybe a good comp. This would be a good comparable. The problem with right now the Bossy and those Islander teams is they're basically like the Celtics teams of the Bill Russell era. Yeah. You look at it in retrospect, it's like, hey, that's really impressive. Hey, that's really good. But then people are like, I don't remember that. I didn't see any of that. Like, and it's TV obviously existed, but like we don't remember. We don't see too much of that. Like you can't go back. Oh, can we see some of those classic Islander games? You got the tapes there? No.
Somewhere.
Yeah, I'm sure they exist, but it's one of those things where it's like they're going to be an obscure thing. If you could see it and be like, hey, those guys were real good, and they won 4 straight, that's really impressive.
And the Islanders are now correct me if I'm wrong, if I am, I don't think I am. The Islanders are the only team to beat Gretzky's Oilers in the finals.
Let me think.
Well, Gretzky, what they win, Edmonton won 5 cups over the 80s.
Yep.
So was it 5 in the 80s or was it 4 and then the 1991? Because there was the one that ended, I thought, 1990.
Yeah, but that was 89-90.
Yeah. Okay. Fine.
Well, 90 is
So,
company's
anyways,
90, so
the
I think it's
only
5.
they anytime Edmonton got to the finals, they won, except their first trip to the finals where the Islanders beat them.
Yeah. And that was the last Islander one.
Yep.
Yeah.
And
That was the very.
Gretzky, I remember Gretzky talking about how at the end of the series, he was in the locker room and all his guys were kind of, they looked fine. They had plenty of energy left. They're talking and kind of getting their stuff together. And he wanted to go over and congratulate the Islanders. And he went into the Islanders dressing room, and these guys were like passed out on the floor. They were like disheveled. They were beaten down. And he said, that's when he learned what it really takes to win a Stanley Cup and to actually give it everything you have, that even after you win it, you're an absolute mess. You can't even stand up. Where his guys lost and they're perfectly fine. And that's what he went back and told them, is that we need to give everything like those Islanders teams did. And that trip to the locker room is what turned Gretzky's career around.
Yeah. And it's one of those things, though, until later on, if it had been, maybe this is the thing where maybe down the road, if there's ever a movie and it's dramatized and they spend a little bit of time on that series as part of maybe a Gretzky story, then maybe some of those Islander guys get a little extra credit. Because again, the problem that they had is that they were a dynasty right before the attention that they could have. If they had shifted that dynasty another 3 or 4 years and gotten it into the 80s and people were paying a little bit more attention, they probably get a little more credit. It happened. Like, it's in the record books. It's there. You can go see the bands on the cup like it happened, but you don't get the credit.
Yeah, the Islanders went from 79-80 to 82-3.
Yeah.
And 2 years of Edmonton, 1 year Montreal, 2 more Edmontons, 1 Calgary, 1 more Edmonton. Then the Pittsburgh dynasty comes in, the Mew.
Yeah. They got the 2 years there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As far as I know, it's factual that the only team to ever beat Edmonton in the Gretzky dynasty
that sounds right. I feel like when
Edmonton
did lose, it was earlier rounds. So I think they would lose to one of the teams they got later. Yeah, that sounds right to me.
So, seriously, I'd put Edmonton's teams up against any team in history, even the '70s Bruins, and which obviously I'm very prejudiced about.
You would have been fine if you didn't have that lead balloon coach Don Cherry, and you probably could have won a couple more cups. Just saying.
Well, if they could count better and say, okay, so it's only allowed this many people on the ice. We're not allowed to have this many. We're only allowed to have this many.
And we let the guy who doesn't count to be coach's corner for years.
Yeah.
Fools.
I think the contention would be Montreal Canadiens, as much as I don't like to say. They had dynasties of the players they had. They had 3 lines of superstars. It's amazing,
They cheated, Bobby.
Oh, damn! I knew it. I knew there was something I was forgetting.
They only have 2 cups. They're not a dynasty. They weren't even back to back.
All right, we're gonna get John. John has a comment that pertains to the '70s, guys. Sure. We're gonna get let me get down to it. Okay. I'll read through a couple of these. So DR here, real quick. Do you know the centering tool? You see people that use all the lines over it. I think I think there's a little card there. Has anyone created a digital version? I think there's an app that does like those lines that help you try to figure out centering on a card. The name totally escapes me, but I think there's an app for that. I have seen one. Still living the past 100. ECW got big with Chance ECW. Yep, they never WWE never understood how certain things became popular. I can't stand when they call wrestlers up from NXT and change their name. Yeah, it's not great. Talking about killing a character you've already created. Yes. Yeah. And that was, by the way, a terrible thing that they would do, because it's like you do own the name of the character in both scenarios. You can't just carry them over. If anybody's familiar with them, just reintroduce them with the same name. Then the fans that already know are like, oh, yeah, that guy, I know who that is. And the new ones can get introduced to them. You don't have to repackage them again. The Knoxville match was entertaining. I think that's the one with Sami Zayn. I didn't really pay too much attention to that one, but if you say so, Bob. So here, Paul. I'm used to WWE giving WrestleMania a pass for nostalgia, but the need to crutch for the other pay-per-views is telling too. Yeah, but they relied on nostalgia at a record amount, Paul. This was not, usually they'll throw in some nostalgia. In this case, it was like wall-to-wall nostalgia, and everything was treated as an afterthought. Not great. World record for overpaying on something? Yeah. So that's for the Logan Paul Pokemon card. Yeah. Bossy's career was cut short, which prevented the stats from being 700 goals. Yes. And he also, like everyone, was overshadowed by all things Gretzky. I think if he had gotten to 700 goals, he still would have gotten his due. I think it was, like I said, it's a psychological barrier. He's just shy, and it hurt him long term.
That mid 70s to the 80s was kind of a dead period in hockey.
It was.
For some reason.
It really hurt. All the classic Cup winners in the 70s got the shaft because of minimal marketing, scarce video, and obviously no social media. Yeah. And you even use the example, like it's higher above, but I got that Phil Esposito. Well, Phil Esposito did a lot of his damage in the 70s. Like he was putting up great numbers in the 70s. He did finish with 700 goals, but what helped him is he also had the Team Canada, the Canada 72 series. Like he had other things that helped elevate. He had the cups. He was a great scorer. He put up a ton of points. But he was in the 70s. I think that would have gotten glossed over if he didn't also have the cups and also have the Canada 72, which elevated, his profile long term. Because I think he retired in 81?
Well, he was with the Rangers at the end, right?
Yeah.
82.
Yeah, it was the early 80s. Yeah. Either way, it was the early 80s.
Yeah.
And like he ran into some bad luck there because the 80s was high octane for offense. And he was already high octane for offense. So it was like, imagine if he could have gotten even more offense with the 80s.
And I'm pretty sure the Rangers with Esposito and Hodge and some other former Bruins, Vadnais and some other former Bruins made it to the Cup final and lost.
Could be. I don't
think
remember.
It's 79 maybe.
Yeah.
But I think I remember that.
Yeah, but just think about if he gets a couple more years where he still has some gas in the tank in the 80s, which are very offensive. So he already had lots of big goal years and stuff. Tack on a couple more at the end, then he's pushing 800 goals. We're looking at Esposito a little differently. And as he was very impressive, right up there. But
well, he got a 132-point record, right? So
which held until Gretzky broke it.
Yeah, he was also the first one to score 100 points in the NHL.
Yeah.
So that's what I mean. Like he got a lot of distinctions, but all those extra things are just like, okay, plus. You add the additional pluses, that helps him be held on to and remembered. Otherwise, he kind of would have gotten obscured a little bit, kind of like Bossy did.
He kind of was too, because Orr overshadowed him quite a bit with what was going on with Orr. Like honestly, here's a guy putting in goals galore, and it's just like wow. But Orr is just the dominant because he's the defenseman getting all these goals, which is just phenomenal, right? Yeah.
But it all plays also into what John's saying. So we don't have the coverage. You got this guy doing crazy things that, in retrospect, are extremely impressive. We take account the time period and everything related to it, and then what would come later, because again, he retired basically before the offense really exploded. So he didn't get the benefit fully from that at all.
Right.
So what does that tell you?
If Espo played in the 80s, he'd have 900 goals.
That's the reason why I give the context with the hockey thing is I say the 80s was a cheat code. Everybody that got to play a good chunk of time in the 80s really got to benefit from it because that was good for everybody. Gretzky was the biggest beneficiary, but there were other guys who really did well in the 80s and got to pad their stats big time.
Yeah, offensive, and the equipment didn't get big until, the late 80s, mid-80s?
Yeah, there was a lot there. So as I say, Bossy didn't really get the benefit from it as much as other guys would have. Esposito didn't get the benefit from it. Ovechkin didn't even start for years and years after that. It's like you give Ovechkin some time in the 80s and he's already right up against Gretzky's record.
He was barely born.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Did you see the new names announced today? Oh, here, I guess, here for wrestling. Barthel is called up SmackDown tonight and his name is being named to Ludwig Kaiser. Yeah, I heard they come up with some dumb names.
Man.
Dumb names. Yeah, it's like, talk about being doomed before you start. Who wants to buy a t-shirt with Ludwig Kaiser?
Kaiser Sose, maybe.
Kaiser Sose is different. That's a different conversation. Yep. Have a good night, dear. Bossy was so good he gets overlooked. Saw him play many times and knew he was seeing something special. Yeah, that's the thing. He was a special offensive talent, and he missed out just because of bad timing. And usually you say, oh, but you need rings. He's got that too. But it didn't help. It was the wrong time, wrong place.
And he must have played on some Canada Cups.
Yep.
I think so,
He played in 76 for sure.
No, Bossy played on the 76 Cup.
Well, 76 was WHA, wasn't it?
74 was WHA.
Oh, sorry, 74, yeah.
No, I was thinking, sorry, I thought you were on Esposito. Bossy? Yeah, I don't know.
His rookie year was 78, so I don't know if he played for 76 team.
No, I thought you were talking about Esposito, sorry.
Oh, yeah.
So I can't really say.
Here we go. 81 and 84 Canada
Yeah,
Cup. Thank you,
assumed
International
he
Borders.
had to have played. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for that.
Oh yeah, because he'd be your first pick, right? So I would think.
Yep.
Well, after Gretzky and in Lemieux, but Lemieux wasn't around 81 and 84. Well, maybe 84. I don't. Yeah, I don't think so.
Yeah, because I think Lemieux's big coming up party with Gretzky was what, the 87 Canada Cup?
Yeah.
Yeah, because that was the big one. That was the
Right.
that was the one they really are known for.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's
Vi-
true.
Vince McMahon said that on live TV.
Oh, he said that plenty of times. Not, I don't think on TV, but it's an infamous Vince McMahon story that he'll hear something really dumb, and he because Vince McMahon is a child. He's a very old child, but he's a child. So he'll be pitched some stupid thing, and he'll be like, "That's good shit, pal," because he's got to talk like that. It's McMahon. Yeah, and he'll be pitched something moronic, and that's his response.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got some WHA cards. Recognize anybody? No.
Oh,
You got Jacques Plante there in the front, yeah.
very
And Gary
nice.
Cheever's in the back.
Cheevers, yeah.
Yeah. I'm familiar. I know I've definitely seen the Jacques Plante before the card, but I'm familiar with that one.
Oh, Vladiclad.
Very nice.
Yeah,
There you go.
super amazing player, but he's stuck with the Toros, right?
My favorite random one, because again, not my era, but I did look at a lot of the cards and stuff. My favorite one from the WHA thing is Mark Tardif.
Mark Tardif.
Yeah, who had a lot of great seasons for WHA. Like he did very well in that league.
Actually, do you know, I think he was a coach of one of the Stanley Cup winning teams here. I was just looking at. I think I saw Tardif's name.
Okay. There you go.
Terry Crisps, maybe I was thinking. He was for the Calgary Flames, but let me look back a little bit here.
Greatest scorer player in WHA history, Boston's own Robbie Patoric.
No. Yeah, Patoric was a really good player. Yeah.
Is that true, Josh? Raquel Gonzalez became Raquel Rodriguez? Why? Raquel Gonzalez already sounds Latin enough. Like, why would you change the last name of all things? That's stupid. Did you find any raccoons this week?
Oh yeah, exactly.
Several, and they're nasty little buggers.
Here's the question: did you actually win, or did you like fight it to a draw, or did you lose? Be honest.
Come on.
Is this like your Vince McMahon and the raccoons are Steve Austin? Is that why you don't want to admit it?
I would say, listen, I fought 3 of them. I think 2 were a draw, and one of them got the best of me.
And it's Brian Trottier, not Trottier.
I
Say
would
it.
never.
Play it.
I always say it correctly.
Say it.
Trottier.
Oh, okay. See, yeah.
All right.
That one up, didn't you?
So anyway, Boston can put the trigger, Boston game changers controlling a game. I think that's why he's not in that stratosphere. I get you, but for me, the stats still would hold him in higher regard simply because he was a great goal scorer. If it had been a different era, him being in the 70s hurt more.
Yeah, same thing with Dave Taylor from the Kings. He went with the Kings. But he was a great player, Dave.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's one of those things. Like you don't have to.
Crown line.
You don't always have to be a quote unquote game changer. There are guys who just score goals, and sometimes and you need those guys too. So like they can serve that function, but you'll get more credit if there's more attention. That's just how it is. If you perform and they see you and people understand, it's like good. That's great.
Yeah. I had Esposito's last card here. So,
So here you go. Lemieux was the best. I think he was better than Gretzky. I would be inclined to agree with you, John. I just like the fact that Lemieux could fight through checks and go get goals that way if he wanted to, in addition to the skill, in addition to the hands, in addition to everything. But like he just bulldozed guys sometimes.
He's huge.
Yeah,
Huge.
So that's like you add in the skill with the fact that he could go get his own if he really wanted to, because okay, you're gonna get in my way, fine, I'll go through you. And there were times where he would do that and still score the goal, and in addition to all the skills and the talent.
Yeah, the 78 cards are just ugly. They're just
Yeah, not great with the color.
And
I think the design of the front was very plain.
See, I actually like the 78 cards because of the fake autograph on the back. I always thought that was cool. You got a chance to see what their autographs are like. I really like the 78 cards.
Yeah, it just doesn't do much for me. Peter McNabb, come on, Rick Middleton, jeez.
He's being mean, Carlos.
Oh, am I?
Bobby's being mean.
He might be. Okay, so real quick, I'll touch on this one. International Borders. don't try to compare Dave Andrewchuk. Dave Andrewchuk took him about 20 years to score
Oh,
about as
God.
many goals as Bossy did in 10. There's a very big difference between the two guys.
A great player.
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
that's why I said being 600 goals. If Bossy could have had one more decent year, it would have then put him into a comparison with Andrewchuk, and actually would have been favorable for Bossy. Because as I actually did it in a much shorter period of time, you actually were much. There's a difference between being a superlative goal scorer consistently over time, and for him it was a shortened career, versus a guy who was a very consistent goal scorer who had 50 goal seasons, but 600 goals took time. It wasn't like he worked his way towards it.
Ovechkin just broke Andrewchuk's power play goal record.
Yeah,
Andrewchuk had the most power play
That's
goals
right.
in history.
Yep.
And then Ovechkin just passed him.
Yeah,
He was good on the power play, yeah, for
Yeah.
sure.
yeah.
He
That's what.
was with Boston for a short time,
Yeah.
and then he ended his career in Tampa and won a cup.
Who remembers that card? Come on, guys.
I do not.
Nobody.
Is that the
so
Kraft
I like-
card? That's Kraft.
The crab card, yeah.
I,
Yeah,
I
it's
don't have
the
that
75 logo is what tips me off.
Yeah, it's on the back there.
Yeah.
one. Yeah, I don't have that one.
But see, like,
Nice.
Buck,
Is that what 9091?
it would be.
Yeah, because Medano has one of those. That's why I remember the design.
I collect any card with the Stanley Cup on it. Also,
Oh, man, never ends.
There you go. So I'll get caught up on a couple of these comments here. Okay, so did I talk about the WWE Prism? A little bit. I did touch on it. I also made a little video that is on the channel a little earlier tonight. So price for box of Pure Insanity, I agree with that. 100% POV fight right now, yes. Price legit for the boxes, yes. For the singles, I would be very dubious. I would strongly recommend checking the bid histories on anything that's auction. Buy now, best offer, probably okay, but they're definitely high. Now, the buy now, best offer long term will probably be a better predictor of what happens. I wouldn't trust any of the auctions right now until you scan the bid history. That's how I would look at that. And then you'll be able to figure it out. And I did do the comparison to the Chrome. I think you can get equivalent Chrome cards of the same people right now cheaper. So I would honestly double check that. And if I see the two beside each other, I would probably lean the Chrome myself right now, just because you're going to get a better value. But also, again, be dubious about the prices you're seeing. Because if you're seeing it completely out of whack, maybe just kind of lay back and wait for this to play out a little bit more. They changed the name of Rodriguez? That's stupid.
Are Gretzky stickers worth anything?
Not to me, but I'm sure to somebody.
Nah.
Massive Oler fan for Lemieux, still to this day. There you go. Did you see Eric with a new jacket?
talking about the fight with the raccoons.
Oh, good one.
Yep. That's very disappointing, Josh. It's very disappointing.
Quite.
And International Borders agree with you, the 78, 79 design. But the I can't make it up was the Michelle Raquel Gonzalez thing, where you take somebody like Raquel Gonzalez and change it to Raquel Rodriguez. Why? Like that's point. Like that's a dumb name.
Yep.
It's like it's alliteration, really, and you leave the first name the same. Why?
Yeah, because they don't want to be associated with Speedy Gonzalez. I don't know.
Sure, and that wasn't a problem when you gave her the name in the first place. It's the same company. That's the funny thing. It's like, guys, you do know the other show's on TV, right? The other show is also on television. The minor league show is on television, and between 500,000 and 600,000 people watch it. So it's not like you've hidden. Oh, we don't know who this person is. Really? She's been on TV for a year.
We got a Seinfeld reference.
Oh yeah,
Rochelle. There you go. WWE will do weird stuff, man. Weird stuff. My favorite one was they've got a wrestler who was in the NXT UK brand, and then he came over and has been doing stuff in NXT. He's named Pete Dunne. His style is he's very much a brawler. That's kind of his deal. Really good, actually. I enjoyed a lot of the matches I watched from him before. So they brought him up to the main roster, right? Promotion to the main roster. They don't call him Pete Dunne anymore. Now he's Butch.
oh,
And he looks like a paper boy from the 1930s. He's got the stupid little hat and everything. I'm like, you're an idiot. He's Pete Dunne. He's been on, but here's the best part. He's not only been on TV for a couple of years as Pete Dunne. They called him up briefly for a little while before they had to recall him to do something else. They brought him up briefly onto the regular show as Pete Dunne, but now the same guy as Butch. And I'm like, he was Pete Dunne before, even on this same show. You're
done.
idiots.
This is the same company that took Andre the Giant and put a mask on him and called him something else.
Yeah.
I mean, it's Andre the freaking Giant. There's only one human on the planet that looks like
You can't
that.
hide him.
No, you can't. But that's why, like, sometimes WWE will honestly do these things where it's like, I got nothing. I can't even come up with a clever retort. Even
It's not
insulting you
worth
is a
it.
waste of my time.
It is. Joe
And I
Frazier-
like insulting people. It's a thing that I enjoy. It's a thing I'm passionate about. And you take the joy out of this.
Bobby, is that an Olympic card?
Yeah, that's one of the 83.
Oh, okay. The George
You know,
Foreman.
it's interesting. I have an ad for that. I just acquired it. Which is really interesting because here it is. I just scanned it. No, it's not. There it is. This was through M&M's,
Okay.
the Olympic cards.
Nice.
Very interesting.
And that's Ali and Aruzioni, right?
Yes. So you can get them through M&M's, and then you mail in for one of these little packs. They're very hard to come by.
So you said this is 1983, right?
83, yeah.
So are we concerned that the M&Ms might need to take a test? M&Ms are looking pretty
Maybe.
buff over there, buddy.
Yeah, look at the peanut. He's like a little.
He's like, he's kind of, I was like, I don't recall. I've seen the commercials with those guys years later. They don't look like that. They look like they're working out a bit over there.
German doping will get you.
I
there.
was going to say, like, I got questions, buddy. Early 80s, I got questions,
They're on
man.
the same program as Uta Pipig.
Yeah, but these are also available in rack packs as well. So I've been
Rack
balancing
packs,
up
really?
this issue. Yeah, 3
Weird.
card,
Okay.
3 hanging racks. Because I had a few of them before, because they had the hockey teams on them and stuff like
Okay.
that. So
Sure.
and I've been documenting them. I go, I didn't know they came with M&M. What the hell? So you learn something new. I don't really follow. It's not.
Do they label M&Ms on the actual cards as well, or no?
No, they're tops actually. I think they
Oh,
are.
okay.
Right. Yeah.
So
they're
they
from
don't
Top.
label the brand on there. Okay.
No,
Gotcha.
but you would through M&M's you can get one of the Olympic Heroes trading card packs.
Gotcha.
They're hard to find. If you look on the internet, you can't really see them.
Mhm.
So, anyways,
So I agree with that, Bob. Do I remember the birth of the hand? I do. Another sad WWE creation.
talk to the hand.
No, it's worse than that.
I know. Oh no. Can't
So they had they used to employ 2 former women's wrestlers from back in the day. So they had the Fabulous Moolah and Mae Young, and they were both famous for being wrestlers for many years. And they brought them in. Still later on, at this point they're far in their advanced years, but they're out there doing whatever. And this was the Attitude Era.
70s.
Yeah, they were already very old at that point. But here's the thing. The hand was a stupid gimmick where they had Mark Henry, who, by the way, is an Olympian. He was the world's strongest man.
Got a gold medal, right?
Yeah, he did. As he's a world champion powerlifter, okay? World champion powerlifter. But at the time, they couldn't come up with good gimmicks. So I think it was Mark Henry. So anyway, regardless, it was with somebody.
Yes.
Yeah. So basically, they do this thing where he is in a relationship with Mae Young.
Who's 80?
For reasons. But not only that, not only are they in a relationship, Mae Young is pregnant. And she gives birth to a hand.
That's weird.
And I was like, this is stupid. That's why I laugh sometimes. People are like, oh man, the Attitude Era. You guys remember the hand thing, right? You guys remember that? Somebody agreed to put that in television. Vince McMahon. This is where I can vision it off in the distance. That's good shit, pal. No, you're an idiot. No, you're an idiot.
Yeah.
Quiet, you. This is stupid. Quiet. So anyway, now, in fairness, I will give credit for one thing. That whole idea was stupid, to be clear. That whole idea was stupid. However, they did pay it off years later, like in a Raw, like 10th anniversary or 15th anniversary or 20th anniversary or whatever. They brought a guy dressed in a gigantic hand suit and pretended that was the same hand. Grown up. Yeah. And I was like, okay, that part at least was funny. First part was stupid. I give you credit for bringing it back. It was still stupid, but it was like, okay, at least you made fun of it. I'll give you that. That was stupid. He's been on TV as Pete Dunne, yes. He was on Andre the Giant. He was Giant Machine. Facts.
I got a question. Does anybody know where these 3M cards came from?
The 3M?
There's a Gretzky. I had a Gretzky was 3M.
Oh, this is Olympic.
I
again?
have I don't know if they're all Olympic, but
Okay,
I don't
gotcha.
have any. I don't know. I've never seen 3M.
you know,
ones.
I tried to look them up, and nobody knows any history. How did they come? How were they issued? It's 92. No idea. But I had a Gretzky 92. I don't know. I sold it a long time ago, but I didn't even know how to list it or sell it. Kind of interesting. There's a lot of weird stuff out there from the 90s, but I always wanted to ask somebody about that. I thought you guys might know because 92.
You know, what'd be kind of interesting. I would wonder if you can scan it. If you could do a reverse lookup on Google Images.
Probably.
Yeah, because if anybody took a front shot of it, you could probably do a reverse lookup and see if anything comes up. That might be interesting.
And I got my own baseball card.
Nice. Bobby Backswing. Well played.
Leaf.
Oh,
I'm
Leaf.
very, very proud.
There you go. Global Sports Card Investor. Good day. Yeah, it was Mark Henry. Perfect. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you for confirming. I bet a lot of money was Vince Russo. Yes, I guarantee it was Vince Russo.
No question.
Yeah, but to be clear, the other Vince has to sign off on it. Hence, my statement is accurate. The other Vince had to agree to this.
It's a deck of playing cards.
Oh, okay.
Nice.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
All right, there you go.
Very nice. What
There you
year
go.
is that, Bobby?
I'm not too sure actually. I would venture to say it has to be sometime in the 80s.
Yeah.
Most of them came out in the late 80s. So actually, it might say on the back here. Through Shoppers Drug Mart and the CAHA. Yeah, probably late 80s. Anyways, yeah, it's a deck of playing cards. I got a couple of them here.
Mhm.
Still sealed. I don't know. Oh yeah, so they all have Bossy on them. It's all still sealed.
Oh, so it's a full set of Bossy, eh? Okay.
Yeah, full set of
Interesting.
Bossy.
All right, fair enough.
Very nice.
I have stuff.
I know you do.
Weird stuff. but-
So here you go. Just got back home. Not as weird as giving birth to a hand. Just got back home.
That
watching
is
my son.
true.
Yeah, you're gonna have to work real hard for that one. To his first basketball grand final. Congratulations. Good on
Nice job.
you. Good on you. Congrats. I can imagine the meeting now. Yeah, and get this, bro. She gives birth to a hand, bro. That's true. Vince Russo has to have a lot of bros in there. And then that's where that's good shit, pal. Yeah, I can envision it. I think that's a meeting of the Vinces.
Yeah,
That sounds about right.
Unfortunately, I can see that conversation happening.
Yep, I think that's canon. As far as I'm concerned, that's canon. That's how we ended up. That's what we ended up with the stupid hand thing. Nicely done.
I will
Nicely-
sign off on that.
Yep, nicely done. There you go. So yeah, I would say, Bob, is there anything else? Here's my question: is there anything else in terms of the WrestleMania or any of those things that you want to touch on? So my opinion is that the Stone Cold Steve Austin thing was a crutch. I can live with it for the one night. For the other night, that was pathetic. I watched it; it was sad. Too much nostalgia. They reached for it too much. Too much celebrity involvement. Look, you want to bring Logan Paul? Fine. I kind of get that. Logan Paul's still doing a lot of things, so I get it. Johnny Knoxville, come on, man. Like,
He's got to be older than me. for
He's a
Christ's
name.
sakes.
He's a name.
yeah, but he's a name that would have meant more 10 years ago. Like, part of the reason I think that Zero Cool one didn't go too crazy is that no one really cares about Jackass at this point.
Better
Like,
late than never, right?
yeah. I think you have to pick a better property. But to be fair, in my opinion, it still means the mechanism worked the way it was supposed to. $100 a box doesn't seem that crazy to me for that. Like, it's fine.
No.
And for 10,000 boxes, that's fine. Like, whatever. I would assume they didn't have to pay too much for that property because it wouldn't be worth much. So if they made profit on it, I think they're fine. They're just going to have to be really. I would be more selective with your third. The first one, the Gary Vee one, was going to do fine anyway. The Jackass one, sure, if you want to do it. I would come up with something better though. Think of properties that might be a little more interesting. Even if you want to go the celebrity angle, pick something more interesting. Pick something more contemporary. Heaven forbid.
Worst goalie ever.
Carlos, he's being mean to me again.
He is. You're going to have to fight for yourself, Eric. Fight for yourself. You don't have the button to take him off screen. You're going to have to fight him.
Yeah.
In a steel cage.
To the death.
War games!
3-tiered.
A three-tiered one would be great.
Thunderdome.
Yep.
I have a set of the gum that came in the packs. Remember they were Bazooka gum? I have a full
Bazooka
set of-
Joe?
Yeah, the gum packs. These gum packs came in the 84 packs. They were the only ones ever sealed. It was the first time they did a cello in 84, but
Yep.
also these gum packs came with the little
I
carton
don't
on it.
remember that. I mean, I opened up a ton of.
I remember
84.
the 84 had those test run wrappers.
The cello packs, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So I do remember that. I don't remember about the contents of it.
Yeah. that was yeah, so it was like a sellout, kind
Yeah.
of a plasticky, not
Yeah.
typical
It was a
sellout.
predecessor of kind of what would come later. Like conceptually, they were playing around with the idea.
Yeah. It was weird because they didn't issue cards in 82, 83, and then they come back in 84 with these. And then guys are saying, oh, they had the wrap the gum because that's why they didn't do cards, because somebody complained they got sick from the gum or kid swallowed it. Lots of stories, but I don't really know why they put them individual
Well, I
cards.
think that's great because the gum doesn't damage the cards if it's wrapped up.
Well,
Yeah,
if
but
you
I don't
talk-
think that's the reason they did it. Like
the
No,
value
they
of the
didn't
piece
care.
are
They
nothing
still-
anyways.
Right.
yeah.
It's the worst value of probably top of almost all time. Just saying.
Yep. I don't think anyone wants to have the misfortune of seeing naked Midian.
I don't know what that
Unfortunately.
is, and I
Yeah.
don't want to know.
Midian was part of the Ministry of Darkness.
Is this the
That was the Undertaker
really, really large black gentleman with the mohawk
No,
with
not the
some
black
weird
one.
eyes?
Not the black one. Midian was the guy
What
who
was
I
that
think.
guy's name? Does anybody remember?
Wait, hold on. Maybe. Hold on.
He's a
Let me-
very large.
There were a
gentleman.
couple of guys I'm thinking of right now. There's a
Yellow
couple of guys.
mohawk, and he wore contacts in his eyes.
That's
to make his-
Viscera. No, that's Viscera. You're thinking of Viscera.
I don't know.
No, Midian was the one I'm thinking of.
Okay.
Midian was the white guy, and he was the one who was originally part of the pig farmers. So Henry O. Godwin and the other one. So there were two of them, and then he became Midian.
Oh my
I
God.
must have got out of.
I missed
must
a
have
decade
left.
of that.
Yeah, the big guy is Viscera. Yeah, it was
Yeah,
Viscera.
I must have left at that point. I don't know.
Yeah. So they had a gimmick there where he was doing that. Now, funny enough, even with all that stuff in that era, he did win a couple of. It looks like he did win the European title, which I honestly don't remember, but I'm sure he did.
So
But,
stupid. Have a European title. Oh my god.
Yeah.
You have the world title, the intercontinental title. It's all you need.
Well, then they did the United States title later
Yeah, it's so
after they
stupid.
bought WCW.
Stupid.
Here, so this is Midian with clothes. In fairness to everyone.
Never seen him. But is
He
that
looks like the
Is that
Undertaker.
Stalin?
He was hanging out with the Undertaker. This is when the Undertaker had his own faction. So Midian was part of that. Was part of that
I
group.
don't recall any of that.
So he's like a minion of Midian.
But
Okay.
is
Yeah,
that
but I would wager to you that's probably play again. Vince is not clever. I would wager that's probably
That's
he's
simple,
a
yeah.
yes, he's a minion. We'll call him Midian. Genius, Vince.
Genius.
That's why you're in charge, boss.
Pure genius.
I just couldn't tell. Was that Joseph Stalin tattoo or a really bad Freddie Mercury?
No, the guy there. That's if you look at that mustache, it looks like almost like a Gangs of New York guy. I don't know if that's what he's going for, but that's what it looks
I
like to
don't
me.
Yeah.
So like if you look here, yeah, he's like an old timey guy there. Like I don't think that's
Gangs of New York. That amazing
Okay,
movie.
I'm not sure.
yeah, really, I genuinely don't know. Got me? No clue. Can't help you there.
I'm glad I left.
Just Rob is going with Rasputin.
Yeah,
One of the two cups, the Montreal one, right?
no.
So you're a
It's a
78, 79 card denier is what you are.
You are. Mm-hmm. Bye, Bruins.
After you spoke so highly of the set.
I'm looking through them. I might have a bossy rookie in here. I haven't looked at these for years, so.
I got a couple at arm's length right here.
War games.
Someone doesn't like my accent again.
Well, no, this so War Games, pronounced this way, War Games was actually what Steven Regal did when he was in NXT, because he became famous for a little meme because he would say War Games, but he'd say it with like intensity and he's very British. He's like War Games, and it became like its own little meme. But he brought the enthusiasm to it. It was fun. Everybody got a kick out of it because that's how he would announce the match. These guys had been feuding. He goes, "You're gonna settle this in War Games." It's like, all right then. Thank you,
All
Steven
right.
Regal. Thank you, Steven Regal.
I won't forget it now.
Yep. The people cheered. The people cheered when the man said it. They appreciated it.
And the people cheered everywhere.
They did. They did. They did. That was when he actually showed up at AEW. People were like, I don't think they don't have the rights. It's like, no, he's not going to be able to say War Games. WB owns that. He can't say it. I know you want him to, but he can't.
Well, because War Games was part
WCW.
of WCW.
Yeah. And WWE owns the library and a lot of the naming conventions with it. They cannot call it that. That's why they had a match that was War Games-ish. They called it Blood and Guts because they cannot call
war.
it
Games of War.
Yeah. WCW came up with a couple of... Now, some of the ideas were good. Like War Games I thought was good. They did World War III, which was terrible. It was a terrible idea. It was basically... And it's so impractical. In addition to being a terrible idea, it's super impractical. It was 3 rings beside each other, and it was a battle royal in 3 rings, and they would get it down to a certain number of participants, and then they would all go in 1 ring. The problem is you do this in the arena, 3 rings takes up a tremendous amount of space.
Yep.
So you're sitting there like as fans, if you happen to be in the ring that the action goes to, it's not so bad. But if you're like in the far ring, you're like looking past a ring to see a ring all the way over there.
Yeah, it's stupid.
And all of a sudden your seats suck. It's like, well, this sucks. What is this?
Dumb. It all sucks.
And they used to have Starcade, right? That was another one.
Thanks, Just Rob. Appreciate it.
They had a Halloween one, too.
Halloween Havoc.
Yeah.
That was a good theme, actually. That was a good theme.
WCW had really cool pay-per-views names.
I actually think Halloween Havoc, it's unfortunate WWE owns it, but Halloween Havoc I thought was an October-themed pay-per-view. I thought, like, great.
Right.
I thought it was a good idea. Like, yeah. Yeah, WWE's been using old WCW matches to get the rights to them, yeah. And they predominantly use them in NXT because Vince can't ever give WCW credit. So it's like, come on, dude.
I need that service to see what grade these are.
It's critically important.
I think it's 10s, but I think I need the crowdsourcing.
It's true.
Why don't you mail those to me? I'll bring them over to the machine and run them through.
You got Mario. There you go.
Can do that.
Is that that's Opeachy? Yeah, got it.
It's OPG, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got Gretzky, Waugh, Lemieux. I don't know.
Chelios.
Chelios,
Coffee.
Curry.
Yep.
The only
Mullen?
I don't know. Ray Bork.
Isn't that
That's
the
a
only
weird Bork,
set where the tops are worth more?
Yeah, that was the one where the Sakic,
Marginally, yeah.
the Sakic. There used to be a little gap. I think it's shrunk. I think it's a little bit closer now. So, but there used to be a little time where the Sakic was comfortably more for tops.
Yeah, when we get into
First
grading,
time
it actually
ever.
eliminates a lot of that kind of stuff. So,
I think that's fair. War Games was actually a good idea. The stack cage thing was stupid. The stack cage thing, they only did it because of the movie. Because they Ready to Rumble. They literally made up a match of 3 stacked cages on top of each other. And it was just so they could do the movie tie-in with David Arquette. And they actually gave David Arquette the WCW championship based on a stupid gimmick match that they made up in a movie. Because it was WCW and they're idiots.
Mm.
so from the Pack Wars from opening 84, this is how many insert cards I have. And I threw kind of a lot of them away.
Yeah.
So that just tells you how many packs of 84 open. Now at the cost that they are per, it's like, anyways.
There you go. So yeah, for me, the stack cage thing, junk. Because it represents a lot of really bad ideas all together. Good stuff. Cool. So guys, what I'll do is I'll start winding her down slowly here. But if there's anything else you guys want to touch on in the chat, do that. If you haven't already, I'll ask you again tonight if you could hit the like button if you haven't already. It does help out the channel. It helps out the stream. Always good. Always appreciated. But yeah, if you got any other questions or thoughts you want to throw in there, feel free.
Bobby, those cost a lot because everybody wants these.
You got all the tops ones there, or you got some Opeachy or a mix, or what do you got?
I got one tops, the rest are Opeachy. Plus I have another one kicking around somewhere.
All right.
Nice.
But
They're not graded, are they?
no.
All in upside down one touches?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, that makes them more valuable. The special edition.
Well, I have a Ruth.
Oh.
Original first print run. Look. Signed by Babe.
I was wondering if you would have gone with the Baby Ruth bar.
I actually have that ad.
Yeah.
From the 20s, 29.
Yeah.
That's how long that bar's been around.
Yeah.
How much is his daughter's autograph? She became kind of famous towards the end of her life, and
Not much.
as the only living relative, directly from him, and she was, at Yankee Stadium and doing different things here and there, and
That's the weirdest kind of celebrity. It's like you are literally famous only because you're alive and your dad's famous.
yeah.
It's not that you did anything.
Yeah, but she didn't do it. You know, people would go up to her anyway.
I understand, but it's like
Feel sorry for her.
the criticism of the whole Kardashian thing. Is like,
Mhm.
you guys don't do it. Well, at least they're on the show. At least it's a Kardashian show.
True.
It's like literally, you're just like, you are Babe Ruth's daughter. Yes, this is a fact.
And that's this,
What else you got?
And it's the closest thing to his DNA that you're going to come to, you know, in the modern era. So people,
True.
she was around, and she did events, and you know, showed up with items of her dad, or promoted books and things, and people wanted their picture taken with her and her autograph. So
I wanted to get closer to see if she had any gloves or gold uniforms or balls or.
I'm sure
Whatever.
all that stuff was.
Have they ever figured out the autograph thing about Ruth? Like, was it a lot of secretarial, or was it his wife, or I don't know.
I think it's one of those things where there are going to be folks that do enough analysis can probably figure it out, but there's always going to be an element to it. I think he did sign a lot in person though. Like it's the Mantle thing all over again. There's a lot of real ones at the time, contemporary, but then there's also a lot of fakes for various eras as well.
Because if somebody did sign for him, doing that R is very unique. But
Yeah.
Over time, you could copy it if you're.
I was just going to say, like, if somebody practiced it enough, they could. But that's the thing. Like I said, Ruth is in that same category. It's like, no, there were a lot of people that got like real signatures from Ruth at the time because he did spend a lot of time signing for a lot of folks at the time. So I would be dubious of various baseballs and things because people would try to age the baseballs artificially and do weird things.
Don't get in tea. Everybody
Yeah,
knows that.
all kinds of stuff. But signed documents and things, I could totally see piece of paper and thing the kids handed him and stuff. If you can imagine a kid, he would sign for most kids because he did a lot of that at that time period.
If I could have one autograph and only one,
That's not the Burrell,
it would, other than the Burrell,
of course.
It's in his book.
it is. It would be Babe Ruth's last autograph that he did on his deathbed to, I forget if it was I think it was his priest who was there to give him last rites. He signed something.
Put in a good word for me, Babe Ruth.
Yeah, something. And it went up for auction.
Tell St. Peter.
And Carlos, you got the computer there. You could look this up. It's a real thing. It went up for auction in the last, I don't know, 15 years or something. But it's his last deathbed autograph that I think it was to his priest.
I got pictures, original photos from his funeral. Yeah,
He wasn't signing there though.
No, he wasn't. He was kind of laid up for a while. Eternity, maybe.
Yeah, he was on the big
Long
IR.
while.
He was on the big IR.
But it's interesting seeing weird photos like that.
Yeah.
I don't even know where they are in my somewhere. Might have them in the computer somewhere, but I like weird photos opposed to just common ones, Stuff
Oh,
that
absolutely.
is
You don't
different
want
that you haven't seen
photos.
before.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like having photos on my wall that everybody has. I mean, other than the ore flying through the air, I don't want photos that everybody has. I want to find something different.
Yeah.
Something
Something unique.
Yeah, I have a Derek Sanderson up, him and Jean Mattel, and the reason I have that one on the wall, unlike some of the other ones that I have, because I have a lot of Derek Sanderson stuff, is he's wearing number 27, and it was after he came back from the WHA.
Ah, yeah.
And I think if I remember correctly, and it's kind of blurry right now, I think maybe at that point Greg Shepard might have been wearing 16, and so he couldn't get his number back. So he had, I think he wore 17 and 27 before he went back to 16. So I have a picture of him I'm looking at right now wearing 27 after he came back. So it's not a young, like Orr wore 27, but that was in preseason his rookie year in 66. This is Sanderson, mustache, shaggy. I think he's drunk in the picture. And he's 27. So I think that's pretty cool.
Now, question: the thing you were referring to earlier, is this like a signed photo or signed postcard or something?
I think it was a letter. I think.
Because what I'm seeing here is I can see one that basically is asking the question: is this Babe Ruth's final autograph? and it's talking about. Let me see here.
His last autograph to the priest would be
4x6 photo was fairly
50K.
common.
He signed something for his priest. I don't remember. It's an old story.
Yeah, that's what I'm. That's what I'm writing here.
Yeah.
However, the priest did write a note to Bob's cousin detailing the circumstances of how the photo was obtained and dated the correspondence August 16, 1948. Bob had the signed photos in possession since '67. Yeah, it looks like it's basically a postcard, and on the back it writes talking about which I received from Memorial Hospital. I was one of the last of the autographs by Babe Ruth. I thought you might like to have it. It's yeah. So apparently 1948 it was St. Catherine's Priory Dominican Fathers. So yeah.
And it went up for auction, in the last 15 years or something, right?
Oh, really? Eh?
I don't know. I haven't. I don't see that in the article, but it basically
Probably would have
mentions
been
this.
worth a fairly decent amount.
Yeah,
But,
well, not like it would be today. Like right now, today, if they re-ran it, probably would do better.
I mean, Babe Ruth's last autograph. I mean, oh my God, that'd just be incredible.
Yeah. I know Howie Morenz. He signed, because when he was in the hospital, he signed quite a bit there, too. So.
Yeah. Well, apparently, like part of the story was that towards the tail end, he was receiving various requests from different folks, and he was signing as much as he could for as many folks as possible.
Babe or Howie?
Babe.
Probably both.
So, yeah. But it's one of those things where it's like people were trying to get like a last memento or whatever the case may be, and they were surprisingly accommodating. It's one of those things like I feel like my priority would be like enjoying my my last days. Like, do I really need to sign this right now? Is that really a priority for me?
Yeah.
I listen. I think I would have doubled the price if it had included a letter saying all those bad things did. It was Cobb.
Yeah.
It was Cobb all along. Just blame it on Cobb. I feel like that would add another layer. Sounds good.
But
All right.
I mean, it's just something had to have been his last. I mean, there's going to be a last or signature, last
There'll
Gretzky
be so many
signature.
of ours. And anything
Yeah,
like that.
right. But I mean,
Won't
there
matter.
has to be one that is the last, and if that can be proven, that will be worth more than all the rest.
Would it help you if we get you the one from Orr? It's like, but Orr's still alive. No, it says very clearly, Eric, this is the last one. Also, it was Ty Cobb all along, Bobby Orr.
That would be worth a lot of money.
It would also confuse a lot of people. And you'd
Yeah.
have to like, guys, I need to explain what the joke is here. The fact that Bobby Orr played along only adds to the legend.
Right.
All right.
Yeah.
Prodigy card collector, Babe Ruth traffic ticket. There you go. Congrats to you. Sounds
Oh.
fair.
Nice.
That's fair. So yeah. All right, guys. Any last thoughts or comments? And then we'll wind her down. It's been a lot of fun. Thank you for a lot of comments and a lot of different angles. We surprisingly, again, for a slow news week, we managed to cover a lot of ground. But we did get into ticket discussion, which was kind of fun. We did have a couple angles on that, so that's always kind of interesting. So it's we'll kind of see how it plays out. I'm going to keep an eye on a couple of those things that I was talking about and see how that goes. I'll probably reach out to Billy because I'm curious now. We got to be in close to that other AEW product, because entering into the space right now with people losing their mind, if they release another product that's kind of higher end, I'll be curious to see what happens with that, because that's going to be interesting. That's why I say, like, for me, and I'll kind of conclude on this for now, but I'll come back to it later. Right now, that market is very much rife, and I was talking with some folks offline. That market is very much rife for the most dangerous elements that you want. A lot of those series, not Prism, because I think Prism is printed in decent amounts, but a lot of that stuff is shorter printed just because it was a more niche product for a smaller audience. It wouldn't take a lot. You've already got, I hear more chatter every day of some folks being like, hey, have you guys checked out these wrestling cards? And if I hear that from people that have never talked about it before, I'm like, oh, okay. It wouldn't take a lot. And then there are the guys who have name value. The Rock.
Of course.
The Rock in and of itself is a star. He didn't need anything else, but you add in an element of, wait a minute, they didn't print a lot of these, did they? It's like, relatively speaking, compared to other things, no.
That's an interesting thought. Here's this. I'll throw this out there.
Yeah.
Would Will Smith have smacked The Rock if he told that joke on stage?
He's got a death wish.
I
That'd be funny.
He would have broke his hand on his face.
Yeah, like the Rock is not a small man. It's one of those things like, you know what, Rock? Very funny.
Yes.
He's funny, Jada, right? Yes, very funny. Agreed.
Mm-hmm.
We all agree. Hilarious.
Yeah.
You can say the fucking name of my wife anytime you want.
Look. At that point, Will Smith is like, "That's good shit, pal." Wow, coming from you, Will.
Yeah, I mean,
Trust.
Chris Rock is like the skinniest. You know,
He did it because he could get away with it.
he's a
that's all.
teeny, tiny, skinny
And
little
that's-
man.
And that's
But here's the best part: he's a teeny tiny, skinny little man. Will slapped him. He didn't even rub his face.
No,
He's kind of turned a little bit and then turned back. He's like, so it's like, well, that wasn't a very good slap though.
well,
like,
first of all-
Chris Rock is kind of a small guy, and it's like you couldn't even like move him over or something.
first
Like,
of all,
I thought it would have rocked him a bit.
what man
that's what I mean.
slaps another man?
What's that?
What man slaps another man?
You and Len Potty at Thunderdome. I'm waiting for it. It's gonna be great.
Listen,
How many wrestling slaps? have you
I'm
seen?
not gonna try to make the world think I'm some kind of super tough guy, but in the times I've had to defend myself, I've never slapped another man.
It's a jailhouse thing.
What if you cup your hand and go for the ear and knock off the equilibrium?
Yeah.
That's a smart move.
That's not a
That's a
slap.
knockout.
That's a strategic move, man.
that
That's
and
a
that is
WC Yeah, that's-
you know,
That right there is strategy. That right there is strategy, Eric. That's strategy.
there's nothing wrong with cuff in the ear, but slapping a man across the face, that's just sad.
yeah.
Well, there you
Should have knocked him out.
I think it's very funny because basically the takeaway is like, well, Chris Rock didn't really get this turd. If anything, like Chris Rock is like, eh. It's like,
Slapped. What man can't handle a slap?
Well, it didn't rock him at all.
no, that's what I mean. Like, you may as well breathed on him hard. Like he didn't do anything to him.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of a weird one.
Not a good look, Will. Weren't you an action hero once upon a time?
But
Tisk.
you know,
At one time.
if he punched him, he would have laid him out.
Possibly.
Because Bill Smith's a pretty good big size guy. He did all that training for
And he would have got a 20
Ali.
year suspension.
I was gonna say, like, he should at least know. He should at least gotten a couple moves from the Ali movie. Like,
Yeah.
come on.
He gets
Little
a
footwork.
10-year
Slapped him.
suspension. Does that mean he can't attend or he can't get an award?
I don't. Who cares?
Lord
I don't-
knows.
None of that stuff matters to me at all.
Sure enough.
Yeah, he did play Ali. That's right. Exactly.
I
Exactly.
I just slapping another man. I just cannot imagine doing it.
I didn't like that movie. That wasn't a very good movie.
Oh, the Ali. You didn't like it?
No, I didn't. Did you? I don't
Oh,
think it
okay.
was that good.
I don't. I think I remember it, but I don't think I watched it.
It
I might have watched a
wasn't-
little bit of it.
I don't think he was the right guy for it.
No.
No. You know,
Can
sometimes
you think of any that you would have preferred?
he's boy,
Because you
that's
got to
a
get somebody that
little
sort of
different.
looks like Ali at the time. So it's not like
Yeah.
you need him to look a certain way. It's not like you can't just grab anybody off the street and be like, yeah, you're Ali. No, you got to make it at least look close.
Nicolas Cage.
Nicholas Cage to play anything.
Snoop Dogg, I don't know.
That'd be a different kind of movie. Nicholas Cage.
Absolutely.
Snoop
Nick
Dogg.
Cage as Muhammad Ali. Oh, that would have won Oscars.
It's like all of a sudden it's like, this is both offensive and the greatest movie I've ever seen.
It would be. But if you think about who would be for Ali, I don't know.
That's what I mean. Like,
Mario
yeah.
Van Peebles, I don't know.
Don't know.
That's a tough one. If anybody got that in there?
I got nothing. Nothing.
I know.
That's good. All right, guys. So well, have yourself a great evening. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. I hear allegedly, if you want to see some shilling interviewing, that may be coming up for you if you're into that kind of thing. We'll be back with more traditional clown content and some scholarship. Hashtag scholarship. That's
And
important.
more tickets.
Ooh, maybe, perhaps. All right. So thank you all again for hanging out. Thank you for the chat. Thank you for all the comments. Appreciate it. Have yourselves a good night and enjoy the rest of your weekend.